Boom boom boom. After a while, a series of explosions erupted from the neck of the ancient Dine crocodile, which exploded until the head and body were completely torn and separated. Feeling the death of the Beast King, the beasts who participated in the beast tide lost their backbone at this moment, and their purple eyes gradually returned to normal and their sanity was restored. Seeing such a terrifying steppe wolf cavalry and the strangers who had rushed up, they began to retreat frantically. Link was covered in blood, leaning against a tree, looking at the silver hand lying on the ground that had been exploded into a coma and lost an arm. He couldn't help feeling. Now, there is only one step away from the change of Dragon City. 521 Becoming the General of the Valiant Cavalry. Congratulations to Beiju for becoming the chief of this book. Silverhand's mechanical arm was broken again. However, the broken arm of Silverhand was an essential part of Link's plan. Although Silverhand's mechanical arm was wrapped in a layer of martial artist's cloth, it did not arouse any suspicion. However, once they entered the city, this thing would be a time bomb. There were many extraordinary people in Dragon City, especially Su Tianzhao, who must have his own intelligence system. These extremely obvious characteristics could easily cause unnecessary suspicion and hostility. Hence, Lin Ke had created a small article on Silverhand's mechanical arm. He allowed Silverhand to appear as a heroic savior and take the opportunity to remove the mechanical arm. From Link's perspective, Silverhand had been the only one who had charged with him, and he had held back the ancient Dionysus for a few minutes. In the end, he had heroically saved his master and sacrificed himself to detonate the ancient Dionysus to end the beast tide. All these characteristics were exactly what Su Tianzhao and Lang Guan wanted. Who could reject a strong, intelligent, and loyal person who sacrificed himself to save his officer and ended the beast tide? Therefore, Link bet that Silverhand would definitely be rewarded this time. Dragon City would also spare no effort in building a mechanical arm for Silverhand. At this time, as long as Monster Security Company mediated and found a way to take on this task, or attach the mechanical arm that Helen had built with the help of Dragon City's medical department, who would think that Yang Jian was actually a Silverhand in Shandu? Looking at the retreating monster horde and the players chasing after them, Link knew that the monster horde had ended. Now, all the operations of the First Division were in place, and the spies had been laid. They were just waiting for Su Tianzhao to make his move and step into the trap he had designed in advance. The macaw hid in the treetop and scratched its fat waist. It watched Link and Silverhand's show with great interest and was even more curious about Link's next plan. Thousands of cavalrymen saw the ancient Dionysus being beheaded and the beast tide retreating. They did not chase after the battle results like the Outlanders. Instead, they came to the high ground of the defeated King Ridge to check on Qin Shao's situation. "I'm fine. Hurry up and check on Yang Shu." Link coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Many people went to Yang Jian's side and carefully carried him over. When they saw that Yang Jian had lost an arm and was covered in blood, many people couldn't help but shed tears. Sun Chu immediately went forward to check on Yang Jian's arm and discovered that it had been torn off. It was obvious that the ancient Dionysus had bitten it off. He hurriedly shouted, "Let's split up and look. There must be arms that were bitten off at the scene. If we find them now, we might be able to reattach them." The surrounding cavalrymen all jumped down from the wolves and began to search for Yang Jian's broken limbs in the ruins after the battle. A group of people carefully helped Link up and asked if he was injured. The macaw held back its laughter and jumped down from the treetop. It flapped its wings and rushed to Silverhand's body, croaking with its head lowered. What could this group of people find? The moment Silverhand's mechanical arm was pulled off, it was thrown into its arms. Then, with lightning speed, it activated its super speed and hid in a tree hole that it had previously discovered. When everyone returned to the capital, the macaw would fly back to Dragon City and hand it over to the members of Monster Security Company, making it a secret. When the crowd saw this scene, hot tears filled their eyes. He was really loved. Without a Beast King to command them, the beast tide was defeated like a landslide. They trampled on each other as they fled, killing countless people. Then, the players would chase after them, and the situation was even more brutal than the monster horde. The soldiers on the city wall were stunned for a moment, but when they saw the familiar scene of the wild beasts turning and running away, they immediately understood that the Beast King had been killed. But immediately, the soldiers' expressions became complicated. They had been preparing for a year and had been on guard for a month. In the end, this year's beast tide had retreated before it even reached the Great Wall. They didn't even fire a single arrow from the Great Wall. At first, he felt extremely lucky, but then he felt empty. The Dragon Court was the highest point of all power. The guard came back with the news again, but this time his hands were shaking. City Lord, Emperor Teacher, the beast tide has retreated. Su Tianzhao and Lang Guan were shocked and stood up from their seats. The beast tide has retreated. They didn't even hear the sound of the beast tide charging and fighting at the border of the Great Wall. The beast tide had retreated just like that, which was beyond their expectations. Quickly, tell me in detail. Lang Guan became serious, which was rare for him. On the other hand, the guard who delivered the news stammered as he looked at the report in his hands, not knowing where to start. Lang Guan saw the guard's embarrassed expression and seemed to have thought of something. He consoled, just say it as it is. The guard quickly nodded and began to describe the situation outside. From the charge of the valiant cavalry General Su Yi with 5,000 wolf cavalry, breaking through the beast tide, later on, he charged at the ancient Dionysius, but he failed to dodge the sweeping attack due to an accident. He was knocked unconscious by the ancient Dionysius and was eaten by countless crocodiles and wild beasts. After the battle, he collected his corpses. Other than the iconic silver armor, his body was already indistinguishable. All that was left was for Qin Shao to gather the cavalry and turn the tide while Yang Jian restrained the ancient Dionysius. In the end, in order to save Qin Shao, he charged into the ancient Dionysius' mouth with the black gold grenade and successfully killed it, but he also lost an arm. After listening to the guard's report, Su Tianzhao and Lang Guan both took a deep breath to calm themselves down. Su Yi, let's have a proper burial. Qin Shao and Yang Jian, you must mobilize all the resources in Dragon City to treat them. Su Tianzhao issued 2 orders in a row and then dismissed the guards. After the guard left, Su Tianzhao returned to his seat. The serious and domineering look on his face disappeared immediately, and he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. City Lord, my condolences. As a rare young talent of the Su family, Su Yi had received a lot of training. Su Tianzhao had always regarded him as a Kailan child of the Su family, an existence who could carry the pillar of the country in the future. But this time, as the valiant cavalry general, Su Yi had made a fatal mistake in his charge, causing nearly 5,000 wolf cavalry to fall into a desperate situation. Because of this low-level mistake, Su Yi had lost his life. He was already dead, so there was no point in pursuing the crime. In addition, Su Yi was a relative of the Su family, and Su Tianzhao had always had high hopes for him. What else could he do other than sigh and order a proper burial? As for Qin Shao and Yang Jian, these 2 pillars of the sect must be saved. Su Tianzhao stared blankly at the wooden hollowed-out lattice window at the end of the royal court, his mood complicated. If not for Su Yi's death, today would have been a perfect ending. He got the fair and just Li Chao, the military talent Qin Shao, and the fearless and loyal Yang Jian. It was a pity that Su Yi's death had cast a layer of grey and sorrow over today's victory. After that, there were many good news. The Outlanders killed many wild beasts in their pursuit, and the Blood Fortress also organized a wave of counterattacks. They pincered and killed many wild beasts from the front and back. In the end, less than 1/3 of the wild beasts successfully escaped back to the 100,000 mountains in the Twilight Ridge. This time, Dragon City had won the biggest victory in the past few decades against the Beast Tide. Dragon City, Imperial Hospital. Link lay on his bed and yawned. He didn't have any injuries, but he had been arranged to stay in the best ward. There were people guarding outside the door, and there were also lovely nurses accompanying him in the ward. "Battalion Commander Chin, do you want to drink some water?" said Link, shaking his head. "How about eating some fruits? It'll help you recover faster." Link was speechless. He wasn't injured at all, so what was he recovering from? "Commander Chin, aren't you bored? Let me tell you a joke." The nurse sat by the bed, holding her face in her hands and smiling at Link. "No need." "Then, Battalion Commander Chin, are you cold? I can warm your bed for you." "It's not impossible to warm up other things, Ying." The nurse lowered her head shyly, and the sun had already climbed up her cheeks. "There's no need," Link coughed. "But I really do need your help with something. Can you help me check on Yang Jing next door and see how she is doing?" The young nurse nodded her head repeatedly and shyly jogged out to the next ward to ask for information. After the nurse left, Link heaved a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This young lady from Dragon City was too enthusiastic. However, Link could understand the reason. The fact that he was put in this ward was enough to prove that he was important in Su Tianzhao's heart. The intensive care unit in Dragon City's Imperial Hospital was something that only the core political figures of Dragon City could enjoy. Now that he and Silverhand were both here, it meant that the first stage of the plan was a great success. The Dragon City was a place with a strict family system. He was highly regarded by the city lord and had gathered the wolf cavalry army to defeat the beast tide. This news had probably spread throughout the entire Dragon City by now, and he would definitely become the backbone of the city lord in the future. As long as the nurses in the hospital were willing to give up their status and climb up this high branch, they would be able to fly up to the branch and become phoenixes, leaping from commoners to aristocrats. Taking advantage of this, Link entered the Spirit Network. Administrator Link: at Group Leader Macaw. "Old Gold, have you transferred Silverhand's mechanical arm?" Group Leader Macaw: "Don't worry. I handed it over to Third Brother personally. Third Brother said that he's already opened up the channel for mechanical prosthetics. We're just waiting for the goods from Helen." Administrator Link: "All right. Make arrangements for Simon and Number 3. Start contacting the old factions." The general of the Valiant Cavalry, Su Yi, was dead, and this position was left vacant, Sugzu. Group Leader Macaw: "Are you not interested in this position?" Administrator Link: "Of course I'll take the spot. But we have to give these old school families some hope, right?" Group Leader Macaw: "Ayo, you're so bad, Ying. But I like you." After assigning tasks to the Macaw, the door of the nursing ward was opened by a young nurse with a bad expression. "Battalion Commander Chin, I've asked around for you. Yang Jian's current situation is a little complicated. Although his body has been stabilized and his wounds have been treated, he didn't find a broken arm on the battlefield, so there's no way to reattach it. It's very likely that he'll be living with one arm from now on." On the surface, Link looked regretful and remorseful, but he was actually overjoyed. The nurse's eyes brightened when she saw Link's depressed mood. She quickly sat on the bed and hugged Link's head. "Battalion Commander Chin, if you want to cry, just cry it out, Ying Luo." Although the nurse was wearing a white coat, her chest was still quite large. Even the loose white coat couldn't cover it. But was Link that kind of person? She turned her head away with all her might, trying to leave the warm, fragrant, and soft embrace. "Miss Nurse, please watch your behavior. Battalion Commander Chin, your injuries are not healed yet. Don't use force, don't resist, I'll take care of it myself." The nurse was as gentle as water, as if she had a kind of magic. Link felt his power drain away bit by bit as he was pulled closer and closer by the nurse. 2 huge planets crashed into him. Thump, thump, thump. "Commander Chin, the city lord and the emperor's teacher have come to visit you." Hearing that the city lord was coming, the nurse hurriedly let go of Link's head and helped him lie down. She then covered him with the blanket to smooth out the wrinkles. Battalion Commander Qin, you still need to rest and recuperate. You can't get up. Link watched as the two planets disappeared into the distance and sighed. He didn't know if he should be glad or regretful. The young nurse stood to the side, looking a little nervous. Not long after, a lot of people suddenly appeared at the door. Su Tianzhao was the first to enter the room, followed by the imperial tutor Lang Guan. Link also caught a glimpse of Li Chao, who was in charge of maintaining order at the door. They were all here. City Lord, Imperial Teacher. Link looked very excited. Just as he got up from the bed, Su Tianzhao pressed down on his shoulder. You haven't recovered from your injuries yet. You can just lie down and rest. Su Tianzhao looked at Qin Shao. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Qin Shao's identity was an outstanding third-generation disciple of the Qin family, a medium-sized sect in Dragon City. He went out with his brother to gain experience and became stronger after a fortuitous encounter, but he also lost his brother due to an accident. After he returned, he tamed a king beast and was promoted to an elder. Then, he was chosen as the battalion commander of the cavalry battalion. At Flying Tiger Stream, he blocked the vanguard of the beast tide and killed tens of thousands of wild beasts. In Baiwang Ridge, they had first killed a giant blood bat king beast, then used a few hundred people to stop the beast tide, and after the general of the valiant cavalry had died, they had regrouped the wolf cavalry troops to turn the situation around and secure victory. With such an identity and background, as well as extremely strong strength, it was simply a sharp knife tailor-made for Su Tianzhao to get rid of the old party. It's been hard on you this time. Su Tianzhao patted Link's shoulder. Link immediately put on the expression that third brother, Afu, and Bob always had. With a serious face and bright eyes, he said, guarding Dragon City and sharing the city lord's worries, it's not hard. At this moment, the Emperor's teacher, Lang Guan, also stepped forward. You're the main contributor to solving the beast tide this time. The city lord rewards and punishes fairly. After you recover, you will be appointed as the general of the cavalry and lead the cavalry. Link immediately panicked and shook his head in rejection. City lord, Emperor's teacher, the one who killed the ancient Dionysus and ended the beast tide this time was my cavalry unit's Yang Jian, not me. This reward was too great, and Qin Shao didn't dare to accept it. If I may be so bold, please withdraw your order, City Lord. Su Tianzhao stood up, laughed, and left. I've never taken back the rewards I've given as for Yang Jian's contribution, I'll give it to him, so you don't have to worry about it. Then, Link hesitated for a moment. I will lead the troops for the City Lord, even if it costs me 10,000 lives. The Emperor's teacher, Lang Guan, stroked his beard and said with a smile, rest well. When you're discharged from the hospital, the City Lord will find a chance to announce this news. Let's go to the side and take a look at Yang Jian. After the two of them left, Li Chao gave Link a meaningful look before he closed the door. The two of them looked at each other and understood that the next stage of the plan had begun. Su Tianzhao had calculated every step. He first came to personally inform Link of his appointment, but he would only announce it after he recovered and was discharged from the hospital. During these few days, the position of general was empty. Link had just contacted the Macaw and asked Simon and Number 3 to instigate the old party. The two ambitious men had the same view. Just as Link was thinking about this, the nurse beside him became more and more excited. Good Lord! A valiant cavalry general in his 20s was one of a kind in Dragon City. He had to hold on to this big tree. General Qin, you're sweating. Take off your hospital gown, I'll wipe the Kazaya for you. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 522. Link was lying on the hospital bed, weak and desperate. He is the Emperor of the Desert, the Lord of the Sand City, and now is also the General of Longcheng Zioki. He broke his wrist with Moros, fought head-on with the Mechanical Pioneer, defeated the Duke, defeated the Shining and Nightmare with one enemy and two, and knocked the legendary Silver Hand with a knife more than 300 times. Fighting against so many strong people without losing the wind, now that a little nurse is so weak and sweaty, what is this? However, after Link's repeated refusal, the little nurse finally gave up the overlord's hard bow, and instead got along with Link day and night and slowly cultivated relationships. Isn't it ridiculous? The only thing Link was grateful for was that the macaw was distracted by him. If he let this guy know this, it would be a black history for a lifetime. After Su Tianzhao and Leng Guan left, Link went to Yin Xiao's ward to walk around, and found an excuse to drive away all the medical staff. How about, what did Su Tianzhao tell you? Silver Hand looked at Link, and he sighed and said in a vague tone, "Oh, as expected, you only care about your plan, and don't care about my life or death." As he said, he even picked up the quilt with his left arm, pretending to be a handkerchief and nodding his head. Wiping tears, like a little woman. Link was full of black lines, and couldn't help but spit out, "Don't play the macaw suit with me." Yin Xiao watched Link put his hands in his chest, and sighed, "It's boring." Su Tianzhao and Leng Guan came over and greeted a few words and left. After asking the doctor that they couldn't connect the arm, they promised to install a mechanical prosthesis for me. "Didn't you say anything else?" Link regretted it after asking, and Yin Xiao's brilliant smile said everything. "Don't tell me, I'm very lucky." The disguised Yang Guo turned out to be a Dragon City legend, but unfortunately, he fell into the family and became the homeless people. He needs to be recruited to enter the cavalry camp. As the Silver Hand said, he began to hesitate, "This time I have been rewarded by Su Tianzhao. This is how I reshape the glory of my ancestors." Link on the side was stunned. "You said Yang Guo is a descendant of the Yang family of Monument?" Yin Xiao nodded, "I didn't know about it, but I said it coldly. Fortunately, I reacted quickly at the time, so I followed the words and said that I was unknown and did not deserve to be the Yang family." "Round it over." Lin Ke nodded slightly, since he said it coldly, "That's right." Su Tianzhao, a man of great style, must have investigated our detailed identity and background before meeting. And in the whole plan, we are he who checks and balances the old party. The two sharp knives naturally have to be checked upright. Fortunately, our identities are not leaking. There is no big problem. Other than that, what kind of reward does Su Tianzhao have? When he was in Link's ward, Su Tianzhao clearly stated that he would have other rewards for Yang Guo. This is also the reason why Link refused, because he knew that Su Tianzhao was a male character. And Emperor Lengguan's emphasis on loyalty, definitely will not give up Silver Hand because of broken arm. Sounds ridiculous, a guy who treacherously kills the master, actually values loyalty so much. The corners of the Silver Hand's mouth rose, and it was difficult to suppress inner joy. Su Tianzhao said that I was worthy of Yang Jia Erlang for killing the Beast King this time, so he allowed me to reopen the Yang Mansion and ordered me to take charge of the Dragon Guard in accordance with the laws of the old times. Link was overjoyed. The three elite troops of the Yulin Army, Dragon Guard, Zioki Camp, and Dragon City. Among them, the Dragon Guards are all fierce warriors who are ranked as 10. The ordinary troops are selected through layers and send people to participate in the test of the Dragon Guards every year. In the end, only dozens of people can join them. Arrange the Silver Hand to take over such an elite force, firmly occupying an important force. And Link took over as the Zioki general of the original Su Yi, commanding all the cavalry in Longcheng, including Zioki Camp. 2 of the 3 elite troops in Longcheng are in their hands. Not to mention that tens of thousands of steppe wolves are controlled by Link, which is outrageous. Link is going to find a way to take over with Li Chao in a few days to see what benefits this guy gets this time and where he is assigned. Then do you know what you promised me? After Link said Su Tianzhao's promise, Silver Hand couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. This is outrageous. You have the cavalry camp and the entire cavalry unit. I have the Dragon Guard in my hand. Then the 2 of us, it is the second of the 3 elites in Dragon City. The Silver Hand is a little bit confused, so he and Link will control the 2 of the 3 elites in Dragon City. Is it too easy? Moreover, the Li Chao who followed the Dishi Lengguan was also his own, and most of the important high-level members of the entire Dragon City were his own. Rounding down, the entire Dragon City was from Shadu. Link smiled and patted Yin Xiao's shoulder, so follow me and act well, there will be more exciting things behind. The Silver Hand nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would definitely play the role of Yang Guo. Link had already figured out Yin Xiao's character. Don't be fooled by his appearance, just think of him as a 15 or 6-year-old rebellious teenager. What this kind of youth needs is not order, but guidance and temptation. In addition, the Silver Hand itself has a kind of mad artist's strength, madman design. This kind of thing needs to be guided by what he is interested in order to be obedient. Rather than the simple and straightforward command style like John, it will inevitably cause rebellious psychology. In this respect, John is indisputably a younger brother. The 2 days of recuperating from the hospital were the 2 most difficult days for Link. Every day, like a spy, I use spiritual network or voice worm to listen to work reports and external conditions, and then give guidance to Simon and the youngest, which consumes about 10% of Link's energy. The remaining 90% of energy is basically spent on young nurses. It was the kind of confrontation that was extremely fierce, sweaty, moaning, and disheveled. Although the little nurse said that she should slowly cultivate her feelings, other nurses have come over these past 2 days to find all kinds of excuses, and the little nurse has a deep sense of crisis. Now even Link has to guard the door when he goes to the toilet, so as not to allow other hoofs to take advantage of any opportunities. On this basis, the little nurse also teased Link from time to time. Such as, "General Qin, do you feel that today is extra hot? Can I take off my work clothes?" The little nurse's slender and white hands have been placed on the buttons of the nurse's clothes, slowly releasing the first button and the 2 planets like a little white rabbit trying to break free, looming. "Cough cough, no need, just turn on the air conditioner." Link tremblingly took up the remote control and lowered the temperature of the air conditioner a few degrees. When he was helping him to lie down just now, he saw that the little nurse was playing in a vacuum today. If the nurse is taken off, it must be the garden full of spring can't hide, 2 white rabbits jump out. The little nurse pursed her lips, secretly saying that General Qin didn't understand customs. "This body has clearly recovered, why is it holding yourself?" After a while, "General Qin, it's a bit cold, can I get warm in the bed?" The little nurse bent down slightly, covering her chest with one hand, and pressing the other hand on her lower abdomen, indicating a clear hint. Link was startled, then nodded immediately. The little nurse was ecstatic, and her hard work for several days finally paid off. After a while, Link covered the little nurse with a quilt and said with a smile, "You just lie down here, I'll talk to Lao Yang for a while." Seeing Qin Xiao's proud back, the little nurse was so angry that she was boiling a kettle, and her nose kept spraying white air. When he walked out of the room, Link let out a sigh of relief. "Ma yet, by guarding strictly every day, I finally saved my perfect body." When he came to Yin Xiao's room, the nurse went out by himself with vision. Yin Xiao looked at Link's collapsed look, and couldn't help but say, "Why, I am teasing my wisdom and courage again." Link nodded helplessly. This was not what Link told Yin Xiao, but Yin Xiao listened to the gossip of his little nurse chatting, saying that it was the little nurse next door who used all his strength to prepare to take down General Qin, but it was a pity that Qin was killed by Qin. The general saw the move and dismantled it and blocked it back. "If you want me to say, if you don't work, then you will follow, anyway, you won't suffer. There are many people in this hospital, and there are many eyeliners." Yin Xiao's tone is quite sophisticated, like a person from here. Link raised his head and glanced at Silver Hand, then looked back at the nurse outside the door, and suddenly realized. "Don't think about it, I'm innocent." I broke my arm, and there is a reason for total rejection. Yin Xiao explained quickly. Good guy, if Link wears a hat and tells Martha's wife when he goes back, then he can't eat it. Well, you know and I know about the Imperial Hospital, no one else will say it, it's our own secret. The Silver Hand considered the gains and losses for a moment, and simply said, deal. The two said a few more words, and suddenly they sensed that someone was approaching outside, and they changed other topics tacitly. General Qin, General Yang, and Inspector Li have come to visit you. The little nurse opened the door timidly and reported. Link's eyes lit up, please come in. Soon, Li Chao and his hand came down to the ward, and after putting down the flower and fruit basket, Li Chao waved it out and waited outside. I'm here today, first of all I brought a notice from Longting. General Yang, your mechanical prosthesis installation operation will be performed tomorrow. After the installation is completed, there will be 1 day to adapt, after which Longting will officially announce that you two will take office. News. Li Chao said solemnly. The Silver Hand leaned against the head of the bed and complained, I have to wait 2 more days. Can I take office after the installation that day? You are so anxious to take office, I didn't see it, Link teased. The Silver Hand is serious, it is my duty to revitalize the Yang family. Just take this out and talk about it. The door is closed in the ward, and what kind of garlic is there? Link said in a bad mood. Li Chao, who was on the side, stared blankly. He also wanted to find an excuse to report to Lolling alone, avoiding the descendants of the Yang family who were in front of him. Just watching the conversation between Link and him, the relationship between the two seems to be very familiar. Looking at Li Chao with a dull look, Link simply revealed, this Yang Guo, or Inspector Li recruited to the cavalry camp, will you not forget it? Li Chao smiled awkwardly, of course he would not forget. At the time of recruitment, this man had good marksmanship and good bow and arrow control, so he was included in the cavalry camp, but at that time Li Chao didn't know that he was a descendant of Feng Bei Yangman. Naturally, I will not forget that General Yang's marksmanship and bow horse skills are extraordinary, but I didn't know that he was a descendant of the Yang family. I hope to forgive me if I didn't take care of it well. Although Li Chao is now also the leading star in front of Su Tianzhao and Leng Guan, but because he couldn't figure out the relationship between Yang Guo and Link, he still chose to treat it with a normal attitude. Then I will introduce him to another identity, Yin Xiao. Li Chao was taken aback for a moment. Yin Xiao, this name is a bit familiar. Searching his brain, Li Chao's expression quickly changed, and everything about Silver Hands appeared in his memory. You are a painter. Yin Xiao nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Yes, I am his father. Li Chao looked dumbfounded, feeling as if he had seen the family ethics drama in the evening stage of Longcheng Central 8 Station, and asked Link for help with great doubts. Link waved his hand, indicating that Li Chao didn't need to care about these details, he only needed to know that Yang Guo in front of him was his own. Immediately, Li Chao seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help taking a breath. General, do you know what reward Su Tianzhao and Leng Guan gave me this time? The general of Li Chao was called General Qin to others, but Link understood that the real meaning of this general was General Lin of Shadu. I still want to find a chance to ask you, why did you ask me instead? You reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but since you asked, then I will guess. First, let you command the entire Habayashi army, and secondly serving in the palace guard, it is very likely that he is holding Jinmu. In addition to this, there should be an identity, I guess it should be able to affect the situation in Dragon City. Link is not guessing, but deducing based on the conclusion. In Su Tianzhao's eyes, the three are sharp weapons against the old party forces. They must be given positions with real power and can affect the structure of Dragon City. Li Chao, Qin Xiao, and Yang Guo, the tridents Su Tianzhao used to deal with the old party, must be held tightly in their hands and given sharp edges. Li Chao looked stunned, because the real situation was exactly what Link said. "General, don't you know from any channel in advance, you are all right. Su Tianzhao ordered my chief Yu Linjun to be Jinwu, and there is also a supervisory position to supervise hundreds of officials." But Li Chao immediately thought that this matter hadn't been officially announced yet, and he had only learned about it through eloquence, and didn't tell anyone else how Link knew it. Lin Kesa smiled, "It seems that I guessed right. Because of this outstanding performance, Silver Hand and I have been taken care of by Su Tian, and because of the cold endorsement of the previous emperor, you must be more respected than us." The general strategizes, "Everything is planned." Li Chao thought again, now that the three elites of Dragon City are all in their hands, and there are tens of thousands of Steppenwolves. As long as Link is willing, he can launch a coup that swept Dragon City from inside and outside at any time. I'm afraid that if we continue to do it, the entire Dragon City is Link's possession. 523 3 orders, combination punch. There's been a lot of talk outside these past 2 days, right? Although Link had been recuperating in the Imperial Hospital, he had already guessed that the public opinion outside Dragon City would be very aggressive. Li Chao's shock had not stopped since he entered the ward. There was a saying, decisive battle thousands of miles away, in the midst of planning. The general didn't step out of the Imperial Hospital's main gate, but he knew everything that happened outside. It was really amazing. Li Chao nodded. Because Su Yi is dead, the position of General of Valiant Cavalry is now empty. Many people from the conservative faction are interested in fighting for this position. These days, public opinion has been everywhere. The conservative faction, which used to keep a low profile, has begun to take action, causing Su Tianzhao a lot of trouble. Link nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Simon and Third Brother's execution was very successful. They had successfully incited the old faction to put pressure on Su Tianzhao. In that case, Su Tianzhao would only put Qin Shao in a more important position and force him to stay in that position. Link's move to take advantage of the situation further stabilized his position in Dragon City. It also indirectly pushed forward the conflict between Su Tianzhao and the Conservative Party. Li Chao looked at the time on his watch. He had been here for too long. "General, Su Tianzhao is suspicious by nature. I'm afraid that he will have other thoughts if I stay here any longer. Before I leave, I have one more thing to say. These days, Su Tianzhao and Leng Guan asked me to investigate the grand libation of Luoch Palace. Based on my understanding of the two of them, it's very likely that they asked me to investigate the grand libation because they have done something illegal, and it's also Su Tianzhao's stripping of the power of the Conservative Party." After hearing this, Link suddenly laughed. "Then I'd like to congratulate Supervisor Li in advance for rising up the ranks." Li Chao still didn't understand. What did it have to do with his promotion by asking him to investigate the violation of law and order by the Great Libation of Luoch Palace? He was only telling Link that Link might use this to set up some trap. It was true that Li Chao was an undercover agent in Shadu, but he had learned a lot from Leng Guan. One of them was to not try to figure out what the boss did. All you needed to do was to tell him everything you knew. Silver Hand was also dumbfounded. Since both of them were confused, Link decided to point it out. "Think about it. Since Su Tianzhao and Leng Guan asked you to investigate, they must have received accurate information. As the supervisor of the officials, you naturally have the responsibility to investigate the truth. When the truth is out, the position of Grand Chancellor will definitely be empty. Who do you think Su Tianzhao will give this official position to?" Li Chao followed Link's line of thought and muttered, "As Dragon City's intelligence agency, Luoja Palace has an important position. The previous Grand Chancellor was a member of the Conservative Party. If the position of Grand Chancellor was left vacant, it would weaken the strength of the Conservative Party. Su Tianzhao would definitely give the position to someone he trusted. Now, he wants to create a trident to eradicate the Conservative Party, so he can only use Qian Qian. Li Chao didn't continue because he already understood what Link meant. He, Qin Shao, and Yang Jian were the three tridents. Among them, he had done intelligence work and graduated from the Luoge Palace with excellence. He was also a member of the Palace Guards, a nominal disciple of the Cold Pass, and Su Tianzhao's nominal junior brother. Then the position of the Grand Libation of Luoge Palace would most likely fall on him. He had to command 3 elite troops of Dragon City, all the cavalrymen, and the supervising officials. Now, there was also the Luoge Palace. It had only been a few days since Link had come to the Dragon City, but he had already set up a trap. Li Chao's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what words to use to describe Link's skills. The power of ghosts and gods is only so-so, right? Li Chao had thought that he would have to hide in Dragon City for a long time before he could welcome the Emperor's army. However, he did not expect to see the grand occasion of Dragon City in Dongping, Shandu, in just 2 or 3 months. It was even possible that they would not even need to shed a single drop of blood. Now, the entire military force and important departments of Dragon City were in their hands. With the help of monster security companies' forces in Dragon City, they could easily launch a coup. "What do you want me to do, General?" Li Chao asked. "Of course, we'll be loyal to the country and share the burden with the Lord." Li Chao's eyes gleamed. "I will follow General's orders." Then, he turned around and left. After Li Chao left, Silverhand scratched his head. "What were you two talking about just now? Why can't I understand a word you said? Rest well for now and wait for the mechanical arm to be reattached tomorrow. After that, you can rebuild the Yang family's glory." Link sized up the Silverhand's appearance. The descendant of the Yang family, a broken arm, a large eagle, and even his name was Yang Jian. If the players saw this, they might think that it was a tribute Easter egg arranged by the game company. Link chuckled and walked out of the ward. When he reached his room, he stopped again. One door away, one side was heaven and the other was hell. All the relaxation and happiness would disappear once the door was opened. Just as Link was in a daze, the door to the ward opened. The nurse smiled brightly. "General Qin, don't stand outside and catch a cold. Come in quickly." She reached out her white and slender arms and wrapped them around Link's neck like an ice-cold snake. The next day, the installation of Silverhand's mechanical arm went smoothly. The monster security company bribed the doctors and nurses for the operation and purchased the mechanical arms, which were also specially built by Helen according to the situation. On the surface, it looked like the best mechanical prosthetics that could be purchased in Dragon City, but in fact, there was a whole new world inside. Whether it was the drive chip or the functions, it was quite complete. It could be said to be Helen's recent masterpiece. Similarly, the basic program of the new mechanical arm had a built-in law of a beautiful world to counteract and suppress the destruction program in the Silverhand's subconscious. However, while communicating with Link through the sound transmission bug, Helen discovered that even though the Silverhand had lost the suppression of the mechanical arm and the magic program, its emotions had already been fixed and were not easily stimulated. Thus, she upgraded the basic program from the first version to the Law of a Beautiful World 2.0 version. After Silverhand woke up, he felt the new mechanical arm and sighed. Helen's technology is getting better and better. She can actually use a standard module to build a mechanical arm that's not weaker than the one from Korea Technology. Link placed his hands on his chest and leaned against the wall. He then asked, "Other than the mechanical arm effect, do you feel anything else? You want to ask about the fundamental hedge program in the mechanical arm, right?" Silverhand closed his eyes and felt it for a while. Link didn't try to avoid it and nodded. "After you lost your arm a few days ago, I saw that you weren't affected by the subconsciousness destruction program, so I gave Helen this feedback. Therefore, she redesigned the basic program of the new mechanical arm. It should be to reduce the strength and reduce the impact on you. It's indeed much milder than before, but now that I'm not under stimulation, it rarely triggers the subconscious. However, having this thing is still good. Silverhand patted the new mechanical arm, making a banging sound. Link said. They had talked about this before. According to your analysis, the Silverhand has formed a stable personality under the interaction of the two programs. As long as there is no external stimulation, it will not easily activate the program left by the mechanical pioneers. It was like a seesaw with heavy objects hanging on both sides. Silverhand had gradually found a point of balance. The hedge program in the mechanical arm was like a key to prevent the seesaw from tilting to any side. It's fine as long as you're fine. Have a good night's sleep tonight and you can be discharged tomorrow. Link heaved a sigh of relief. If he could stay up for one more night, he would be able to leave this hellish place tomorrow. The position of the valiant cavalry general had been vacant for several days. How could the Conservative Party let go of such an opportunity? Now, Su Tianzhao was supporting the new faction to fight against the old faction, constantly weakening the power and influence of these meritorious families. It could be said that Su Tianzhao's heart was known by everyone. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? They had to take the position of the valiant cavalry general. Therefore, these conservative families united, used various connections, and various influences to put pressure on Su Tianzhao, wanting to take the position of general of agile cavalry. At this moment, Su Tianzhao announced Li Chao's supervisor identity, and Li Chao began to investigate the matter of favoritism, fraud, and corruption of the Grand Libation of Luoge Palace. Su Tianzhao's current attitude was unanimously agreed by the Conservative Party to be a one-for-one move. Su Tianzhao obviously couldn't stop the old faction from fighting for the position of General of Agile Cavalry, so he used Li Chao to investigate the Grand Chancellor. The Grand Chancellor was a member of the Conservative faction. He was also from a powerful family and had controlled Luoge Palace for more than 10 years. The graduates of Dragon City's intelligence department were basically all his disciples and had a deep influence. Li Chao's investigation did exist. If it was exposed, the Grand Chancellor would definitely not be able to hold his position. Therefore, after much consideration, the Conservative Party was forced to agree to Su Tianzhao's plan. The position of the Grand Libation of Luoge Palace was exchanged for the position of the valiant cavalry general. To put it bluntly, it was an exchange of the intelligence system for the 3 elite cavalry battalions and the Wild Wolves. This was also in line with the interests of the Monster Security Company. After all, the Wild Wolves had made a name for themselves in the Monster Tide this time. The injured Wild Wolves were quickly revived with the special logistics support of the Monster Security Company. Many people in Dragon City were originally immersed in the joy of victory. However, when they saw the Monster Security Company's control over the Wild Wolves, they more or less felt a sense of crisis. If Dragon City relied too much on the Wild Wolves, which were the most important equipment in Sidu, and the logistics support had to be provided by the Monster Security Company, wouldn't that mean that Dragon City would be controlled by Sidu in the future? The old party and the Monster Security Company were very close, so they naturally saw this. As a powerful aristocratic family, their only goal was to protect their family and strengthen their family's power. As for who was the city lord, it didn't matter to them. The Su family was able to sit firmly on the position of Dragon City's city lord, but they did not lack the support of the conservative faction. Now that they felt that the power of the Conservative Party was great and affected the stability of the royal power, they wanted to kill the donkey after it was done. The conservative gentry would definitely not agree. In addition, with the strong unification of the West by Sand City and the active expansion of the Monster Security Company, these conservative families became the leading party and began to flirt with Sand City. This time, the old party was naturally happy to exchange one for one. As the general of the valiant cavalry, he was in charge of the cavalry battalion and the Wild Wolves. Together with the Monster Security Company behind them, it could be said that the Wild Wolves were completely under his control. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was an important weapon of the country based on the strength of the Monster Tide this time. With such a King Path divine weapon, the position of Grand Libation of Luoch Palace was not so important. However, just as the conservative forces thought so, Su Tianzhao sent out 3 divine decrees in a row. A set of combination punches was performed, which not only shocked Dragon City, but also Shitu and Fayat. Su Tianzhao's first order was: Li Chao was appointed as the general of the Imperial Guards, the Minister of Gold of the Royal Court, the Imperial Censor, and the Grand Libation of the Luoch Palace. He led the elite feathered forest guards of Dragon City, acted as the city lord's patrol official to fulfill his duties, and stayed in Luoch Palace to cultivate elite talents for Dragon City. Moreover, Li Chao also had a sensitive identity. One of his parents was from Shandu. In a place like Dragon City where one's family background was important, this kind of promotion was simply an exception and unheard of. It was like a sparrow flying up a branch and becoming a phoenix. However, this appointment also revealed a piece of news, and that was that the city lord, Su Tianzhao, did not stick to a pattern and began to use the children of the poor families. This was definitely good news for the people of Dragon City. The second order. He appointed Qin Shao as the valiant cavalry general, leading the valiant cavalry battalion and the wilderness wolf cavalry troops. The first piece of news was acceptable to everyone, but the news about Qin Shao was completely divided into 2 sides. For example, the conservative faction had originally discussed who would take the position of general, but Link had interrupted them halfway. Qin Shao's performance in the fight against the Beast Tide could be said to be amazing. He led the 500 cavalry units to complete the impossible and built up the backbone and morale of Dragon City. He even personally participated in killing the Beast King, the ancient Dionysus. He was the great hero of Dragon City. However, before this, the old faction of the family had never thought that Qin Shao, who was an elder of the Qin family, could climb to the position of valiant cavalry general. Qin Shao was only in his 20s. This was too fast. With this position now, how could he be promoted in the future? Was he going to be the Grand Marshal of the 3 armies? In contrast to the old factions of the powerful families, the valiant cavalry battalion and the cavalry department were overjoyed when they heard the news. The scene of Qin Shao leading them on the battlefield was still vivid in their minds. He was like the guardian god of the cavalry on the battlefield. As long as they saw his back, they would feel at ease and have the will to fight. Only such a person was worthy of being their general. If it was anyone else, they would not be convinced. Thus, an awkward situation occurred. The old party wanted to arrange for someone to be the general of the valiant cavalry, but Qin Shaoman's opinion was the same in the army. If they were to suddenly appear, it would probably cause a mutiny. If this piece of news put the conservative party in a dilemma, then the following third piece of news directly caused them to explode. The third order. He appointed Yang Jian as the Dragon General, leading the Dragon Protection Squad, one of the 3 elites of Dragon City. As Yang Jian was a direct descendant of the monument Yang sect, he was specially allowed to re-establish his residence in Dragon City and rebuild the Yang sect's heroic bearing. This piece of news was simply a snake hitting its vital spot. These powerful and old factions were known for their deep foundations and long family backgrounds, but these proud identities were simply vulnerable in front of the monument of the Yang sect. The Yang family was full of loyalty. You could ask any young son in Dragon City and he would be able to talk about it endlessly. Loyalty to the country, loyalty to the family, and the deeds of the family were enough to write a monument. This was the origin of the monument, Yang sect. Compared to the Yang sect, the other families could only be said to be nouveau riche. Su Tianzhao put Yang Jian in an important position and ordered him to reopen the Yang family. He was simply digging out the foundation of the old factions of these powerful families. 3 orders, a combination punch. The old faction of the family was completely stunned. 524 complicated and complicated, the dagger is revealed. With the 3 orders issued, the entire Dragon City fell into a huge discussion. These 3 orders were too grand. They directly promoted 3 unknown people to the most important positions in Dragon City, taking charge of the 3 armies. The 3 orders showed Su Tianzhao's courage and determination to fight against the old party of the gentry. While the old supporters of the powerful families were still in shock, Link, Silverhand, and Li Chao had already taken their tokens and information and embarked on their respective paths. The 3 Dragon Court dragon carriages headed to 3 different places. Li Chao's car was the first to arrive at the destination. The royal court official didn't have to go there. He had been to the Overwatch Council before he took office. Li Chao's first destination today was the Luoch Palace in the north of Dragon City. Looking at the main gate of Luoch Palace, which had never changed, Li Chao puffed out his chest and walked in. "Greetings, Lord Libation." As soon as Li Chao entered Luoche Palace and walked around the screen at the entrance, he saw a vast number of students and teachers bowing to him. Li Chao originally thought that he would encounter difficulties in Luoch Palace. After all, the original Grand Libation of Luoch Palace was from the old faction of the powerful families, and he was born as a commoner, so he must represent the interests of the new and poor families. There were many teachers in Luoch Palace who came from poor families, but after graduation, they all joined the powerful families and became the henchmen of the noble families. As for the remaining teachers, they were simply the children of powerful families. They worked as teachers in Luoche Palace to win over the students and build up their network. Therefore, Li Chao had foreseen that his arrival would be boycotted, but he didn't expect it to be a welcome. But when Li Chao glanced over, he understood the reason. None of the children from the powerful families were present. Only the children and teachers from the humble families were present. As expected, there's still a long way to go. Li Chao took a deep breath. He thought of how he had asked Link how to be a good libation of the Luoche Palace. Link's answer was only one sentence. Do what Su Tianzhao wants to do, and do what others dare not do or think about. Li Chao repeated in his heart. After witnessing Link's unpredictable tactics and schemes, Li Chao was now completely loyal to Link. He regarded Link's words as his guide. Li Chao took a deep breath and thought carefully. Su Tianzhao put him in this position not only because he was born in the Luoche Palace and understood this place, but also because of his incomparable loyalty. Then, what exactly did Su Tianzhao want him to do? And what did the teachers and students in front of him want to do but not dare to do? The whole scene was awkward. In order to welcome Li Chao, the Grand Chancellor from a humble family, the teachers and students had specially prepared a surprise and welcome ceremony. However, the expression of this grand libation now made them completely confused. You say you're happy, but what do you mean by closing your eyes? Do you think we're too spicy for your eyes? You can say that you're unhappy, but you don't seem to show any disgust on your face. You just close your eyes and seem to be thinking about something. For a moment, both sides were frozen in place. After a long while, Li Chao opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He had thought it through. Li Chao glanced at the teachers and students who came to welcome him and said, I can't thank you enough for coming to welcome me. However, I'm a little curious. Why are there so few teachers and students? Is there anyone who can give me an answer? The teachers and students who had been smiling just now all had unnatural expressions on their faces. Their smiles were like ice that had melted under the scorching Sunday. They slowly disappeared from their faces and lowered their heads. At this moment, an elderly teacher stood up with a walking stick. Li Chao recognized him at a glance. This teacher Chen in front of him had taught him before. The two of them looked at each other. Teacher Chen faced this former student, who was now the leader, and sighed. Since no one dares to say it, then let me, this old bag of bones, say it, Ying Luo. The teachers and students of the influential families all took leave after knowing that the Lord Libation will take office today. Oh? What were the reasons for their leave? Did they go through the approval process of the Luoche Palace? Li Chao's face was expressionless, and the question was also unexpected. Old Chen was obviously stunned for a moment. He thought that Li Chao would be angry, but he didn't expect that Li Chao would only ask these questions. He shook his head and said, "No, the director in charge of the approval process is also from a powerful family. When they received the news this morning, they left at the same time after receiving the phone call. There were no signs and they didn't go through any approval process." Li Chao understood. In other words, these teachers didn't go through the leave application process and left their posts without permission. These students had skipped class and left the school without approval. "Elder Chen, you're a veteran of the school, and you're very clear about the Luozhe Palace system. What do you think we should do in this situation?" Old Chen's body trembled as he had a bad premonition, but he still explained the regulations of Luozhe Palace. According to the regulations of the Luozhe Palace, if a teacher leaves his post without permission, he will be punished or expelled. The same goes for our students. Li Chao nodded, not understanding the meaning behind it. His expression became more and more serious, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "The Dragon City just ended the beast tide, and they think that everything is fine and that they can be so free? It must be known that there was a beast tide outside Dragon City, and there were serious internal party disputes. As an important intelligence agency and school in Dragon City, Luozhe Palace has the duty to cultivate a reserve intelligence force, and they also have the determination to serve Dragon City at all times. Tell me, why did you come to Luozhe Palace?" Li Chao asked as his eyes swept across the crowd. At first, it was completely silent. Then, some disciples mustered up their courage and voiced their thoughts. Some wanted money, some wanted to increase their cultivation level, some wanted to bring honor to their ancestors, and so on. After Li Chao heard this, he shook his head. Wrong. He was studying for the rise of Dragon City. This should be the most resolute belief of every student who comes to Luozhe Palace. Please go elsewhere for promotion and wealth, but don't enter this door if you're afraid of death. Old Chen, write this sentence later and paste it on the gate of Luozhe Palace. Li Chao took 2 steps and suddenly stopped. Tell those teachers and students who left not to come back tomorrow. They've been expelled from the Luozhe Palace. As soon as he said that, everyone present gasped. There were so many teachers and students, and they were all expelled? It must be known that those teachers and students were all from powerful families. When they united, their influence was amazing. The impact and consequences of directly expelling them were not something that Li Chao could bear alone. Lord Chancellor, please think twice. Li Chao waved his hand. There's no need. It's the same for your teachers and students here. If you're still staying in the Luozhe Palace with the same thoughts as before, then I advise you to pack up and leave. After saying that, Li Chao walked towards the Chancellor's office without looking back, leaving behind a group of teachers and students who were shocked by Li Chao's iron-blooded methods. These powerful families had originally wanted to use this move to give Li Chao a taste of his might, but they didn't expect Li Chao to be so decisive and find an excuse to expel all the teachers and students who didn't come. They would use this move to get rid of all the powerful families in Luozhe Palace. Dealing with the powerful families was Su Tianzhao's long-cherished wish and pursuit. Li Chao had just taken office and he had already done something that no one dared to do or think about. At the same time, sowing discord between the powerful families and Su Tianzhao was beneficial to Shandu. There was a saying in Link's heart, make more friends than enemies. In Dragon City, he did the exact opposite. He made many enemies and few friends, and the coup d'état was more than half. For the unification of Shandu, Li Chao was willing to be a pawn and go through fire and water for the sake of Shandu. In the eyes of Luozhe Palace's teachers and students, Li Chao's back was straight and lonely, as if he was fighting against a powerful family all by himself. The Lord Chancellor could not be the only one to open up a new path. Some of the students were after wealth and fame, but there were also many young people who wanted to do great things for Dragon City. One by one, the students followed Li Chao's footsteps and set foot on the same path. The second to arrive at the reporting location was Silver Hand. The Dragon Protection Squad was the smallest of the 3 elites of Dragon City, with a total of only 800 people. However, these 800 people were all elites, the elites of the elites. Every year, among the tens of thousands of Dragon City troops, the selection rate was about 0.5%. Therefore, the soldiers of the Dragon Protection Squad were all very arrogant. If they wanted to intimidate these king soldiers, they had to show them their true abilities. The silver hand came out of the dragon carriage, and the macaw also jumped down from the carriage and followed behind. The dragon chariot shook violently at a speed visible to the naked eye. The macaw saw the 800 burly men standing in the bare drill ground of the Dragon Protection Squad, each of them looking fierce and evil. The corners of its mouth immediately curled up, its eyebrows raised, and it used its wings to poke the silver hand, saying in a strange tone, "Oh, it seems that these people are not very convinced by you." The macaw raised its head and glanced at Silver Hand. This guy surprisingly didn't talk back to it today, which was rare. Don't tell me the famous Silver Hand also has times when he's afraid. The macaw continued to mock. The scene in front of them was very interesting. Silver Hand still didn't answer and kept walking forward. The Vatereceptor made a tisk sound in an unpleasant tone. Sigh, the dog has changed into a chen-chen. After that, he didn't speak any more. When Silverhand walked into the camp, the air in the Dragon Protection Squad drill ground was a little tense. The macaw swallowed its saliva, its eyes filled with excitement. Fight, fight! Silverhand raised his mechanical arm and took out half of the iron rod from his back. He twisted his wrist slightly, and the iron rod extended from the 2 ends, turning into a long spear. Bang! Bang! Silverhand thrust his spear into the ground and placed his hands behind his back. He glanced at the Dragon Protection Squad and said, "I am Yang Jian. From now on, I will be in charge of the Dragon Protection Squad. I am your new boss." After Silverhand finished speaking, he stared at the 800 Dragon Protection Squad members. After a moment, the 800 Dragon Protection Squad members with solemn expressions applauded. "Good. Well said, boss. We'll be following you from now on. If you get a new boss, we won't recognize you. Boss, can you tell me about how you killed the ancient Dionysius in the defeated King Ridge?" The soldiers, who had been fierce just now, were now like fang girls, asking all sorts of questions. The formation that didn't relax in the slightest was their last insistence. The macaw was dumbfounded when it saw this scene. What happened to the solemn atmosphere? Why did he suddenly turn into a bootlicker and a fanboy? These guys all chose from 1,000 people, wasn't it an exaggeration? Silverhand's lips curled into a smile, and when he saw the dumbfounded macaw from the corner of his eye, he felt extremely pleased. Link didn't lie. The soldiers of the Dragon Protection Squad were full of admiration for him. Before coming here, Silverhand had even asked Link how he could become the Dragon General. Link had only told him one thing, "Go and stand there. They'll all listen to you." Silverhand had always thought that Link was just playing a prank on him. This was the only answer he'd gotten after asking him several times. Under Link's repeated guarantees, Silverhand finally decided to give it a try. He's really godly. He just stood there and introduced himself, and these proud men all became submissive. "Don't worry. Since I'm here, I'll protect you in the future." The Silverhand was also a young man. With so many fans suddenly, he naturally had to show the style of a boss. Link sat in the dragon carriage and looked at the time. He estimated that Silverhand had already reached the Dragon Protection Squad. Link wasn't worried at all about this little brother's journey to his new position. What was there to worry about? Just the fact that he had killed the ancient Dionysius and ended the beast tide with his own hands was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in the Dragon Protection Squad. The Dragon Protection Squad was made up of powerful soldiers, and they greatly admired the strong. Silverhand's ability to kill the ancient Dionysius was already enough to make the 800 warriors worship him. In addition, he had lost an arm in order to protect his battalion commander. With the additional loyalty buff, those 800 warriors all gave him a big thumbs up and called him a real man. In addition, the fact that the Silver Hand was a descendant of the Yang sect made him even more admirable. They were the true powerful families of Dragon City, and they were loyal to the country. Their entire family had sacrificed their lives for the country, and their loyalty was unparalleled. Everyone in Dragon City grew up listening to the stories of the Yang family, and this kind of childhood filter added a layer of light to Silverhand's identity. With these 3 buffs, not to mention the Dragon Protection Squad, no matter where he went in Dragon City, there would be people welcoming him. Among the 3 of them, Silverhand was the most reassuring. Although he didn't know anything, he had so many halos that even the influential families had to show him some respect. He had the status of a top-class family and was extremely loyal. He had personally killed the Beast King and ended the Beast Tide. Any one of them could bring darkness to the family for generations. Now, all of them were gathered on one person. It could be said that as long as the identity of Yang Jian did not participate in the rebellion, his status would be unshakable. As for Li Chao's side, after receiving a few words of advice from him, he should be able to successfully side with Su Tianzhao and become irreconcilable with the aristocratic families. When he first received the 3rd prince's secret letter, Link had hit the key point to shake up Dragon City: the powerful families. The powerful families had played a crucial role in the Su family's rule in Dragon City. Now, Su Tianzhao wanted to centralize power, but he found that the powerful families had grown big after several generations of development, and it was a bit difficult to get rid of them. Furthermore, he controlled all aspects of Dragon City. Therefore, the conflict between the 2 could not be reconciled. He had used the Beast Tide to obtain the admission ticket to Dragon City. If he wanted to go further, he had to take advantage of the situation and benefit from the conflict between Su Tianzhao and the powerful families. As for the aristocratic families sucking up to the monster security company, Lin Ke had never thought much of them. He could just throw them away after squeezing out the last bit of their value. After taking over and operating it for a while, we can find an opportunity to reveal our true intentions and replace them with a Li. Just as Link was deep in thought, the sound of rolling thunder came from outside. It was getting closer and closer to Ying Ying. 525 Great Hoodwinker, 3 in 1. The dragon carriage also came to a slow stop. It was obvious that it was frightened by the earth-shattering roar. Link leaned against the carriage and rapped his knuckles on it. "Don't panic, keep driving." As a coachman of the royal court, he had seen all kinds of big scenes. When the dragon carriage appeared, everyone got off their horses and lowered their heads respectfully. They had never been so sudden like today. However, since General Qin in the dragon carriage had spoken, the carriage driver naturally braced himself and moved forward. The dragon carriage continued to move forward for a distance. The rumbling in the distance did not decrease but instead became louder and louder, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Looking into the distance, they could see a thick cloud of yellow sand drifting in the sky far away. It was coming toward them at an extremely fast speed, like a sandstorm. The coachman gulped and said to the dragon carriage with a trembling voice, "General Qin, why don't we go back? There seems to be some evil spirits on the way to the dauntless cavalry camp." "Don't panic. Keep going." No matter how the coachman tried to describe it, Link only said one thing. The coachman's face was filled with despair, but he could only force the dragon carriage to continue moving forward. After walking for a while more, no matter how the coachman whipped the reins, the imperial horse pulling the carriage stood still. Sand and dust filled the sky, sweeping over from the distance. The sound of thunder had also reached its peak. In the sky of yellow sand, a few black shadows suddenly appeared and surrounded the dragon carriage. Behind him, the carriage driver could vaguely make out countless silhouettes behind the flying dust. The coachman had never seen such a scene before. He was scared out of his wits and quickly closed his eyes, his body trembling in fear as he muttered, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." I didn't see anything. It was hard to imagine that this man was a coachman of the royal court. Although the driver's eyes were closed, he could still hear the suffocating number of people around him. You coachman, why are you closing your eyes? The people outside couldn't help but ask when they saw the carriage driver's ugly state. The coachman's hands and feet curled up as he sobbed, I have old and young to take care of, please spare my life. I also know the rules of the underworld. As long as I don't see your true faces, you won't kill me, chi. After that, there was a burst of laughter outside. At this moment, a voice came from the car. Is it funny? These short words were as powerful as a nuclear weapon on a day of reckoning. After he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. The smiles on everyone's faces disappeared, their pupils contracted, and their expressions began to become unnaturally nervous. To know the rules of the underworld, it means that there have been several horse bandits in the city before. To be so skilled in begging for mercy, it is naturally because the horse bandits have killed people before. He's just a coachman of the royal court, and he can't do anything about this kind of thing. What if he were an ordinary person? The draconic horse carriage's curtain was lifted, and Link alighted. All the black cavalrymen surrounding the dragon carriage dismounted and lowered their heads. Welcome, General Qin. Link patted the coachman's shoulder. Don't be afraid. They're not bandits. They're soldiers from the Valiant Cavalry Battalion. They've come to pick me up, you can go back and report. The coachman carefully opened his eyes. It was really the Dauntless Cavalry Battalion, all of them with black armor and black horses. This guy, is the Valiant Cavalry Battalion now in such a terrifying formation? The coachman mumbled. He bowed to Link and returned to report. Link glanced back at the group. All the knights felt the piercing gaze and lowered their heads even more. Link looked at his watch. It's 11 in the morning. Bring the bandits back before 5 in the afternoon. If you can't catch him, you don't have to come back, do you hear me? The Dark Knight kneeling on the ground was already sweating. He had never thought that there would be a problem with today's welcome. The Black Knights stood up, their gazes all focused on Sun Shu. Fortunately, they had Staff Officer Sun. They believed that they would be able to find the horse bandits soon and complete the task assigned by their boss. That's right, Sun Shu had also joined the Valiant Cavalry Battalion, and he had been personally promoted by Link. How could he not arrange for such a person who bore a grudge against him and had a deep hatred to be by his side? Sun Shu still felt that Qin Shao was a strong man and that he would be able to rise up if he followed him. Hence, he was prepared to use everything he had learned by Qin Shao's side and think of ways to help him. Link decided to follow Sun Shu's plan and recruited him as an advisor. From the deputy of the battalion commander to the advisor of the Dauntless Cavalry Battalion and all the cavalry troops in Dragon City, Sun Shu had also completed the transformation from a minion to a big boss. Link had grasped this point precisely, so he had transferred Sun Shu to his side to let him display his talents. Link really wanted to see Sun Shu's expression when he found out about his true identity in the near future. He wanted to see how Sun Shu would react when he recalled how he had helped the evildoer and how he had done his best to help him. Link couldn't imagine it, but it would definitely be funny. Killing people and destroying their hearts was nothing more than this. Staff Officer Sun, you stay here and follow me to the Valiant Cavalry Battalion for an inspection. The rest of you can go and catch the horse bandits. The cavalrymen all had bitter expressions on their faces. They couldn't even bring Staff Officer Sun with them. The general was forcing them to their deaths. Sun Shu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Look, it's not that I don't want to help you, but boss doesn't want me to go. After giving the Black Knights a look that said you're on your own, Sun Shu followed behind Link like a dainty little wife. The Black Knights left in groups, dejected, as if they had not understood how the rhythm had suddenly reversed. Sun Shu's posture was extremely low. He let Link ride his horse and led the horse in front. Boss, why did you give them such a scare the moment you came today? Sun Shu asked curiously as he looked at the back of the Dark Knight, who had come with great excitement but left in disappointment. When other bosses were appointed, the first thing they had to do was to build a good relationship with their subordinates. However, Link was already like this. Wasn't he afraid that it would dampen their enthusiasm? Usually, only when a boss comes out of nowhere would they think about building connections and establishing their own direct line of descent, but to these cavalrymen, what better superior is there than a general who can lead them to charge and break through enemy lines on the battlefield, a general who can save their lives? Sun Chu was speechless. He suddenly remembered that when the beast tide had arrived a few days ago, Su Yi had been sent flying by the ancient Dionysius on the battlefield. After that, the 5,000 cavalrymen had been reduced to wandering soldiers, surrounded by the beast tide and unable to save themselves. At this time, Link led the 500 cavalrymen and charged forward. They were like a hot knife through butter. They gathered the remaining cavalrymen together and twisted them into a rope. In the end, they killed without any restraint and charged at the ancient Dionysius. With Yang Jian's help, they successfully ended the beast tide. It happened a few days ago. I still feel excited when I think about it. Sun Chu flattered him without saying anything. But who was Link? His thousands of subordinates flattered him every day. The Shudu players on the forum were even more full of praise, not to mention people like Old Gold. Sun Chu's heart was as still as water in front of Link. Not even a ripple could be seen. If Silverhand was respected by the Dragon Protection Squad because of his family background, military achievements, and first impression, then Link's achievements were real. No one from the Valiant Cavalry Battalion or the entire cavalry division who had participated in the Beast Tide battle was unconvinced. In the Valiant Cavalry Battalion, Qin Shao's personal reputation had already surpassed Lang Guan and Su Tianzhao, and he was about to reach the top. Link's actions today were in line with Su Tianzhao's plan. Su Tianzhao was prepared to fight against the powerful families, so he had to put the humble class civilians in important positions. These people will only stand on your side if you guarantee the interests of the common people. In fact, Link had learned a little about the situation from number 3 before he came. In the remote ranches of Dragon City, there were indeed horse bandits who often attacked merchants and passers-by. As long as you didn't see them, they would only take their money and not their lives. However, once you saw their faces, sorry, but they would send you to hell. According to the information gathered by his third brother, Mr. Kong, these horse bandits only appeared when the 3 great elites were training or carrying out missions. It was obvious that there were people inside. According to the clues, the third brother was 80% sure that these horse bandits were all in disguise. In fact, they were servants of powerful families. After receiving the news from the troops, they disguised themselves as horse bandits and robbed passing merchants to divide the profits. The first thing Link did was to put out this evil trend. Of course, Link had his own reasons for keeping Sun Chu by his side. The monster security company had arranged for the people or passers-by of Jiao village to guide the black armored cavalrymen along the way and help them find the horse bandits. If Sun Chu went, there would definitely be a commotion. However, with the intelligence of these black armored cavalry, they would definitely not be able to play with third brother. Link, the Silver Hand, and Li Chao each controlled the 3 elites, as well as some other departments, and could start a coup at any time. However, Link had his own plans. He was thinking even further than the coup in Dragon City. Therefore, some things had to be dealt with before the coup to eliminate future trouble. The powerful families were one of them. Instead of waiting to deal with the powerful families after they were absorbed into Shandu, it was better to use Su Tianzhao's hands to deal with all the powerful families and then occupy the place once and for all. After Link arrived at the Valiant Cavalry Battalion, everything went as he had expected. All the soldiers worshipped him with passion. The last time Link had seen such a look was from the mechanical zealot. Link only needed to say a few words to receive thunderous applause and heartfelt respect from the soldiers. After dealing with the soldiers, Link went to the general's office in the Valiant Cavalry Battalion. The place was clean and new. There were no signs of the previous leader, Su Yi. The windows gave a panoramic view of the vast horse track and training base. The structure of the mountains in the distance was also clearly visible. Although the Dauntless Cavalry Battalion was located in Dragon City, the designated place was a flat plain near the foot of the mountain. It was more than 20 kilometers away from the center of Dragon City. It was not too far away by horse. Far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, it felt like a secluded garden. Sun Shu, what do you think of the current situation in Dragon City? Sun Shu didn't expect Qin Shao to suddenly ask him about this, and a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. After a moment's silence, he replied, under the support of General Yang and Chancellor Li, Dragon City's future development will definitely be prosperous. We can surpass Shandu in a few days. Link could tell that Sun Shu was hiding something. There were some things that he had to clarify with him. Link shook his head as if he was not satisfied with the answer. In my opinion, danger is lurking everywhere in Dragon City. The situation is far more terrifying than before the beast tide. A hint of joy flashed through Sun Shu's eyes. When a superior started to speak the truth to you and talked about the current situation without any restraint, it meant that he treated you as one of his own. Sun Shu sat up straight and adjusted his posture. Why do you say that, General? Do you know why Li Chao, Yang Jian, and I were able to rise to the top this time and sit in a position that others might not be able to reach even after more than 10 years? Then it must be because the generals have outstanding military achievements, and the lord of the city did not stick to one pattern, so he made an exception to promote the generals. Link nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. It's true that we're not sticking to a pattern and downgrade the talent, but to be able to make an exception and be promoted to this position, it's not enough to rely on military achievements alone. It's mainly because of status. Link said with deep meaning. Identity. Sun Shu frowned and asked in confusion. Me, Yang Jian, and Li Chao, an elder of a medium-sized sect, a descendant of a fallen family, and an unpopular mixed blood of Shitu from Dragon City. In Dragon City, they would be low-class people, people from the humble class. Then what's the relationship between this humble class Swan Ni and the city lord's exception? Sun Shu played dumb the entire time. The two of them had a tacit understanding and no one exposed it. One of them played dumb while the other spoke. Link leaned forward and lowered his voice. This is the city lord's dissatisfaction with the powerful families, and he wants to use the humble class to go against the powerful families. You've been in Dragon City for half a year. Even though you're a relative of the garrison officer, you've hit a wall and couldn't be used. In the end, you even had to fight for an opportunity at the border. Don't you know the situation in Dragon City? Link's words exposed Sun Shu's disguise. Sun Shu smiled awkwardly and lowered his head in guilt. To tell you the truth, I came to Dragon City with great ambitions and wanted to fight for a future. But after coming here, I found out that Dragon City's ill will towards the humble class and outsiders has reached an unprecedented level. Any profession was controlled by the powerful families. If one wanted to enter, they would have to be the dogs of the powerful families. I want to make a name for myself and become a superior person. How can I wag my tail like a dog and beg for mercy, becoming a slave to others? Sun Shu changed the topic, but ever since I followed the general, my luck changed and I became an advisor that everyone envied. Even the relatives of my garrison officer have to give me some face. All of this was given to me by the general. To tell you the truth, when I was in the Baiwang Ridge, I wanted to find a chance to escape. But you still stayed, said Link with a laugh. The reason why I'm promoting you is because you're a calm person. A wise man submits to circumstances. You should be clear that the one who brought you this is not me, but the city lord. Sun Shu's eyes flashed with determination. He stood up and cupped his fists. When I came to report to the Dauntless Cavalry camp, I had already thought it through. I'm willing to be the sharp blade in the general's hand, invincible wherever I point. Good. I have a mission for you right now. This, 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 Huan. Sun Qu's eyes shone as he exclaimed. 526 The reappearance of the mandala flower, thanks to a life in the Song of Death for becoming the chief of this book. General, don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission. Sun Qiu firmly promised. Link nodded in satisfaction, his lips curling into a smile. I've always been confident in your ability. You're also very smart and know what should and shouldn't be done. Otherwise, I wouldn't have promoted you to be an advisor. Since we've already chosen a side, we must keep our distance from the powerful families. As long as you do the things I've told you, I'll put in a few good words for you in front of the city lord once the chaos among the powerful families has been completely resolved. A hint of joy flashed across Sun Qu's face. Thank you for your promotion, General. After the two's feigned conversation, Sun Qiu stayed behind to handle the daily affairs of the cavalry camp while Link returned to his residence in Dragon City. With Qin Shao's current reputation and status, he didn't need to be there every day. With Sun Qiu as a tool, Link could put more energy into serious matters. The powerful families were dumbfounded by Su Tianzhao's triple attack. He had thought that victory was within his grasp. Who would have thought that Su Tianzhao would have such courage to distribute his power and cause greater damage through the trident? This time, not only did the aristocratic families not get the position of the valiant cavalry general, but they also lost the important position of the Grand Chancellor of Luoch Palace. In addition, the reopening of the Monument Yang sect had suppressed them in all aspects, causing them to suffer heavy losses. If someone else had taken the position of the valiant cavalry general, the powerful families would definitely not let it go and would try their best to take back the position. However, the person in charge was Qin Shao, who had shown during the Beast Tide a few days ago. He was the champion of 3 armies and had high personal charm. Not only did he attract the disciples of the humble class, but many of the disciples of the aristocratic families who had personally experienced the battlefield also admired him. Since the morning, these powerful families had been on the phone non-stop. After many discussions, they finally realized that they couldn't do anything to Qin Shao. With his current prestige among the Dragon City cavalry, even if Su Tianzhao took back his order today, it was very likely to cause a mutiny among the cavalry, let alone these families. As for the other Yang Jian, he couldn't even move. The monument of the Yang sect was the pride of the people of Dragon City. At this juncture, if there was any accident, the crazy people of Dragon City would do anything. A family that had boasted for decades would be overthrown in minutes. Thus, the aristocratic families focused their attention on the last person, Li Chao. He did not have any prominent family background, nor did he have a dazzling resume. The only thing worth mentioning was that he joined the palace guard after being coldly selected by the emperor's teacher. After that, Qin Shao and Yang Jian were selected from the Blood Fortress, which were the 2 people he relied on the most. Compared to Qin Shao and Yang Jian, who couldn't move, Li Chao seemed to be the only one who could. The Gold Officer, the Invigilator, the Grand Chancellor, and the General of the Imperial Guards. These identities seemed powerful, but they lacked foundation. There was no reason for them to stay put like Qin Shao and Yang Jian. Just as they decided to make a move around Li Chao, a piece of news came from Luohe Palace, which immediately made these aristocratic families feel as if they had lost their parents. This is bad. After Li Chao took over Luohe Palace, he actually expelled all the teachers and students who didn't come. How dare this guy? After some discussion, the aristocratic families were prepared to show Li Chao their might this morning and let him know whether the words of the poor or the aristocratic families in the Luohe Palace were final. However, they didn't expect Li Chao to be even more stubborn. He directly expelled all the teachers and students who didn't come. One had to know that those who didn't come were all members of the aristocratic families. Li Chao's actions were no different from cutting off an arm of the aristocratic families. As the intelligence agency of Dragon City, Luoch Palace integrated intelligence processing and analysis into one, from the training of intelligence personnel to their appointment. The reason why the influential families appointed their own family members as teachers was to attract some poor children to work for the family, or to expand their network. It was the same for the children of powerful families. With the care of their elders, they could easily find a good job after graduation or stay in the school to teach and continue to expand the influence of their families. But now, Li Chao had wiped out all the people from the powerful families with a wave of his hand. This was simply too ruthless. First, they lost the grand libation of Luoch Palace. Now, even the members of the powerful families in the palace were all eliminated. This was a big raid. If Li Chao was allowed to continue, who knew what crazy things he would do? Very quickly, the powerful families came up with a set of countermeasures to put pressure on Su Tianzhao. Su Tianzhao was overbearing. Now that he had touched the foundation of their aristocratic families, they could not blame him for being disloyal. Their request was very simple: to dismiss Li Chao, restore his original status as the Grand Libation, and restore the status of Luo Zhegong's teacher and student who had been cleaned up by Li Chao. This time, they had to get back at Su Tianzhao and let him know that he could not easily control a powerful family. However, just as they were discussing the countermeasures and preparing to execute them, another bad news came. "Master, it's bad. Our business in the suburbs has been uprooted." A capital-free business was the so-called robbery of pretending to be a bandit and collecting road fees. On the surface, the businesses of the powerful families had always been checked and balanced by Su Tianzhao to control the speed of their expansion. This capital-free business was their way of accumulating wealth. After many rounds of robbery, the commoners and merchants were full of complaints. After that, they came out with the image of a powerful family, and each family paid money to announce the suppression of the bandits. When the common people saw this, they naturally clapped their hands and cheered. There would also be donations targeted at ordinary people and merchants. Everyone would contribute money and effort to hire people to suppress the bandits. When the money was received, the money from the aristocratic families would be returned in full, and the money from the commoners and merchants would be split among everyone. After that, they would organize some servants to go to the suburbs to eliminate the bandits. As long as they brought back some bloody bodies and ordered the servants to behave for a while, the ordinary people would believe that they had successfully eliminated the bandits. In fact, many of the corpses were the bodies of prisoners who had been executed, or the passer-by merchants who had been killed after seeing the true face of the horse bandits. This was a win-win business. The aristocratic families won twice. But now, their important source of wealth had been uprooted. This was simply stabbing their hearts and taking their old lives. What's going on? Who did this? The heads of the powerful families were all furious. It was the Dauntless Cavalry Battalion. They suddenly acted this afternoon without any prior information. The hiding place is so well hidden that no one has discovered it in the past few years. How did it suddenly get exposed today? And what does this have to do with the Dauntless Cavalry Battalion? Are they so bored that they went to exterminate bandits? The heads of the aristocratic families felt their hearts ache, but they couldn't understand why Qin Shao would think of exterminating bandits on his first day. The continuous news caught these prestigious sects off guard and they were exhausted from dealing with it. On the one hand, they wanted to deal with Li Chao, but on the other hand, they were afraid of leaving any traces of the horse bandits. They were eager to draw a clear line and destroy all evidence. The core members of these powerful families were in a flurry under the orders of their masters. They began to burn and destroy all kinds of account books, transaction information, and the identity of servants and guests who disguised themselves as horse bandits. Su Tianzhao had arranged for Trident to be promoted in the hope that the three of them could exert their strength and find an opportunity to destroy the old party. However, if that was all, the Trident's effect would be too weak. Furthermore, Link had other plans. "Master, there's a messenger outside the door asking for an audience." The servant hurriedly entered the house and reported. "What messenger? Can't you see that we're busy right now?" I'm not seeing you." The core members of the family were all burning with anger, and at this time, there was still someone who came to add to the chaos. It was simply unlucky. The servant was also very aggrieved. But that person said that he is an emissary from the Yang residence. He is here to send an invitation to the old master to attend the reopening ceremony of the Yang residence. The moment the servant finished speaking, all the core members, including the master, were dumbfounded. "What? Yang Jian is inviting me to the opening banquet tonight?" The family head was obviously stunned for a moment, then he suddenly realized, and his expression was as uncomfortable as if he was constipated. "Good, so you were waiting here." In the morning, Li Chao fired all the teachers and children of the powerful families in Luoge Palace. Then, Qin Sha raided their important source of funds, the lair of the horse bandits. In the evening, he arranged a banquet at the Yang mansion, which made them even more flustered. At this critical moment, if we don't go to the monument realm Yang family's opening ceremony, with the Yang family's position in the hearts of the people of Dragon City, how will we be criticized tomorrow? The other core members broke out in cold sweat and quickly came to their senses. The family head's eyes are still as bright as a torch. If any of the families don't go, there will definitely be various versions circulating in the streets tomorrow. They might say that we, the noble families, are too arrogant and don't put the Yang family in our eyes. If a great family lost its reputation, no one would come to join them. It was no different from suicide. Su Tianzhao finally couldn't help but reveal his fangs. This kind of method is extremely overbearing. He wants to force us to death when the beast tide is over. He doesn't give us any breathing space. All of them were linked together, each move was ruthless, and he was caught off guard. "If I don't take this, I'm afraid he'll be even more unbridled." The family head's face was ashen. He was clearly really angry. "Continue to destroy the materials, and then arrange for all the guards to guard the house. After I leave, no matter who it is, no matter what excuse you use, before the materials are completely destroyed, no one is allowed to come in. If the people outside choose to make a move, then we'll fight them head-on. On this point, we're in the right." After arranging everything, the family head instructed the butler beside him, "Go to the storehouse and take a high-grade gift, then bring it with me to the Yang residence." The same thing happened in almost all the powerful families in Dragon City. Meanwhile, Link, the culprit behind all of this, was sitting in his executive chair in the office of the Monster Security Company branch. He was admiring the bustling Dragon City through the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The conflict between Su Tianzhao and the aristocratic families is bound to intensify after today's brewing. The great clans were bound to be full of complaints, and with just a little more pressure, the atmosphere between them would reach a state of mutual hostility. The powerful families of Dragon City were short-sighted and only sought the benefits of the small families. They were conservative and closed in on themselves. They had grand ambitions but were timid. On the one hand, they wanted to control Dragon City with the foundation of their families, but on the other hand, they only cared about their family's interests. It was a contradictory combination. This so-called aristocratic family was actually an enlarged version of the common people's thinking. During the period of overthrowing the power of Dragon City, they could magnify the conflict between them and Su Tianzhao and make use of it. However, after successfully taking down Dragon City, they should also retreat. New Dragon City doesn't need these obstacles to civilization. Link's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something ordinary. But if outsiders heard this, they would definitely gasp. His words had set the rules for the powerful families in Dragon City. These big families that had given Su Tianzhao a headache were like noisy children in Link's words. Behind the back of the boss's chair, two people stood respectfully. The manager of the Dragon City branch of Monster Security Company, Simon, and our old acquaintance, Mr. Kong. "Boss, how are we going to deal with the trash of civilization that has been eliminated?" The third brother, Mr. Kong, was asking for Link's opinion. Do you still remember what I told you before? Link turned around, his eyes deep. There must be a city lord, third brother asked tentatively, not sure if he was referring to this sentence. Link nodded. The two of them had a deep understanding of each other. Third brother had been following and giving advice since the days of the Jack gang. Since there must be a city lord, why can't the person be Su Tianzhao? Simon was dumbfounded. They were talking about overthrowing Dragon City's political power. Why did they suddenly let Su Tianzhao continue to be the city lord? What kind of logic was this? Even Su Tianzhao wouldn't agree to it, right? On the other hand, third brother was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Boss, good plan. If Su Tianzhao continued to be in power, Dragon City would not have any major turmoil. As for these aristocratic families, because they harbored evil intentions and committed many evil deeds, they tried in vain to overturn the Dragon City's political power and have all been destroyed. After third brother finished, he couldn't help but ask, Boss, according to your plan, Dragon City is not your only target. Can I contact Old Turtle and start planning for Far Night? Yes, Link said in a low voice. If nothing goes wrong, I won't get involved in Faye's affairs. I'll only meet Augustine before the last dawn. Therefore, I'll have to rely on you guys to deal with Fa yet. Mr. Kong's face was full of excitement. Ever since he had become the governor, he had been carrying out missions and orders arranged by Link. Now, he finally had the chance to show his strength and personally participate in planning the rise and fall of a major force. His colleagues in the think tank must have been envious when they learned of this. While Simon was still puzzled, a message suddenly came from the sound transmission bug in his ear. Simon's expression changed slightly after he picked up the call. He hung up and reported, Master, the latest news is that all the family heads have gone to the Yang family's banquet. At the same time, the private soldiers of each family have been mobilized. The fire has been ignited, Link said with a smile. All that's left is an explosive barrel. Third brother, he said to Mr. Kong, prepare a bunch of datura flowers for me. I want to bring the identity information of these horse bandits to the imperial teacher. 527 The prince asked me to greet you. Link's plan was bold and imaginative, and it was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Mr. Kong, who had followed Link from the beginning, only roughly understood the boss's plan from Link's explanation. These powerful families all felt that the Yang family's banquet was a diversion, and the real target was the information that was being destroyed in their mansion. But in reality, Link didn't care about that bit of information at all. What? Could he uproot all the aristocratic families with just this information? That would be a fool's dream. What Link had to do was far more important than searching for evidence. With Link's personality, he would either do nothing or do something earth-shattering. What's the point of a small fight? Let's go straight to the main event. He wanted the battle between Su Tianzhao and the conservative families to be endless. Even though he didn't know why it was the mandala flower, he was one of the earliest to follow Link and knew that his boss's decision was right. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. They didn't have to ask and just followed. After the third brother, Mr. Kong, left, Simon hesitated for a moment and said, My lord, the local blood clan in Dragon City, also known as the chief-elect, has been strongly hoping to meet you and listen to your teachings since the last blood clan feast. After learning that all the blood clan members in Shudu are serving you, said the man. The blood race in Dragon City was the ancient and well-known chief-elect family. It was also the oldest branch on the Wasteland Star. It was divided into the Chu, Shen, and Zhang families. In his previous life, Link had chosen the blood race as his secondary profession and had done many related missions. There's no rush. I believe we'll have the chance to meet soon. Link's eyes were filled with confidence. Link left through the underground tunnel of the Monster Security Company. Not long after, he came out of a flower shop by the side of the road with a bunch of mandalas in his hands. He went straight to the private car waiting at the door. After getting in, Lin Ke took out his phone and called Li Chao. Chancellor Li, you're still busy this late. I've received an important piece of information and would like to present it to the imperial teacher. I would like to ask Lord Li to help introduce us to him. Li Chao understood the hidden meaning behind Link's words. He thought of the news he received today that Link had arranged for the cavalry to raid the horse bandits' lair in the suburbs that had been entrenched for a long time. Seeing that they were going to be isolated at this time, it must be an important part of the whole plan. General Qin has made an important discovery. This matter cannot be delayed. I will contact Master Lang immediately. Hanging up the phone, Li Chao didn't think much. Since it was Link's order, he just had to follow it. Master Lang, General Qin received important information today and said he would like to hand it to you. After Lang Guan heard the news, he stroked his beard and thought about the performance of the three of them after they took office. Qin Shao must have something important to tell him since he asked to see him through Li Chao. Can you bring Qin Shao to my UEU? I'll give you an address and we can talk there. Lang Guan glanced around vigilantly. As the master of Dragon City, his every move was closely watched. The information that Qin Shao valued so much must be extraordinary. If it was discussed at home and leaked, outsiders would know that the emperor's teacher and the two new generals had a secret meeting late at night. It would definitely alert the enemy. After hanging up the phone, Lang Guan tidied up a little and left in a hurry. He didn't even bring a servant with him. When his family members asked, Lang Guan answered, "The Yang family is reopening today. I'm going to join in the fun." Soon, Lang Guan arrived at a secluded mountain villa in the suburbs alone. This was a real estate he had bought before, but because he usually lived in the city, he had not taken care of it. However, under this seemingly desolate and uninhabited abandoned villa, there was the wealth accumulated over the past 40 years of cold seclusion. Outside the villa, there were illusions and traps set up by Lang Guan himself. At the outermost layer, there was also the bamboo labyrinth formation, which was very well hidden. In recent years, due to the frequent appearance of horse bandits in the suburbs, there were fewer residents, so the villa had never been discovered. Even if there were occasional intruders, they would think that it was a ghost wall and would go around it in confusion. Lang Guan came to the villa. The villa was in decline and overgrown with weeds, but there were all kinds of high-tech facilities underground. There was a warehouse for gold, a sealed device with constant temperature and humidity for storing relics and antiques, and a small arsenal. The cold pass went straight to the central control room and turned off the camouflage, illusion, and bamboo forest maze of the villa. After waiting for a while, the monitor showed that a car was driving in. Li Chao and Qin Shao were in the car. After the two of them entered, Lang Guan reactivated the illusion traps and arrays. Li Chao was still shocked that Lang Guan would build a secret villa in such a remote place. Link also made a surprised and curious expression, but in reality, he already knew. According to the intelligence provided by the Monster Security Company, there was a secret villa in the suburbs of the Cold Detention Center. Third Brother had even sent out the 3 treasures of security to investigate, but they had only determined the general area. In order not to alert the enemy, they did not go deeper. During the day, when Link was passing by the suburbs, he used the Heaven's Insight and saw a bamboo space filled with energy. He also saw through the illusion, traps, and the energy field of the magic formation of the hidden villa. He'd called Lang Guan at night to take advantage of the fact that he had important information to report. With Lang Guan's cautious and suspicious personality, he definitely wouldn't choose to entertain Link at home. The only place he could choose was a villa on the outskirts. This was all due to Link's familiarity with the Cold Shoulder's personality. He took advantage of the man's mentality and naturally led him into the trap. After the two of them got out of the car, they saw Lang Guan standing not far away to greet them. He followed Lang Guan all the way to the basement. As soon as he sat down, Lang Guan went straight to the point and asked, "Did General Qin discover any important news?" Link said as he took out the evidence. "Imperial teacher, you should know that after I took office today, I arranged for the brothers of the Dauntless Cavalry camp to exterminate the horse bandits, right? Lang Guan nodded. These horse bandits have been wreaking havoc in the suburbs of Dragon City for a long time. The government often organized forces to crack them down, but they soon grew like weeds in the spring wind. It's a headache. Today, General Qin led his troops to clear the city. In the afternoon, when the city lord received the news, he even clapped and cheered, saying that General Qin was indeed a lucky general, solving a problem as soon as he took office. After exterminating the horse bandits, the brothers of the Dauntless Cavalry Battalion found these in the lair of the horse bandits. After I read it, I felt that this matter was of great importance and I didn't want to alert the enemy, so I didn't make it public. I also ordered the Dauntless Cavalry camp to be sealed. I wanted to show these things to you first before deciding on the countermeasures. Lang Guan flipped through the information Link had brought with him. His face was ashen and dark. I was wondering why every time we organized a raid, the horse bandits would run away as if they had heard the news in advance. I thought these horse bandits were good at anti-investigation, but I didn't expect that they were the black gloves of these worms. Lang Guan was filled with righteous indignation and his anger was overflowing. Lang Guan took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. He raised his head and said, "General Qin, the information you have brought is very useful. It was the right move to not alert the enemy. The struggle between the city lord and these old sects has been going on for some time, but after the Day of Reckoning, these powerful families helped the Su family stabilize the situation and divided up a lot of benefits with their merits. They have taken root in Dragon City and have gradually grown in power over the years, even to the point of openly opposing the city lord." Lang Guan looked at the information in his hand and sighed, "As long as this information is made public, the hypocritical faces of the great clans will be known to the people, and we can wipe out all of these old factions in one fell swoop." His cold eyes were burning with passion. He and Su Tianzhao had wanted to get rid of the powerful families for a long time. This time, they had finally found a chance to make the final decision. Lang Guan was in a good mood. He had heard so much good news in one day. It could even uproot the fallen families of Dragon City. Just as he was sighing, an alarm sounded in the cold room. An external surveillance image appeared on the screen. A person was wandering outside the forest. It was the main character of the Yang family's banquet today, Yang Jian. Lang Guan's face was filled with doubt, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. "Isn't Yang Jian hosting a banquet in the Yang residence today? Why is he here?" "Teacher," said Link, "I asked Yang Jian to come because this is no small matter, and the only people the city lord can trust are us. This matter will affect our future strategies against the powerful families, so I think Yang Jian should be the first to know. Otherwise, if we tell him later, I'm afraid it will cause a leak and chill the hearts of the people." Lang Guan stroked his beard and nodded, feeling that it made sense. If he told Yang Jian about this another day, Yang Jian would inevitably feel resentful when he thought that he was the last one to know while the others knew about it in advance. It was better to say it all today so that everyone's words and actions would be consistent and no one would give themselves away. However, he still had to take into account the majesty and law of the emperor's teacher. Lang Guan pretended to be angry and said, "Next time, it's better to talk about this earlier and don't make your own decisions. The Yang family is holding a banquet today, and all the patriarchs are there. As the protagonist, his sudden disappearance will inevitably attract people's attention, and it won't be good to alert the enemy." As he spoke, he opened the restrictions and let Yang Jian in. After a while, Yang Jian, who reeked of alcohol, followed the guide and came in from outside. He cupped his fists and greeted the emperor's tutor. Then, he stared at Link and said, "General Qin, your sudden contact has made it difficult for me to escape. It's a good thing that I can hold my liquor well." I clinked glasses with everyone, then pretended to be drunk and went to the bedroom to rest after I finished drinking. I then found a chance to sneak out. Hearing Yang Jian's strategy, Lang Guan's expression eased a lot. It seemed that Yang Jian was indeed a bit quick-witted. Take a look at this. Lang Guan passed the information to Yang Jian. It was better to let him read it himself. Yang Jian's face was filled with shock as he stared at Link. He couldn't believe the authenticity of the information. Link nodded his head with certainty, indicating that it was all true. At the same time, he could also read Silverhand's other doubts. Silverhand suspected that this information was made up by Link to deal with the cold shoulder. However, Link's eyes and nod proved that it was all true. Bang! Bang! Damn it! Silverhand slammed the table. This group of old followers of the powerful families look polite, but I didn't expect them to be so bad in their bones to do such a thing. I feel disgusted when I think about how I drank and laughed with them just now. I, Yang Jian, am ashamed to be associated with them. The Silverhand's natural emotions were revealed without any concealment. Lang Guan did not doubt it at all, and even patted his shoulder. Don't panic. With this information, the city lord can deal with these powerful families and uproot them completely. Hearing that he was going to deal with this group of beastly guys, Silverhand's face lit up with joy and his eyes shone. Even Lang Guan could not help but stroke his beard and praise, as expected of the descendant of the Monument Yang sect, you abhor evil and are both loyal and righteous. The four of them couldn't help but laugh. Link's lips curved up, but he quickly returned to normal. By the way, Supervisor Li, I initially thought that I was going to the Imperial Tutor's residence to discuss some matters. In order to avoid giving others any false information, I specially bought a bouquet of flowers to visit. Since I'm here, I still have to give you a gift. I'll have to trouble Supervisor Li to help me pick up the flowers from the car. Link cleverly led Li Fei out to get the flowers. Lang Guan didn't doubt him at all. He chuckled and said, I didn't expect General Qin to be such a meticulous person. With the help of 3 capable generals, the city lord will definitely be able to get rid of Dragon City's Chenexai and sweep across the land. Although the bouquet wasn't anything precious, Lang Guan felt relieved when she thought of how the 3 of them were cautious but resolute and decisive. When he thought about how 2 of them were scouted by his little disciple Li Chao, he felt that there was hope for Dragon City's future. By comparison, he had dug out Li Chao and trained him, which was equivalent to the current great situation in Dragon City. It was all thanks to his cold seclusion. After a while, Li Chao went to the car to get a bouquet of flowers and returned from the outside. As soon as he entered the room, Lang Guan's pupils shrank the moment he saw the mandala flower. His heart was in turmoil. The next second, Lang Guan's gaze locked onto Link, trying to figure out something from his eyes. However, when he met Link's shocked and bewildered gaze, Lang Guan instantly retracted his aura and returned to his friendly old self. Even Li Chao, who was standing at the door with flowers in his arms, felt the atmosphere freeze and was a little confused. Does Imperial Teacher Zhen Zhen not like this bouquet of flowers? Link asked carefully. Lang Guan stroked his beard to dispel the awkwardness and said with a smile, It's been a long time since I've seen a datura flower. I really liked this flower when I was young. Link pretended to be flustered. When I went to the flower shop, the other flowers were almost all sold out. I looked around and only this bouquet of jimsonweed was still intact, so I ran away. It's fine, just put it down. Lang Guan motioned for Li Chao to place the flowers to the side. Link's eyes indicated for the Silverhand to get ready. After Li Chao put down the flowers, Link continued, Imperial Teacher, there's actually something I need to explain to you. Just say it. Actually, this bouquet of flowers was specially recommended by the florist when I said I wanted to visit your residence when I was in the florist. He said that you are a nostalgic person and when you see this mandala, you will definitely miss you. Then he asked me to pass you a message. The emotions that Lang Guan had just suppressed instantly exploded again. He stood up in shock and said, Which flower shop owner? What did he say? Link's lips curled into a smile as he slowly said, The prince asked me to ask if you've been well. Lang Guan staggered back a few steps, his back against the wall as he mumbled in a daze, Impossible, this is impossible. Link had already taken out his dagger and was now clashing with Silverhand's attacks as they headed towards the cold pass. 528 Three heroes beheading Lang Guan. Revealing his identity to make the other party uneasy was a well-tested tactic. Whether they were facing Alongso or Moros, the reappearance of the mandala flower would reveal the true colors of these people with ulterior motives. It didn't matter if you were the commander-in-chief of Shandu, an economic tycoon, or the master of the Emperor of Dragon City, you were afraid of ghosts knocking on the door after you had done something wrong. As soon as they saw the mandala flower and heard the name of the prince, they would immediately think of the ungrateful things they had done on that day 43 years ago. They were shocked that after so long, someone still mentioned this name and came to seek revenge. Lang Guan's heart trembled, but facing Qin Shao and Yang Jian's attacks, this old master reacted subconsciously. The moment he raised his arms, the flesh and blood scattered and were replaced by grey-black petrified arms. Clang! Link and Silverhand's combined attack was quickly dispelled by Lang Guan. At this time, Lang Guan suddenly reacted, staring at the two with eyes that were about to burst. You guys have betrayed us. The only thing that made Lang Guan feel relieved was that his little disciple Li Chao was standing at the back, dumbfounded. The shock on his face clearly showed that he had not expected this to happen. This also showed that Li Chao did not participate in the plot of these two rebels. Bang! Bang! Lang Guan had still underestimated Link's and Silverhand's power. Although he managed to block the attack, he was still pushed against the wall by the huge force, creating a hole in it. Li Chao, quickly run! Lang Guan shouted, signaling Li Chao to leave quickly. At the moment of confrontation, Lang Guan realized that he had still underestimated the strength of the two. With his understanding of Li Chao, he was no match for the other party at all. If he continued to stay here, he would only die in vain. Li Chao looked at Lang Guan, then at Link and Silverhand, who had joined forces to attack him. The Emperor's teacher was strong, but under the combined attacks of Link and Silverhand, how could he not die? From Li Chao's point of view, the overall situation had already been set, and he would definitely die in the cold door. You guys continue, I'll stand guard outside, he blurted out. After he finished speaking, he ran out like a wisp of smoke. Lang Guan's expression changed from relief to shock. He couldn't figure out how the disciple he had personally cultivated would betray him. This feels familiar, said Link. How does it feel to be betrayed by someone you trust? Lang Guan smashed into the wall and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his arms were petrified, Lang Guan could still feel the two powerful forces pressing against him. As a veteran master, he quickly realized that these two people were extremely strong and seemed to be stronger than him. They were definitely not Qin Shao and Yang Jian. Who are you? His arms suddenly turned into two stone swords, forcing the two to retreat. Even now, you still don't understand, it seems that you are really old. As Link spoke, he cast a detect spell and saw the cold gate's details. Cold close. Race, mutated human. Level 55+, leader. Identity, Master of the Emperor of Dragon City, Captain of the Palace Guards. HP, 23,000/24,000. Energy, unknown. Skills, Body Petrification, Blade Flash, Air-Piercing Gravel, other unknown. Specialties, Sword and Blade Ambidexterity, Stone Skin Affinity, other unknown. Evaluation, a veteran powerhouse who created his own special martial arts ability. Lang Guan could be said to be one of the earliest mutants. He was already a powerful mutant before the nuclear pollution on the wasteland planet was cleared. Otherwise, he would not have become the Desert Prince's personal guard. The mutated human's ability was to petrify their bodies, and their limbs could be petrified into weapons such as swords and daggers. They were also proficient in martial arts and had integrated their abilities with martial arts, forming their own school. Link's words immediately shut the cold door. Seeing the mandala flower and the man's words, he naturally understood that this man was here for the incident from 43 years ago. However, 43 years ago, they had done everything in secret. The population of the wasteland planet had been reduced by 80%, and corpses were everywhere. No one knew that the prince had died an unnatural death. After 43 years, someone came to seek revenge with the datura flower. The whole thing was too unbelievable. Could it be that Prince Suanji didn't die at that time and had been hiding for so long just for revenge? Alongso had died in an accident on the plane, Morose had been killed by Link, and now it was his turn to be sad. In an instant, the cold chill went from his spine to his brain stem. He seemed to have established his logic. "You're Link's man." Lang Guanqi's hands changed into the sword in the stone, and his moves were dangerous and tricky. With the length of the sword in the stone, he successfully defended against two people and forced the two people to retreat. Link didn't hide anything and told her the truth. "Congratulations, you're right. The reason why I'm telling you so much is all because of you promoting Li Chao. That's why you had the opportunity to let Yang Jian and I enter the core of Dragon City and become generals in charge of important weapons. This allowed our invasion plan to progress and be brought forward." After hearing the explanation, Lang Guan's expression changed from serious and ferocious to a sinister smile. "Thank you for the answer, but I'm sorry that your plan is going to fail. AI Butler, send this recording and video to the City Lord." Lang Guan raised his head and shouted. The hidden villa that was coldly closed was extremely modern. In order to protect his mountain-like wealth, it had adopted the best design. As long as they entered the underground area, all their movements would be recorded and saved. Their conversation just now was no exception. After successfully finding out their identity and purpose, he would pass the news to the City Lord, and the plan of the Sand City would be completely ruined. Silverhand took out a long spear from his back and engaged Lang Guan in battle. The black gold and the sword in the stone collided and rubbed against each other, producing a series of sparks. Link, on the other hand, crossed his arms and looked at Lang Guan with interest. "When you were young, you betrayed your master for glory, but now you're so loyal when you're older." He could not even protect himself, yet he still wanted to send a message to Su Tianzhao. "It's a pity that not everything will go as you wish. Troy, clear all the videos and audio that the three of us came here today, and then get ready to edit them." As soon as Link finished speaking, all the cameras in the room turned to Cold Switch and Silverhand. Lang Guan's mind went blank. He couldn't figure out how the system he had spent so much money to set up had been hacked in an instant without any notification, and he had lost all access. All of this was like a trap from the very beginning, leading him into it step by step. Lang Guan coldly snorted, and a sudden thrust with sword chi in the stone forced Silverhand back. He said fiercely, "I owe the Su family a debt of gratitude and have been respected for decades. Su Tianzhao has treated me like an elder and has never changed his position as the City Lord. On the other hand, the people in the future are suffering. At this time, he doesn't want to live and wants to take us out to save cultural relics. He doesn't even want to live. Since he's always treated us like servants, why can't we kill him to protect ourselves?" Link thought of the treasure that the Desert Prince had prepared for the seven of them in the recording pen. Seeing Lang Guan's "I'm not in the wrong" face, Link lost all desire to continue the conversation. A person had numbed himself for 43 years, and it was not something that could be solved with a few words. Moreover, Ying Luo. Link just wanted to lock himself up. What did it matter if he regretted it or not? Link and Silverhand attacked together again. Lang Guan was indeed a veteran master. Swords and other weapons appeared in his hands. His mastery of each weapon was at the peak, and his sword aura condensed into frost and saber aura swept through the air. If Silverhand's strength was inherited from John, who was proficient in assassination and close combat, then Lang Guan was a master of cold weapons. The sword transformed from the stone had extraordinary effects. As a commander tier, he could actually fight on par with a legendary tier. Link and Silverhand did not use any of their signature skills. At the same time, they were holding back as much as possible to minimize the damage to the houses and avoid leaving any obvious evidence. Although Lang Guan didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in a one-on-two battle, his aura was gradually becoming chaotic. After all, he was old and had to face the joint attack of a leader and a legendary. One could imagine the pressure. Coupled with the fact that Link had already broken through her defenses, she was in a mess and had long lost her will to fight. Slowly, the sword and blade ambidexterity began to reveal its flaws, giving Link and Silverhand many opportunities to attack. More and more wounds appeared on its body. He looked at the Emperor's teacher, who used to be unattainable, now panting heavily, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and his hair in a mess. Link found an opportunity to cast haste on himself and then rushed to Lang Guan. Lang Guan's eyes brightened when he saw Link's door open. His sword turned into two short thorns and went straight for Link's center. Seeing that he had succeeded, Lang Guan's face even revealed a natural trace of joy. However, at this moment, a low vibration of high-frequency energy entered his ears. A blue chi blade suddenly appeared on Link's wrist, easily shattering the stone spike Lang Guan had conjured. He then stabbed Lang Guan's heart at a tricky angle. The battle that had been dazzling just now seemed to have frozen in an instant, maintaining a fixed image. Lang Guan's eyes were wide open as he looked at the chi blade that had pierced through the petrified body. His face was full of disbelief. He had turned his body into stone the moment the double petrifying thorns were cut off. However, his tough body after petrifying was still unable to withstand this energy weapon that he had never seen. Such a small weapon could contain such a large amount of energy. This kind of technology was not something that could be created on Wasteland. The energy blade pierced through his petrified body, and the high-energy particles kept burning. Even his elemental body could clearly feel the pain. Under the burning of the particles, the petrification quickly turned red and then softened into lava, which began to drip from the wound. It was a different kind of blood. After being stabbed in the heart, Lang Guan's life force was rapidly drained away. His petrified body gradually faded away, revealing his original flesh and skin. Only his heart remained in a petrified state. Hearing that the sounds of battle had disappeared, Li Chao hurriedly ran in from outside and saw the scene in front of him. Lang Guan's gaze gradually shifted to Li Chao, his expression extremely complicated. When he first met this young man, he felt that this man was just like him when he was young. He was depressed because of his background, but he still stuck to his original heart. Recruiting him under his command was born with an impulse to write his regrets about the past on this young man. Li Chao's performance had never disappointed him. When he recruited Qin Shao and Yang Jian and defeated the Beast Tide, he was even more proud of Li Chao. He thought that Li Chao was second only to Su Tianzhao among all his disciples. After he passed away, his junior brother would help his senior brother to continue to consolidate Dragon City. It would be a good story. However, he had never expected that Li Chao, who had always prided himself on being able to judge people accurately, would betray the Dragon Transformation City and join the Sand Capital. I've already given you such good treatment. Why do you still want to betray me? Lang Guan asked unwillingly. He wanted to know the answer. He had been stabbed in the heart, and his strength had been greatly reduced. The two men in front of him had extraordinary strength, and even on the entire wasteland planet, they were rare. Moreover, they had actually sneaked into Dragon City by breaking their arms. It could be said that they had put in a lot of effort. Lang Guan was clear that he would die in this state. Li Chao's expression was calm, then he cupped his fists and gave Lang Guan a deep bow. I will remember Master Leng's cultivation. However, when I was lurking in Dragon City, I had already sought refuge in Shandu, far before the generous treatment was given. Lang Guan took a deep breath with difficulty, as if he had seen the big picture from Li Chao's answer. Then, after you returned to Dragon City and after I discovered you, I treated you well. Why didn't you realize your mistake and still help the evildoers? Master Ling, if you've been to Shandu, you'll know the reason, Li Chao said with a serious expression. General Lin and City Lord Su had the same goal, which was to create a system that made the best use of everything and everyone. The only difference between them is that the Sand City is already like this, while the Dragon City is still stuck in the ambitious ideal of a city lord. Lang Guan smiled helplessly. He seemed to have made the same choice 43 years ago. It was almost the same thing, but he had changed from the one who had stabbed him in the back to the one who had been stabbed in the back. Li Chao's words and remarks were like another heavy blow to the cold. This was the so-called killing people and destroying their hearts. Lin Ke glanced at Lang Guan's stats. Apart from his low HP, he also had a few debuffs. It was almost impossible for him to turn the tables in this situation. Since you're a Grandmaster, I'll let you die knowing why. Do you still have any questions? I'll give you a chance, said Link as he looked at Lang Guan. Even though villains usually died because they talked too much, Link was still a true blue and wasn't afraid of this. Moreover, Lang Guan couldn't die now, at least not at this time. Lang Guan thought for a moment, then stared at the two and asked, although I'm old and weak, the two of you are very strong. It's rare even on the entire wasteland planet. I've checked your identities, and they're all real. Thus, there's only one possibility. You've used some kind of method to disguise yourself and fool us. I would like to know your identities. Then I'll let you die with a clear understanding. Silver Hand, strip. Lin Ke deactivated the skin mask and revealed his true appearance. Silver Hand also took off the holographic mask made by Helen. Lang Guan's breathing quickened when he saw Link and Silver Hand's faces. So it's General Lin and the clone of John, Wufu. Silver Hand became anxious. Old man, I'm Silver Hand. I'm not a clone of John. Lang Guan shook his head. I can die with no regrets now that I've been defeated by the two of you. Then, he closed his eyes and removed the petrification on his heart. The wound began to burn black, carbonized by the chi blade. Silver Hand became even more anxious. What do you mean by I can kill you by myself? If it wasn't for the fact that we can't cause a large-scale destruction to our plan, you wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Lin Ke looked at the information and data that appeared on the system interface and said, say no more, he's already dead. Silver Hand was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly. This old man, he wanted to stir up a wave of trouble before he died. Now, he really wanted to resurrect him and tell him that he could crush him to death by himself. 529 Please enter the jar, Part 1. You have killed the Emperor's mentor Lang Guan, level 55+, leader. You have received 200000 experience points. You have successfully killed Lang Guan and performed outstandingly in the mission. Killing a key character has a far-reaching impact on Wasteland Planet. Evaluation of this mission, excellent, you will receive 3x experience as a reward. You have completed the cold back stage of the A-rank mission Mandala's Revenge. Progress, 3/7. You have received 900000 experience points 45 potential points 1 treasure map fragment, and 1 instance dungeon crystal. At the same time, Link's IM legendary mission's kill progress became 3/5. After reading the system notification, Link snapped out of his daze and asked, Troy, did you record the scene of Cold Gate falling? Troy, who was everywhere, replied, I've already recorded it. I just need another material to create the video. Link glanced at Lang Guan, who had died with his eyes wide open. A swordsman of his generation had died in the basement without causing any commotion. It was really sad. Your long-cherished wish is to eradicate the old party of your family. On this point, our goal is the same. You won't die in vain. With that, Link turned around and left with Silver Hand and Li Chao. After solving the cold shoulder, today's plot was only 1/3 complete, and the remaining 2/3 were the main show. Lin Ke looked at the time. It's 9:23 p.m. now. The time difference between the autopsy and the actual time is about an hour. We have to finish the second act before 10:30 p.m. As for the third act tomorrow, I'll leave it to you, Li Chao. Li Chao nodded slightly, indicating that he would definitely do his best. Lin Ke then looked at Silver Hand. He had already put on the holographic mask again and had restored his Yangjian appearance. It seems that Helen has already integrated the information left behind by the machinery faith. She can even create a holographic mask. In the conversation between Link and Helen, Helen had revealed that the machinery faith's sound and light ripple holographic mask was incomplete. However, due to production capacity, it was stuck at the design concept stage. Helen felt that this thing was quite useful and had put her full effort into researching it. She didn't expect it to be successful so quickly. The one I'm wearing right now is the first generation model designed by Helen. Old Jin stole it from the lab. I'm still lacking in facial detection units, but fortunately, I'm good at disguising myself, so I can make up for it. Silverhand's expression was calm and slightly cold. All right, said Link, patting Silverhand's shoulder. Hurry up and go back. We still have a good show to put on later. Silverhand nodded. Link had already told him what he had to do next, but he was still curious. Why do you only tell me about these missions when you're on the move, and not in advance? Silverhand's eyes suddenly turned sharp and serious as he asked, You don't trust me, right? Would you believe me if I told you that my plan was also improvised according to the situation? Link shrugged helplessly. Even though most of the things are going according to my plan, there are still some minor details that need to be adjusted. Silverhand stared into Link's eyes for a long time before suddenly saying, You've never lied to me. I believe everything you say. I'm leaving. With that, he leaped and disappeared into the darkness. Let's go. Lin Ke and Li Chao also left in their car. After the two left, Troy, who had already taken control of the place, reactivated the illusion barrier and the maze array with his authority. He began to clean up some unnecessary traces and clues. At the same time, he began to sort out the images from the closed-circuit television, cut them out, and adjust the time to escape. The secret villa in the suburbs was more than 20 minutes away from Dragon City. Silverhand, with the special ability of Midnight Ghost, returned to the Yang residence in less than 5 minutes. The front hall was bustling with noise and excitement, the sound of toasting, chatting, and congratulatory music lingered in their ears. Silverhand sneaked back to his room and changed into his pajamas as quickly as possible. Because of the battle with Lang Guan just now, the alcohol in his body had already been used up a lot. Silverhand picked up the wine on the table and gulped it down. Verb. After a while, he burped and his body reeked of alcohol. Then, he threw himself onto the bed. However, Silverhand did not notice that in the dark corner of the room, there was a figure as straight as a sculpture, not making any sound. In the darkness, a pair of malicious eyes stared at Silverhand, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Then, a pair of eyes slowly emerged from the shadows and crept toward the window. You bastard grandson, why did you go out in the middle of the night and come back drenched in sweat? Did you go and have sex with a man? You're such a jerk, you're not a man. The macaw rode on the Silverhand and waved its wings. Silverhand, who had just fallen asleep, was woken up by the mess of the cloak. He stretched out his arms in front of him and said, You fat bird, are you crazy? Immediately after, it turned around and pressed the macaw under its body. The mechanical arm held the macaw's beak tightly, not allowing it to speak. Just based on this fellow's crazed voice, if he didn't stop it, the entire Yang residence would probably hear it. What are you shouting for? I went to carry out a mission just now. The mission is about to enter the second phase. If you shout and attract attention, the Dragon City mission will be completely ruined. Silverhand said in a low voice. If you understand, promise not to scream or scream anymore, just blink and I'll let go. The macaw blinked its eyes and nodded to show that it understood. The silver hand slowly released the mechanical arm's grip, but it was still suspended in the air around the metal beak. Once the macaw had any signs of shouting, he would be able to stop it at once. The macaw stretched out its wings to help Silverhand brush off the dust on his shoulder, and laughed. "Why didn't you say you were going on a mission earlier?" Then, he asked Silverhand, "What mission?" Link's so tight-lipped that he didn't tell me anything. He didn't even tell me about something as important as a mission. He's obviously not treating me as a human. Silverhand looked at the resentful old Jin and muttered, "You really aren't human, Ying Luo." "Hey? What did you just say?" The macaw was immersed in its indignance and didn't hear Silverhand's complaint. Silverhand waved his hand and changed the topic. "Let's talk about the mission. My mission now is to sleep. Later, Link will pretend to be cold and go to the mansion to celebrate. I will show my face and be present as proof. You'll just have to watch the show and follow Link. However, you must not be discovered by the enemy. Won't he be found out if he pretends to be in the cold pass?" F***ck, Lang Guan. Our previous mission was to set up a trap to kill him. Now, he's a corpse. The macaw was dumbfounded, and a row of ellipses flashed across its head. It was dumbfounded. Lang Guan had actually died in the time it took to sleep. How could Lang Guan dare to die without it? Is this guy really that useless? He couldn't even last half an hour in your hands? The macaw remembered that Silverhand had found an excuse to go back to his room to sleep, but it had only been half an hour. In addition to the time it took to go back and forth and set up the layout, it meant that the Emperor's teacher had not even lasted 20 minutes. Wasn't this Wufu a little too fast? Silverhand was speechless. "Link and I will attack together. The reason this guy can last so long is because we're restrained. We're afraid that we'll give ourselves away and people will find out. We also have to make sure there are no signs of a large-scale battle." After Silverhand finished complaining, he looked at the time and quickly lay down. "All right, I'll tell you the rest of the details when it's over. I'm going to sleep now, so you should get out too." The macaw scratched its waist and came out of the room in a daze. It jumped to the roof and stared blankly. Didn't it come over this time to see and cause trouble? As the imperial teacher of Dragon City, Lang Guan's status was above everyone else. He had once killed a beast king in the defeated King Ridge. His strength could be said to be one of the most powerful people in Dragon City, and he could not be underestimated. It had missed the battle between Lang Guan and Link and Silverhand. What kind of sin had it committed? What's the point of me coming to Dragon City? Buzz. Just as the macaw was sulking, the lively banquet in the front hall of the Yang residence suddenly fell silent because of a servant's shout. The Emperor's teacher congratulates the reopening of the monument Yang sect. The old party, powerful families, and influential businessmen present all stopped laughing and chatting, and their eyes focused on the door. Lang Guan entered the Yang residence and handed a gift to the servant. He then stroked his beard and smiled, "Everyone's here. Greetings, Imperial Tutor." Everyone at the banquet stood up in unison. Lang Guan glanced around and asked, "Where's General Yang? Why are you all so happy here? It's a good day for the Yang residence to reopen. Why is he hiding instead of coming out to entertain everyone?" At this moment, a general who was on good terms with Lang Guan laughed and said, "Imperial Tutor, you don't know this. It's because General Yang has been keeping us company too well that he clinked glasses with everyone and drank every glass." There were 60 to 70 people in a circle. After they finished drinking, they were carried to their rooms to sleep. The general at the side revealed his golden teeth and laughed, "Such an honest general is indeed rare." As expected of the descendant of the Yang section. All right. After all, he's the descendant of the Yang sect, the pride of our Dragon City. We have to congratulate him in person if he's here to congratulate us." Lang Guan raised his hand and motioned for the servant to lead the way. He then said to the crowd, you guys eat and drink well. Even so, seeing the emperor's teacher being led into the inner courtyard by the servants, these civil and military officials, the old-school gentry clans, naturally could not just sit around and continue to eat, drink, and play. They all got up and followed the emperor's teacher's steps and walked to the backyard together. The macaw, who was lying on the roof, was extremely dejected. Suddenly, it heard footsteps coming from the front hall, and a group of people entered. The leader was a servant from the Yang family, who stood at the side and kept guiding the emperor teacher. The macaw stared at the cold door for a long time, but it couldn't sense any familiarity from its appearance or smell. In the end, it had to rely on a trace of connection in its blood to confirm Link's identity. When the macaw saw so many people, it shook its feathers and stood up straight, quacking, "Ga ga ga ga, ga 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 ga." The others looked at Yang Jian's pet with a smile and couldn't help but sigh, "This condor is really a divine horse." "Yes, indeed, but he's a little fat." The others thought that the condor was calling to remind Yang Jian of the crowd, but only Link knew that the macaw's cawing was clearly asking, "F***ck, why didn't you bring me to the cold pass?" Lang Guan glanced at the macaw and ignored him. He went straight to the door. The servant knocked on the door carefully. "Master, the emperor's teacher is here to congratulate you on reopening the door." Seeing that there was no movement from inside, the servant knocked on the door again, but there was still no movement. At this time, the servant was already panicking, and the hand that was knocking on the door was trembling. The emperor's teacher was standing at the door, waiting for him along with a group of ministers, family heads, and wealthy merchants. Even if Yang Jian reopened the Yang family now and gained the favor of the city lord, he could not afford such a display. Just then, the servant felt a strong hand pressing on his arm. "Don't knock, let me do it." Lang Guan pushed the door open without a word. In an instant, the smell of alcohol rushed out, and even the people behind Lang Guan could not help but cover their noses. Then, everyone saw Yang Jian lying on the bed, sleeping like a dead pig. "With such a strong smell of alcohol, I'm afraid I won't be able to wake up for a while. Remember to open the windows for some fresh air." Lang Guan instructed the servants, and the Yang family's servants hurriedly entered the house to open the windows for ventilation, then closed the door. Lang Guan and the others returned to the lobby. He sat at the main table and took a few symbolic bites. After a quarter of an hour, Lang Guan stood up and looked around. He cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, I have to attend court tomorrow, so I'll be leaving first. Please continue to eat and drink well." As soon as he said that, the banquet was stagnant for a moment. Soon, someone said, "Yeah, actually, we've already finished eating." "Yeah, it's getting late. I still have work tomorrow. Let's call it a day." "I also think it's about time. Why don't we go back together?" With the cold guard's hint in front of them, these wily old foxes who had mixed in with the chaotic Dragon City's officialdom were very good at figuring out their thoughts. Now that the cold closing had been stopped, how could they dare to drink any more? One after another, they stood up and bid Lang Guan farewell. The crowd escorted Lang Guan out of the Yang mansion. Lang Guan glanced at a man not far away and smiled, "Master He, I came here on foot without a carriage. Can I take your carriage for a walk?" The He family's master was surprised at first sight, and so were the people around him. Lang Guan was the city lord's faction, while the He family was the head of the conservative faction. The two were like fire and water. Now that Lang Guan had taken the initiative to ask the He family head to send him a paragraph, there must be a deeper meaning. The smell of alcohol had mostly dissipated. The emperor's teacher's move was worth pondering over in the middle of the night. Very quickly, the He family head came back to his senses and squeezed out a smile. "Haha, it's our honor to have the emperor teacher ride on our He family's carriage. Please." Lang Guan strode into the car, followed by Master He. The two of them looked at each other in the carriage, neither of them speaking. A moment later, Lang Guan took out a set of information from his pocket. Master He, I think you should take a look at this. Master He took the information and looked at it for a while. His face suddenly turned pale, and the beard on his chin was trembling. Emperor teacher, this is all slander. I can explain it. All right, I'd like to hear your explanation. Is it true, or is there a noble family that is envious of the He family's status and is deliberately framing us? I need the truth. However, there are many people here, and I have a secluded mountain villa in the suburbs. We can go there and talk in detail. When the head of the He family heard Lang Guan's initiative to explain to him, his eyes lit up and he immediately understood the meaning behind it. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to the housekeeper, "Make the arrangements. The imperial tutor has been overworking himself for the sake of the country and the people. The He family has tonics that can cure his fatigue. The effect is obvious. Send them to the imperial tutor's residence. P.S. Please give your monthly votes to Wanjun. 530 The chaos in Dragon City. The next morning. The sun had just risen, and the purple chi came from the east. The first rays of the morning light shone on the cloud dragon stone steps of the royal court, dyeing the warm white jade into gold. The dragons carved on the jade walls seemed to come to life. Their golden scales glistened, and they were extremely lifelike. They were full of vigor and majesty. The morning court session has begun. Milords, please enter the hall. With a long and shrill announcement, the civil and military officials of Dragon City stepped onto the cloud dragon stone steps and entered the main hall of the royal court. Su Tianzhao was even more elated after hearing about what happened on the day when the Trident took office. First, he won a huge victory in the game with the old party and families. Then, after Li Chao took office, he found an excuse to get rid of all the teachers and students of the aristocratic families and directly uprooted the old party forces in Luozhe Palace. He did what he had always wanted to do but couldn't do, which made people feel very happy. On the day that Qin Shao took over the dauntless cavalry camp, he had completely eliminated the horse bandits that had repeatedly appeared in the suburbs of Dragon City, which made Su Tianzhao even more sure of his previous decision. These three people would definitely be the backbone of the future Dragon City. Therefore, in the court today, Su Tianzhao's face was red. He met the group of people from the old party with a victorious attitude. He wanted to see how they would pretend that nothing had happened after their failure. However, when all the officials came to the court, Su Tian looked around but did not see the emperor's teacher. In the past, at this time, the emperor's teacher would always stand at the front as the representative of the officials. However, today, the one standing at the top was the head of the He family, the leader of the old party. "Where is Master Ling? You didn't go to court today, but you didn't ask for leave," Su Tianzhao asked doubtfully. He had been in cold seclusion for decades and had never been late or absent from court as the emperor's teacher. Why was he missing today when he had won the victory in front of the old party? The officials of the royal court also looked at each other in surprise. Why was a person who had never been late in the cold gate missing today? That shouldn't be the case, they were drinking together last night, Ying Luo. Su Tianzhao looked at Li Chao, who was next to him, and asked him to go down and find out what was going on. Li Chao's quiet exit attracted the attention of many ministers in the court. They all knew that he was going to understand the situation. Su Tianzhao sat on the dragon throne and glanced at the ministers. He saw Yang Jian, who was in a daze, and could not help but laugh. "I heard that Yang Qing's family was very honest when they drank last night. They toasted everyone they met. In the end, the banquet didn't even start for long and you got drunk first?" With Su Tianzhao's question, the serious atmosphere suddenly eased. The ministers all had smiles on their faces, and even Yang Jian smiled naively and touched the back of his head in embarrassment. Only one person's expression was uncertain. Occasionally, he would smile insincerely with everyone else. He was half a beat slower, and seemed to be preoccupied with something. As the main subject of today's observation, He Zhan's expression fell into Su Tianzhao's eyes. However, Su Tianzhao did not suspect anything. He took it as the frustration of the old party's defeat yesterday. The atmosphere of the royal court's morning court session eased a lot with a series of relaxing topics. Su Tianzhao's eyes were focused on Qin Shao, who was in the front row of the generals. He noticed that Qin Shao's expression was a little dazed and anxious. Minister Qin, yesterday, you took over the office and solved the horse bandits that have been plaguing Dragon City for a long time. If this news is released, the people will definitely go to the streets to celebrate. In the future, when they pass by the suburbs, they won't have to be so worried. You are really my lucky star. Su Tianzhao was not stingy with his praise. Qin Shao and Yang Jian were both promoted by him, so praising them was like praising himself. City Lord, you're too kind. Yesterday, on my way to my post, I heard that bandits were rampant in the suburbs, so I arranged for my men to eliminate them. I didn't expect that I would really find their nest and uproot them. It's all luck. However, while Link was smiling, a dark look flashed across his eyes. He even turned his head slightly to the civil officials at the side, as if he wanted to see He Zhan's expression, but he was afraid of being discovered and retracted his head. Su Tianzhao saw all of their expressions, but he didn't point them out. He was going to ask Qin Shao about it after the morning assembly. Haha, that's why I say you're my lucky star. On the day you took office, you solved the bandit problem. After that, according to the morning court procedure, other ministers put forward some suggestions. When the court discussion was about to end, the gold-holding official, Li Chao, quickly returned to Su Tianzhao's side, his face full of unconcealed anxiety. City Lord, I've sent someone to Master Leng's residence to ask, Li Chao whispered in his ear, and the answer I received was that Master Leng didn't return after going to the Yang residence to celebrate last night. I even called Master Leng's number, but no one picked up. According to the information we've gathered, Master Leng returned in He Zhan's carriage after the banquet at the Yang residence had ended last night. However, he disappeared without a trace after that. Su Tianzhao's expression suddenly became serious. Master Leng had not returned the entire night and was nowhere to be found. His phone could not be reached either. This was obviously not logical. Su Tianzhao's eyes fell on He Zhan. He saw that the representative of the powerful family was avoiding eye contact with him, which made him very suspicious. All right, I know. You can go to the side first. Li Chao stood to the side and resumed his duty as a guard. Su Tianzhao saw that the officials in the court were also confused and wanted to know the situation of the emperor's teacher. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell them about it and ask, just now, I ordered Li Chao to investigate. Master Leng didn't return last night, and his whereabouts are unknown. As soon as these words came out, it caused a great uproar in the imperial court. Everyone turned to He Zhan. Lord He, didn't the emperor's teacher take your carriage home last night? Why did the people of the Leng residence say that the emperor's teacher did not return last night? Yes, the emperor's teacher was in your carriage. At that time, the 50 to 60 people present all saw it. He Zhan hurriedly concealed the panic in his eyes and said, halfway through the journey, the emperor teacher said he wanted to take a walk, so he got off alone. I don't know why I didn't go home after that. You guys didn't think I did something to the emperor's teacher, did you? The emperor's teacher was one of the top experts in Dragon City. He Zhan was just a scholar who knew nothing about martial arts. What could he do to the emperor's teacher? Besides, even if someone wanted to harm the emperor's teacher, they wouldn't choose this time. Everyone saw the emperor's teacher get into my carriage, so if something were to happen, I would naturally be the first to be held responsible. I, He Zhan, am not that stupid. Although He Zhan's explanation was far-fetched, it dispelled many people's doubts. It was true that He Zhan had disappeared right after he got on the carriage. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that He Zhan had done it. If they really wanted to take action, it would be too stupid of them to choose this time. Even Su Tianzhao's expression softened a little. He Zhan was right. After all, he was the leader of a powerful family. If he was so stupid, he wouldn't have fought with him for so long. But at this moment, Qin Shao stood up. Lord He's words are wrong. What if Lord He had a reason to kill the emperor teacher? Everyone's eyes shifted to Qin Shao. It seemed like this valiant cavalry general knew something. Qin Shao cupped his fists and reported to Su Tianzhao, City Lord, after we cleared out the bandits yesterday, when we were clearing out the spoils of war, I found out that the horse bandits and the powerful families were involved in a contemptible business. This is a serious matter, so I didn't announce it immediately. Instead, I contacted Chancellor Li yesterday and asked him to introduce me to the information. I have reason to suspect that the imperial teacher has met with an accident. Qin Shao then took out a document from his shirt. City Lord, this is the backup I kept. You can see the truth with a single look. Su Tianzhao raised his head and looked at Li Chao. Li Chao nodded decisively. There is such a matter. General Qin said that he had an important matter to discuss with the imperial tutor, so I contacted Master Leng. In the end, I only found out about this matter after meeting Master Leng in a secret villa on the outskirts of the city. Although he knew the truth, Su Tianzhao still remained calm. He ordered Li Chao to get the copy and slowly closed the file after reading it. The imperial court was as silent as cicadas in winter, no one daring to speak. Everyone had their heads lowered as they waited for the storm to arrive. Heaven's might was unpredictable. Minister He, why don't you explain? All the other ministers in the imperial court fixed their eyes on He Zhan. Even those from the old factions and powerful families wanted to know whether this was true or not, and they were all calculating in their minds. If the emperor's teacher really died, then the pillar of Dragon City would die, and they would be able to divide more power, and even force Su Tianzhao to abdicate. As for the three newly promoted generals, their foundations were still shallow. How could they compare to the alliance of the aristocratic families? They had to be clear about it. However, this He Zhan was really mean. He had secretly killed Leng Guan without letting them know. The most important point was that the horse bandits had been confirmed, but they had destroyed all the evidence last night. There was no evidence. As long as they insisted that it was a frame-up, they could still kick the ball back. Without conclusive evidence, this matter was just a headless case, and the outcome would definitely be unresolved. He Zhan took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and said, City Lord, I've worked hard for Dragon City all my life, and I've done things with a clear conscience. This letter must have been deliberately forged by someone in order to cause internal disputes in the imperial court and cause internal strife in Dragon City. I ask the City Lord to investigate. He Zhan was very confident and resolute. The other ministers of the powerful families behind him also chimed in, City Lord, please investigate. Su Tianzhao's face was gloomy. When he saw that the aristocratic families had come to force him to abdicate, he knew that they must have nothing to fear. The evidence of the horse bandits and the powerful families must have been destroyed. Lord He, are you saying that I forged evidence to frame you? Qin Shao said resentfully. He Zhan immediately cupped his fists and said, I wouldn't dare. General Qin showed the might of Dragon City in the Beast-Tide battle. He led the soldiers to fight the most beautiful battle in history, and the losses were unprecedented. I just think that someone is using Mr. Qin on purpose. Otherwise, wouldn't it be strange if the horse bandits we've been trying to exterminate for years were exterminated by Sir Qin's cavalrymen? At this moment, the gold-holding Wu Li Chao also spoke, City Lord, it's not difficult to investigate this matter. As long as we retrieve the surveillance footage from the Yang residence in the main city district last night, we'll be able to find Master Leng's whereabouts. Su Tianzhao knew that this was the best opportunity to bring down the powerful families. The horse bandits incident and the disappearance of the emperor's teacher were two major pieces of news. The turbulent public opinion was enough to tear any powerful family apart. All right, then we'll investigate this matter thoroughly. Everyone, follow me to the Department of Inspection to get the video. A group of people rushed to the inspection division. Su Tianzhao, Li Chao, Qin Shao, and Yang Jian were in the same car, while the others gathered together. On the dragon carriage, Su Tianzhao's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists and did not try to hide his anger. So, there's a high chance that Master Lang was killed. Su Tianzhao thought of He Zhan's expression and eyes that had changed several times in the court, as well as his last attempt to abdicate, and he was sure of his guess. Li Chao and Link also started acting. Their expressions were dejected, clearly unable to accept this fact. Just now, I suggested to get the surveillance video from the Department of Inspection. He Zhan looked fearless. I guess he had already bribed the Department of Inspection to delete the video. This won't work. I have to find another way. Su Tianzhao analyzed. Now that everything was going according to Link's plan, Li Chao also gave a timely advice. City Lord, the Department of Inspection had a communication cooperation with Monster Security Company some time ago. Even though the video data of the Department of Inspection has been deleted, the communication department under Monster Security Company still has a backup. Su Tianzhao frowned. Shadu has been in cahoots with the old party for a long time. They must have been of the same breath and branch. They must have destroyed the video data. This path won't work. Li Chao, Link, and Silverhand snickered in their hearts. It was not up to the old party to speak on Monster Security Company's side. Moreover, Third Brother had already prepared the road video last night. He could get it at any time as long as they visited. City Lord, let me go. Chancellor Li will stay here and take charge of the overall situation. General Qin will protect me. I'll go and return quickly. The Silver Hand, who was playing the role of Yang Jian, said immediately. Su Tianzhao also felt that it was necessary to give it a try. After losing the Cold Gate and digging out information that the horse bandits were aristocratic families, if they could not get rid of the aristocratic families this time, it would be even more difficult in the future. He could not let go of any possible opportunity. Silverhand jumped down from the dragon carriage and quickly left. In the following carriage, He Zhan also told the other family heads what had happened yesterday, but he added some penmanship. Last night, He Zhan and the others followed Lang Guan to the villa in the suburbs. He Zhan vaguely remembered that when he was about to leave, his family had sent many people to guard outside the villa. They had a dispute with Lang Guan over this matter, and then they had a big fight. He Zhan himself had been knocked unconscious. By the time he woke up, his subordinates had also fainted on the ground, with many dead or injured. However, Lang Guan had many wounds on his body, and his blood was all over the ground. Immediately, He Tai was ecstatic. He immediately arranged for his family's subordinates to clean up the scene, remove the traces, and delete the video. In the process, they also found a large number of gold and silver treasures stored in the Cold Pass. Of course, He Zhan had omitted some parts of the content he told the other family patriarchs. He described the passive counterattack as the active attack, which lured the cold seclusion to this place. This won the unanimous praise of the other family patriarchs. Well done, Master He. Now, there's no evidence, and the evidence has been cleaned up. With Lang Guan dead, Su Tianzhao's greatest support is gone. Although Qin Shao, Yang Jian, and Li Chao are tricky to deal with, it's not like there's no way out. We'll start with Li Chao, Su Tianzhao's most trusted man, and then try to sow discord between Qin Shao, Yang Jian, and Su Tianzhao. We'll solve the problem bit by bit. I've already made arrangements with the Department of Inspection. No matter how Su Tianzhao performs, he can't pin a crime on me. Perhaps, we can use today's insult to clean up the Emperor's side and get rid of Li Chao first, hehe. Good plan, I'll arrange it now. I'm also Juju. The family heads took out their phones and contacted the other family heads or the family's private soldiers. A storm was quietly gathering in the sky above Dragon City. 531 Forcing an abdication. Master, I just saw Yang Jian jump off the dragon carriage and leave alone. I've already sent people to keep an eye on him. The other patriarchs were a little flustered. The Dragon Protection Squad led by Yang Jian was one of the 3 elite forces of Dragon City. If this guy were to mobilize the army, it would be terrible. Keep a close eye on him. Once he goes to the Dragon Protection Squad to mobilize troops, contact me immediately. He Zhan's thinking was very clear. Now that Lang Guan was dead, he might as well take this opportunity to seize the power of the imperial court. He Zhan was duty-bound to restore the glory of the He family. Our private army is gathering faster than the Dragon Protection Squad. When the time comes, we can use Su Tianzhao to command Yang Jian. I don't believe that the Yang family will attack without caring about Su Tianzhao's life if they aren't loyal and righteous. With the advantage in our hands, we can make a name for ourselves. After that, it'll be Li Chao who sabotaged the government and framed the loyal. Su Tianzhao and Yang Jian can't find any excuse to take action. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. We must seize it. Su Tianzhao had relied on this beast tide to promote 3 people to key positions in succession, and even snatched the position of libation of Luoch Palace. This was clearly killing the donkey when the grinding is done. We have to join forces and let him know that he can't control the powerful families as he wishes. If you want to govern Dragon City well, you can't rely on a few outstanding generals, but you have to rely on us. Very quickly, the dragon carriage arrived at the gate of the inspection department. Su Tianzhao had just alighted from the dragon carriage when the supervisor of the Department of Inspection immediately came forward to welcome him. He carefully helped the city lord down. As a result, he looked up and saw Su Tianzhao's extremely gloomy face. He knelt on the ground with a thud. City lord, I'm guilty. Last night, a few staff members on duty accidentally spilled water on the console, and the hard disk recording the video was all destroyed. Su Tianzhao had already guessed this outcome, and there was no joy or sadness on his face. If you say that His Majesty isn't strict, your salary will be deducted for half a year. For the few people on duty last night, the parties involved will be dealt with for dereliction of duty, while the rest will be dealt with for neglecting their duties. Su Tianzhao waved his hand and sighed, "Bring me in to take a look." The head of the Department of Inspection had been appointed by him and had always been part of the Reformist Party. It could only be said that the influential families were powerful and complicated, and that people from the enemy had entered the Department of Inspection. Walking into the Department of Inspection, Su Tianzhao checked the situation at the scene of the incident. The entire machine was burnt black, and the hard disk inside was completely scrapped. There was no way to restore the data. At the corner of the table, the coffee stains could be seen. All the surveillance videos of the Department of Inspection have been destroyed, so there is no way to investigate this matter. We lack evidence, so we should focus on finding Master Ling. Su Tianzhao said unwillingly. This matter was over and settled. Although he didn't want to, he had no other choice. He couldn't hold on to it. Upon hearing this, He Zhan and the other family heads couldn't help but smile. City Lord, you're wise. You're willing to clear my name, but Qian, He Zhan was about to say something when he was interrupted by a voice from outside. Report. City Lord, we have the backup video. Yang Shu ran in with a hard drive in her hand, the joy on her face overflowing. The gloominess on Su Tianzhao's face disappeared in an instant. It was like the first ray of sunlight breaking through the dark clouds after a dark winter day. It instantly sprinkled over the earth and illuminated everything. Quick, bring it in. Su Tianzhao revealed a rare excitement. The trip to the monster security company, which he did not have much hope for, had actually yielded some results. Although he didn't know why Shadow agreed to let Yang Jian copy the video, the truth would be revealed with the video. On the other hand, He Zhan and the other members of the powerful families looked as if they had just seen a ghost. They had never expected to be backstabbed by their allies. Don't worry, Manager Simon has always supported us. Yang Jian came back so quickly that he definitely didn't have time to read the contents. It might be beneficial to us. He Zhan hurried to calm the clan masters around him, his words revealing his great confidence. That's right. Manager Simon has always supported us and will definitely advance and retreat with us. With such a fast speed, they must have already known what happened in Dragon City. This video must be to clear our suspicions. With a guarantee in their hearts, the few of them straightened their backs even more. As long as this video could prove He Zhan's innocence, they would have more reasons to clean up the emperor's side. Yang Shu squeezed through the crowd and came to Su Tianzhao's side with the hard disk. City Lord, I'm glad I didn't fail you. On the side, Li Chao pulled the supervisor of the Department of Inspection and started to get busy. He began to call everyone to the room with the big screen. Qin Shao and Yang Jian stood by Su Tianzhao's side the whole time, acting as guards. After Li Chao connected the hard disk to the computer, he found the video recording of the Yang family's entrance at around 9 o'clock yesterday and started to play it. The room was silent. Everyone was waiting for the truth. In the video, a group of people escorted Lang Guan out of the Yang's mansion. After a short conversation, Lang Guan got into He Zhan's carriage and left. Then, he gradually disappeared from the video. Li Chao exited the video and looked for the street and time of the previous scene. The carriage appeared on the screen again. In the surveillance footage, the He family's carriage was heading out of the city from the main road. It did not turn right and head toward the residence in the main city where the emperor's teacher and He Zhan were. This proved that He Zhan was lying. Everyone's eyes were fixed on He Zhan, but He Zhan still had a modest smile on his face. No matter how many people looked at him, he would remain unmoved. Even when he met Su Tianzhao's sharp eyes, he only nodded slightly and did not back down. Li Chao looked for the next time node, and everyone's eyes focused on the screen again. At this moment, He Zhan quietly reached into his pocket and touched the 9 key button on his phone, skillfully typing blindly. A moment later, a message was successfully sent through the mobile phone. Things have changed, the operation has been brought forward. The family heads standing behind He Zhan had a stiff expression on their faces. He did not expect Yang Kui to really get a copy of the video from Monster Security Company. As long as the video finished playing, the truth would be revealed. Their only option now was to use Su Tianzhao to negotiate and end this matter in the name of purging the emperor. Old He, what do we do now? The other patriarchs behind him asked in low voices. He Zhan leaned back slightly and replied, the terrain in the city is complicated and not suitable for blackmail. Trick them to the secret villa in the cold pass on the outskirts of the city. There is an illusion bamboo forest and a camouflage spell there. It is easy to defend and hard to attack, so it is the best place to hold them hostage. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. When the time came, they would sit on the fishing platform and defend with their private troops, making it difficult for the outside to attack. Hence, they all lowered their heads and used their phones to send messages, making arrangements in advance. At the end of the video, the carriage slowly left the city, and the atmosphere in the room was extremely low. Lord He, how do you explain the incident in the surveillance video? Su Tianzhao's tone was still indifferent, so no one could guess what he was thinking. He Zhan tidied his clothes and chuckled. He was also very calm. Since the city lord has seen it, then I have nothing to hide. After Lang Guan received the information, he didn't immediately report it to City Lord Su. Instead, he used the excuse of coming to the Yang residence to congratulate me. Taking the initiative to ride in the same carriage as me was only to conveniently blackmail me with information in exchange for wealth. He Zhan shrugged his shoulders and continued as if he was telling a story, we've come to an agreement, and even a few boxes of gold have been transported to the Lang residence. If the city lord doesn't believe me, you can go to the Lang residence to verify it. As for his whereabouts, I haven't seen him since I left the manor. He Zhan knew that in Su Tianzhao's heart, Lang Guan had always been a figure who was as high as a mountain, like his teacher and father. To destroy one must first make it crazy. He Zhan wanted to destroy the lofty image in Su Tianzhao's mind and hurt his mind by crazily belittling and exposing Lang Guan's true face. Apparently, He Zhan had achieved his goal. Su Tianzhao clenched his fists. His eyes were like those of a wild beast, as if he was going to tear He Zhan apart. "Bring me there." Su Tianzhao tried his best to suppress his trembling voice. Now that the truth had been revealed, the supervisor of the Department of Inspection immediately summoned a group of people to arrest He Zhan, but they were dismissed by Su Tianzhao. "No one has ever been able to escape from me, Su Tianzhao." Su Tianzhao had also considered that once He Zhan was restrained on the street, it would easily cause tension, gossip, and unnecessary riots before he gave an official reply to the people. The group of people sat in the carriage and headed to the secret villa in the suburbs. Inside the dragon carriage, Li Chao continued to comfort him, "Please don't worry, city lord. He Tai's words just now were definitely meant to disturb your state of mind. Since we can't find the emperor teacher now, he can say whatever he wants." Su Tianzhao shook his head. He looked like he had aged more than 10 years. "Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, it's easy to guess. There is no one in this world who doesn't seek wealth or fame. Master Leng has served my Su family for so many years, and this wealth is what he deserves. However, Master Leng had such important information, yet he chose to extort the He family instead of telling me the information to deal with the Wushuan family." Silverhand had been holding back for a long time, and he really wanted to tell Su Tianzhao the truth. "It's not that he didn't want to tell you, but he was killed by Link and I, so he didn't have the chance to tell you. However, he definitely couldn't say this now. When they arrived at the secret villa, he might be able to say it after the plot flew for a while." Soon, they arrived at the secret villa. Although there were illusion traps, Li Chao still led everyone into the villa accurately. Su Tianzhao did not have any doubts. He even sighed with a little envy. For Master Leng to tell little junior brother such an important place, it shows his trust in you. And because of my identity, I will never be able to get so close to Master Leng. Above master and disciple is still the sovereign and subject. Along the way, Su Tianzhao sighed with emotion, and the three of them were fortunate enough to see another side of this formidable man. When he arrived at the secret villa, Su Tianzhao's every step was extremely heavy. There were no signs of fighting at the scene, and everything was brand new. He Zhan opened his arms and said, "This is the place. I left after we finished our discussion yesterday. As for where the emperor's teacher has gone, I don't know either." Link, Silverhand, and Li Chao looked around the room. All traces of their fight yesterday had been cleaned up. There were no blood stains on the ground, and there was no smell of blood in the air. As expected of a top-notch aristocratic family, their wealth was godlike. The scene was restored in one night, and no traces could be seen. Li Chao looked at it for a while and whispered to Link, who was beside him, "Have you noticed that all the surveillance cameras here have been removed?" "Well, there used to be many surveillance cameras here, but now they're all gone. He Zhan must have modified them overnight. Maybe the emperor's teacher was killed here, and the surveillance cameras were removed to cover up the truth," Link added. After Su Tianzhao heard this, he felt that it was somewhat believable. But now that the camera has been removed, the video recording will definitely be destroyed or erased. "I'm afraid we won't be able to find any evidence." "Not necessarily." Li Chao's tone was firm, causing Su Tianzhao to turn around. "Master Leng once said that all the data in his villa is backed up in a black box, and the place is quite hidden. If Master Leng was really killed here, He Zhan probably didn't find the black backup box since he spent so much time repairing this place. We still have a chance." Su Tianzhao patted Li Chao's shoulder and said, "I'll be counting on you." He Zhan and the others stood aside, calm and unruffled. They had just received a text message that the family's private army had arrived and was waiting in ambush outside the villa. As long as they gave the order, they could rush in at any time to control the situation. After a while, the entire basement buzzed as if the call was connected. "Hello, hello, can everyone hear me?" It was Li Chao's voice. "Lord He, although you removed all the surveillance cameras here and destroyed the video storage equipment, you definitely wouldn't have thought that Master Leng had set up a black box backup here. Next, everyone, let's see the truth." The television in the basement suddenly turned on, and the video began to play the content captured by the closed-circuit television. There was still time on the upper left corner. He Zhan and Leng Guan arrived at the villa and had a detailed discussion. However, when they were about to leave, Leng Guan found that He Zhan had brought a lot of people with him, so he started to take action. The battle at the scene was quite intense. In the end, Leng Guan was surrounded and ambushed, dying of exhaustion. In the end, no one was left standing. Leng Guan had fallen, and so had all the hatchet men He Zhan had brought. Most of these videos were real, and some of the combat scenes were simulated by Troy. Other than professional video data analysis, it was difficult to see any flaws with the naked eye. However, in Lin Kei's plan, no one would care about the authenticity of the video now that things had developed to this stage. All his emotions had been raised to the critical value, waiting for the final explosion. Upon seeing this, everyone present fell silent. They all understood that a storm was about to arrive in Dragon City. "Lord He, what else do you have to say?" Su Tianzhao put his hands behind his back, his posture as an emperor full of dignity. He Zhan sneered. "City Lord Su, our gentry clans have been loyal to your Su family and Dragon City. After the reckoning, people were in a state of panic and the people were dying. It was our gentry clans who opened up granaries, provided relief to the people, reorganized the troops, and recommended your Su family to continue to rule Dragon City. It can be said that without our gentry clans, there would not be the current Dragon City. However, the city lord didn't want to treat us well, but instead, he listened to the slanderous words of the treacherous officials and wanted to get rid of us aristocratic families. It's really bitterly disappointing. Here, I sincerely request City Lord to correct the wrong path, kill the crafty Li Chao, and rebuild a bright and clear sky for Dragon City." He Zhan was full of confidence. The ministers of the powerful families behind him shouted in unison, "Kill the crafty sycophant and return Dragon City to its former glory." The other officials were all stunned. A large number of private soldiers from the aristocratic families swarmed into the villa and surrounded it. Su Tianzhao's face was gloomy, and he stared at He Zhan. Are you trying to abdicate?" Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 532. Book Page Collection Catalog Set up in the Day Chapter 534. Ping down the Dragon City, and then map the night. March 6, 2021. Author, Zhuge Wanjun. Chapter 534. Link and Yinsha raised the corners of their mouths without concealment. Everything went smoothly according to guesses, almost without any deviation. The Silver Hand also finally understood why there are so many Commander-in-Chief counselors who like to make suggestions. Seeing everyone at their mercy like chess pieces, appearing in the designated position according to their own guesses, and this group of people still don't know it, it can really bring a sense of psychological superiority and a sense of control over the overall situation. In He Shen's eyes, the smiles at the corners of Qin Shao and Yang Guo's mouths were obviously scornful, as if they didn't pay attention to his private soldiers. It seems that it is necessary to popularize these two arrogant generals. He Shen straightened his waist and clapped his hands. The stone brick ground in front of him suddenly rolled up a whirlwind, engulfing the wind and sand, spinning higher and higher. In the whirlwind of yellow sand, 4 black-clothed ninjas leaned back to back appeared, with only a pair of sharp eyes exposed. Each of them carried a black slender samurai sword behind their backs, and all 4 of them were surging with elemental power. Earth, electricity, wind, and fire. Platinum Hotel's top killer, Four-Element Ninja. Everyone present was shocked. The Four-Element Ninja, a well-known killer at Dragon City Platinum Hotel, has a remarkable record. The four are all elemental mutants, and they are good at ninja assassinations, escape techniques, combo techniques, formations, magical appearances, group actions, and they have done a lot of important things within the Dragon City, so that they are famous on the list. It can be said that in addition to the top 10, the top killer. So the appearance fee is also surprisingly high, approaching 7 figures. With everyone's understanding of the Four-Element Ninja, it is not a problem to stop Qin Shao and Yang Guo. He Shen's face is full of confidence, and his hands arched. City Lord, please kill Li Chao, who deceives people and tells the truth. Ruo Hongzhong, the courtier of a family of powerful families, said, on the side of the monarch, make a decision. The old party celebrities are full of momentum, and it seems that they are trying to force Su Tianzhao to kill Li Chao. Su Tianzhao's face was extremely gloomy, and the anger in his chest seemed to be unconcealed, and burst out of his chest. Master Leng is dead, and Li Chao is the last disciple accepted by Master Leng and his junior brother. Now these old party families want to force themselves to kill Li Chao with their own hands. Once these thieves succeed, no one will be available for him in the future. King Jun sighed, not only to kill Li Chao, but to kill the hearts of all those who want to reform and seek change. If you kill Li Chao today, then he will be unavailable. The big mind of Dragon City has a lot of talents in the world, but when he thinks that he will be killed as a rioter and thieves, everyone will only shrink back. But if Li Chao is not killed, these old party families will definitely not let go of this opportunity, and if they continue to do so, they may have even more dangerous consequences. The smiles of Link and Yin Xiao's mouth gradually solidified and disappeared. It wasn't that he was shocked by the Four-Element Ninja's reputation, but was simply thundered by this scene. Yin Xiao turned his head and stared at Link teasingly. Four-Element Ninja, are you afraid? Rao is a shining nightmare, and can't escape one death and one injury in front of Link. Where is the confidence of these Four-Element Ninjas to hold the audience? Perhaps this is the reason why Dragon City can't get up. Link also sneered. The top killers are in Shadu and Fei, and the tiger-free monkeys in the mountains are the king. A second-rate killer combination in Longcheng has been blown up as the first person below the top. It's not ashamed, or shameless. The two men's contemptuous attitude angered the Four-Element Ninja. They have always been pampered at the Longcheng Platinum Hotel, and others are asking to curry favor with them. Now that they were ridiculed and mocked by the two, it seemed necessary to use them to establish a prestige. I will give you a happy one. The Wind Ninja took out the samurai sword from behind. A wave of wind elemental power swept the blade, condensed into a layer of wind blades wrapped around the blade, invisibly extended the samurai sword a lot, and made it sharper. The other 3 ninjas also drew their swords, and the power of various elements flooded the blade, like a taut bow and arrow, gathering momentum, waiting for a lightning launch. The ministers were horrified by the reputation of the four, and backed up together, for fear that the fighting would spread to them later. Rao invited He Shen from the Four-Element Ninja. At this time, his eyelids jumped wildly, and he said in a low voice, "For adults, these 2 people despise you and wait for death, but the body of the city lord, please pay attention, don't get involved." The Four-Element Ninja didn't have a good temper. I see. Link glanced at the 4 second-rate assassins, level 40 bosses, who had not enough experience to squeeze their teeth, and had no interest. General Yang, come on if you can't. Link's tone was flat, without the slightest disturbance. The Silver Hand knew that Link was not interested in this kind of killer, so he was too lazy. It seems that he has to do this kind of dirty work, but as a person who has never left Shadu since his birth, Silver Hand is full of curiosity about places and people outside Shadu, otherwise he will not be caught by King Kong. The parrot fascinated and flew all the way to Dragon City. These Four-Element Ninjas seem to be second-rate, but the ninja that can possess elemental power still arouses the curiosity of Silver Hand. At least after he was molded, he has not had the experience of fighting against mutant ninjas. With a click on the card slot of the silver-handed robotic arm, the Suanjin long spear shot into the hand, and lightly swiped half of the short stick to extend it into full body. The robotic arm is holding a mysterious golden spear, and a picture of a cyberpunk mechanical prosthesis comes into view. The two of them were so big and disgusted that they didn't even put the four-element ninja in their eyes and chose to face it alone. The four-element ninja's response is only one sentence: "Death is the best gift for your contempt." The four people turned into a black shadow, and the speed was astounding. The people with a little lower strength on the scene couldn't catch the four people clearly. Seeing this scene, He Shen and other patriarchs couldn't help but raise their mouths. They now have hundreds of private soldiers, as well as top killers hired from the Platinum Hotel. Other ministers are all on the fence. The only supporter of Su Tianzhao is the so-called Trident. With such a golden opportunity, they want to change their decline and regain the upper hand of Dragon City. The four-element ninja is full of black shadows, but the ninja sword in his hand exudes the elemental light of yellow, blue, white, and red, representing the earth, electricity, wind and fire, just like the colorful neon lights in the night city, shining glass. To the amazing four-element ninja, Silver Hand snorted coldly, "Fancy and fancy." As soon as the voice fell, the speed of the whole person was several times faster than the four-element ninja, so fast that only Link could see his movements clearly, and the others only vaguely saw the mysterious golden spear in Yang Guo's hand, turning into a black lightning, passing between the four-element ninjas. After the extreme speed, there is extreme silence and solidification. Silver Hand and four-element ninja exchanged positions. Silver Hand's mysterious golden spear was placed on his shoulders, with a drop of blood hanging on the tip of the gun. It flowed along the sharp blade to the tip of the gun. After struggling for a moment, it separated from the tip of the gun and trickled down. On the ground, a ball of blood was splashed. The four-element ninja fell to the ground and killed in seconds. Everyone present was terrified, and their brains buzzed blankly. I don't understand why the four-element ninja, who is among the top ranks of the Dragon City Platinum Hotel, would be beaten in 1 second. Su Tianzhao's heart seemed to be squeezed violently. At first, a strong joy rushed into his heart, but soon after the excitement, he rationally occupied the high ground, and there was a slight dignity between his brows. "That's it." Silver Hand snorted softly, showing his contempt. The Suanjin spear in his hand shrank quickly, turning into a short stick and returning to the card slot of the mechanical arm. There were no extra words, just 2 words, and did not continue to make a move, but returned to Su Tianzhao. Just a stunning shot just now directly reversed the situation on the court. Su Tianzhao adjusted his mood quickly, and asked with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "He King, what other means are available? I also tell you clearly that Li Chao will not only be cut off, but will inherit Master Leng's mantle and become the next emperor and teacher." The chief guard of the palace guard. After Su Tianzhao finished speaking, he glanced sharply at everyone present, who agrees and who opposes. Seeing the ever-changing situation, the clumsy neutrals were afraid to speak. The appearance of the four-element ninja is really surprising, but Yang Guo's performance is even more terrifying, killing 4 people in a second, as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. What kind of terrifying power is this? There is such a person who sits in town, these private soldiers outside, can make a storm? As a result, Qiang De Cao began to see the wind, nodding his head and bowing his waist repeatedly. What the city lord said is that Li Chao has the appearance of sages, the merits of sages, and he is also an emperor and a lover. On the other hand, He Shen and the family master, their faces are blue at the moment, and they are hard to get off. With the strength that Yang Guo had just shown, if he wanted to kill anyone on the scene, no one could escape. In this situation, the family of clan can't retreat, they can only bite the bullet and continue. Since it's not enough to fight alone, then crowded tactics. The two of them must be exhausted, as long as they find a chance to hold Su Tianzhao. Yang Guo dare not act rashly. He Shen took a step back abruptly, shouting loudly, "Take it all!" As soon as the voice fell, private soldiers with weapons outside swarmed in. Dozens of black guns aimed at Su Tianzhao, Link, Yinzhao, Li Chao, and the ministers. "He, master, he didn't think you were the only one leading the troops." Link snapped his fingers, and after a while, there was a mess of noise outside. 10 seconds later, the housekeeper of the He family rushed in anxiously from the outside. "My master is not good." People from Zioki camp suddenly appeared and surrounded us, with thousands of people. The family members of the family are all dumbfounded. Their private soldiers are secretly assembled. A lot of secret whistles have been arranged along the way to stare at the changes. The secret whistles have always said that there is no movement in the Xiao Cai camp, and the Yulin army and the Dragon Guard are there. Also, everything is normal. Under normal circumstances, could these thousands of knights fall from the sky? It's just that he didn't wait for He Shen to give an order, and there was already a fierce killing. "City Lord, the clan family intends to rebel. How to deal with it?" Link threw a topic in a timely manner. Su Tianzhao's eyes were full of radiance. He had already smelled something wrong, but the opportunity to uproot the clan family was right in front of him, and he didn't want to give up, and immediately waved, "Cut." At the same time, He Shen's eyelids jumped wildly and his scalp became numb. He saw the mysterious golden spear in the slot of Yang Guo's mechanical arm pop out again. "Shoot! Don't let one go!" He Shen shouted hysterically. He knew that if he didn't order, he might not have a chance to speak at Yang Guo's speed. The machine gun fired, and the basement suddenly burst into flames. The silver hand turned from defense to offense. The mysterious golden spear dance in his hand was airtight and water was impermeable. The dense bullets came up, splashing countless sparks and clanging, but none of them could pass through the spear. On the other hand, the shrunken wall and grass ministers did not have such a good life. They whimpered in pain and were shot into a sieve. The elemental lowering energy in Link's hand was violent, and he attacked indiscriminately at the patrons of the clan masters and others in the room. Arcane, frost, flame, sacred, lightning, physical, and toxic skills are mixed together, as if they were dropped without money. At this moment, the patriarchs and lords with a strict class system, for the first time, achieved the same fate with the breath, no longer distinguished between high and low, and the corpses were everywhere where the energy was spilled. And because the magical energy is mixed together, it can be said that the skin and flesh are completely wiped out and turned into a pool of blood. The horror of the scene is disgusting. After a few breathing times, the elemental law stopped the energy from pouring. Link swayed his energy value without hesitation, and there was no one else in the entire basement except Link, Yinzhao, Li Chao, and Su Tianzhao. Su Tianzhao was completely confused. If Yang Guo showed that the one shot that killed 4 people in a single shot surprised the audience, then Qin Shao, a disciple of the beast control sect, unexpectedly used the power of 7 elements, which was beyond his understanding. The basement was suddenly quiet, except for the sizzling noise of poisonous skills corroding the corpse. "Okay, it's quiet, it's time to do business next." Link clapped his hands, his expression was relaxed, it seemed that he was not the one who killed everyone just now. Su Tianzhao returned to his senses, looking at the post-war traces in the basement, he couldn't help but shudder, and a chill rushed from the tailbones to the top of his head. This kind of personal force is already beyond the sphere of ordinary influence, and it will never be unknown. "Who are you guys anyway?" Silverhand motioned to Link. After getting Link nodded to confirm, he simply removed the mask and disguised, "I can be suffocated to death, and I can finally show my true colors." When he saw Yinzhao's young face, Su Tianzhao's pupils shrank sharply and blurted out, "You are John the King of Killers." Yinzhao's original brilliant expression suddenly seemed to be constipated. slowly stretched out his neck, his head approached Su Tianzhao. You shit. You are John, and your whole family is John. Lao Tzu can change his name or surname Yan Shao. Su Tianzhao finally understood, you are a copy of John, and you are from Shadu. Yan Shao's expression was constipated again, as if he had a knife in his chest. Link also lifted the holographic human skin mask at this time, with the winner's smile on his face. City Lord Su, long time no see. After seeing Link, Su Tianzhao's expression of shock could not be added. After confirming the Silver Hand's identity, he just felt that another one was very likely to be a strong one in Shadu. But he never expected that this person, who he personally pulled out, thinking that he would be the good minister of the Zhu kingdom who will revitalize the future of Dragon City, would turn out to be the deity of Lin Ke. After a moment of stunned, Su Tianzhao seemed to have a sudden realization, and completely smoothed the course of the matter. All this is a plan. From the sale of Dragon City Wasteland Wolf, a big plan was brewing. Interlocked to subvert the Longcheng regime. Li Chao is yours too, right? Link nodded. Master Lang, did you do it? Link nodded again. Su Tianzhao couldn't help taking a deep breath. This round is really huge. The current situation is like chess. He thought that besides his handsome, there were 2 men and 1 car on his side. However, he never expected that these 3 chess pieces belonged to each other, and there was also a general who crossed the Chu River and Han boundary without observing the rules. Su Tianzhao squeezed a smile. General Lin laughed. After all, I close my eyes and foresee my end. 533 The mastermind behind Wasteland Planet. Su Tianzhao did not struggle or resist. After figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, he maintained the last dignity of a city lord and a formidable character at the end of his life. The enemy had firmly grasped Dragon City's weakness, discovered Dragon City's weakness, and used it as an opportunity to launch a huge plan. The powerful families had rebelled, and the only 3 people he could trust were all from Shandu. Su Tianzhao had been completely defeated. Being hysterical was the behavior of the weak. If he was not even willing to admit defeat, then Su Tianzhao would not have been in charge of Dragon City for more than 20 years. City Lord Su, don't worry. The old faction will not have a future. On this point, we have the same idea. As soon as Link finished speaking, Su Tianzhao's lips curled into a smile. He slowly closed his eyes and let go of all his defenses. Link gathered his strength and slammed his palm on Su Tianzhao's head. A tsunami-like force entered Su Tianzhao's body. The bones, muscles, meridians, and blood vessels in his body were instantly shattered by the huge force released. His entire body turned into a ball of fine powder and was annihilated in an instant, leaving only a ball of clothes scattered on the ground. Silverhand was dumbfounded and stuttered, he died. He thought that there would be a scene where he would rather die than surrender and fight until the end until he died of exhaustion. However, Su Tianzhao closed his eyes and waited for death without saying anything. Link did not say anything more. Link looked at Su Tianzhao's clothes and nodded slightly, maintaining his most sincere respect. He had no opinion about Su Tianzhao, but after he accepted the hidden main storyline mission Mandala's Revenge on Wasteland Planet, the conflict between the two could not be reconciled because of the cold reception. If it wasn't for the mission and location, they might have become good friends and drank together. At the same time, a system notification popped up. You have successfully killed Su Tianzhao, the Dragon City Master level 50+, leader. You have received 185000 experience points. Warning, you have killed an important character on Wasteland Planet, which will have a far-reaching and major impact on the plot of Wasteland Planet. After reading the system notification, Link came back to his senses and patted Silverhand on the shoulder. Silverhand, it's your turn now. Silverhand didn't react and tilted his head, ha. After this battle, the powerful families of Dragon City can be said to have been uprooted, which has caused serious social turmoil. If even Su Tianzhao was dead now, the entire Dragon City would definitely be in chaos. Dragon City could have no aristocratic families, but it could not have no city lord. I want you to disguise yourself as Su Tianzhao and govern the Dragon City. Facing the task that Link had assigned, Silverhand felt that the burden on his shoulders had suddenly become heavy. Silverhand's facial features twisted together in an awkward manner. As a teenager who was in the rebellious phase of youth, the difficulty of making Silverhand sit in the position of Dragon City Master was no less than forbidding young boys and girls who had just begun to fall in love. Governing Dragon City, isn't this equivalent to imprisoning me here? Silverhand's eyes suddenly brightened as he found what he thought was the best excuse to refuse. Besides, I'm pretending to be Yang Jian now. If you ask me to pretend to be Su Tianzhao, what about Yang Jian? Lin Kei's lips curled into a smile. He had been waiting for Silverhand to say this. That's simple. Just say that in the process of protecting Su Tianzhao, he died heroically with the enemy. Isn't that just in line with the image of the unparalleled loyalty of the descendants of the Yang family? Hiss. It sounded very reasonable. Silverhand couldn't refute his words. Of course, if it was only this, it was certainly not enough to persuade Silverhand to pretend to be Su Tianzhao. As the mastermind behind the scenes, the hidden boss, and a professional multi-level marketing expert, Link didn't just want Silverhand to act as him. He wanted him to act willingly. Link hugged Silverhand and pulled him closer. As an elder, he said, isn't your goal to surpass John and break away from his fame and influence so that the whole world knows you, Silverhand, and not just a clone of John? This is a great opportunity. Silverhand suddenly became interested. Why do you say that? Think about it. John is now in Chitu, pretending to be me to carry out government affairs, right? Silverhand nodded. If you take over Dragon City and do better than John, does that mean you've surpassed him? Silverhand's eyes were bright and he felt that Link's words made sense. In the past, you didn't have the chance to start off on the same platform as him, so you've been living in his shadow. When others see you, they think you're John's clone and not Silverhand because you haven't shown your strength that surpasses John's. Now, the opportunity has come. If Dragon City is better than Sand City under your management, then the result is obvious. Link jabbed the Silverhand with his elbow and said, or perhaps, even though you keep saying that you want to surpass John, you're not confident at all. When you really have the chance, you start to back off. The Silverhand was still a teenager. How could he take Link's provocation? A ball of anger and dissatisfaction burned in his heart. Who said I'm backing out? I'm just curious how you're going to deal with your Yang Jian identity. Silverhand said arrogantly. Link picked up Su Tianzhao's clothes and handed them to Silverhand. Don't worry, the ministers of Dragon City have all died in the battle just now, so no one will notice anything strange. As for political affairs, I'll arrange for Li Chao and Mr. Kong to assist you, and the ministers in the court will also arrange for their own people. No need. Silverhand quickly raised his hand. I want to defeat John with my own strength. Have you forgotten that John has a group of people to help him in Chitu? From the think tank to all the institutions in Chitu, he can do it with ease. Are you sure you don't need any help? Silverhand's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat faster as he quickly said, it's a small matter to help. The main thing is that I want to compete with John on the same starting point. Good Lord, this answer already had the style of a macaw. Li Chao, who was standing at the side, understood what Link was trying to say and asked, My lord, you mean you won't be returning to Shandu for the time being? Since Link had asked John and the Silverhand to pretend to be him and Su Tianzhao respectively, the Lord must have made another decision and would not reveal their real bodies. Li Chao's sharp senses picked up the scent of a mission. What's there to reply? It's not easy for us to come out. We must definitely get everything done. In fact, he had already taken control of all the regions in Shazhou and Dragon City. The territory he controlled stretched from the westernmost part of the wasteland planet to the central and northern parts, forming a semicircle around the forces of Far Night. Now, other than the Far Night and the scattered lands, as well as some isolated islands and small forces overseas, Link had complete control over half of the entire wasteland's territory. As long as the next step of the plan succeeds, the entire Freedom Federation will soon fall into my hands. After that, we only need to deal with the Cross Army, Nature's Alliance, Brotherhood, and the Academy's forces. We only need to rope in one group and suppress the other. Then, we can start planning for version 2.0 in advance. Link's blueprint for the abandoned planet gradually became clear. At this moment, the battle outside was also coming to an end. The combat power of the private soldiers of the powerful families could not be compared with the Dauntless Cavalry Battalion, one of the three elites, not to mention that they were riding on wolves, which was the ultimate enhanced version of the Dauntless Cavalry Battalion. Thousands of private soldiers were killed by the black cavalrymen in fear. Silverhand had already changed into Su Tianzhao's clothes, and the human skin mask had been made to look like Su Tianzhao. Link used multiple spells from the elemental ring to destroy Su Tianzhao's physical body. Soon, he was indistinguishable from the other corpses. His flesh and blood evaporated and he disappeared completely. Silverhand was indeed John's clone. He had even obtained 80 to 90% of John's superb disguising technique. The Su Tianzhao in front of him now was exactly the same as before, whether it was his expression, face, or temperament. Even with Link's eyes, he couldn't find anything unusual, let alone the others. The sound of the battle outside gradually died down, and then the first person rushed in, one by one, with a hurried expression. After he entered, he glanced around and saw that there were only 3 people left in the large basement. The rest of the place was covered in blood and corpses piled up. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, as well as an indescribable pungent and burning smell. I, Sun Shu, have arrived late to rescue you. I hope that City Lord, General, and Lord Libation can forgive me. This was Sun Shu's first time seeing Su Tianzhao up close. He immediately knelt down on one knee and fought for the opportunity to show off. Minister Sun bravely killed the enemy and suppressed the rebellion. What crime is there to be guilty of? Silverhand entered the state very quickly, and the temperament and image of a fierce and powerful man suddenly appeared. At this point, Lin Ke was already prepared to make his move. Sun Shu's mission had already been completed. It was time for him to die in this basement with Yang Jian as a grave for the others. However, when Link met Sun Shu's grateful and eager eyes, a new plan emerged in his mind. Perhaps such a useful tool could provide him with more help. It seems that his life isn't destined to end. Fine, let's start the plan against Fei with him. Link stopped the Heaven's Sun's insight, and the murderous aura around Sun Shu gradually dissipated. The person involved, Sun Shu, had no idea that the gaze he revealed just now had saved his life. Sun Shu glanced around but did not see Yang Jian. He stood up and walked to Link's side. General! General Yang! In order to protect the city lord, General Yang sacrificed himself heroically in the process of fighting against the traitors from his family. Ah, this Yang Luo! Sun Shu had never expected that Yang Jian, who had killed the Beast King to calm the beast tide, would be sacrificed in the battle of the family's rebellion. Lin Ke continued to put on his best act and patted Sun Shu's shoulder. Staff Officer Sun, after this battle, you can't stay in Dragon City anymore. Sun Shu was instantly dumbfounded. What did Qin Shao mean by this? Killing the donkey when it was done? He had finally made a great contribution by eliminating the powerful families and supporting the city lord, and now he wanted to drive him out. What kind of logic was this? Seeing Sun Shu's strange expression, Link tried to hold back his laughter. With just a few words, Sun Shu's heart was broken. It seemed that this deep-thought Avenger also had times when he couldn't hold back. I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it. Although we've eliminated the powerful families this time, there are always forces in Dragon City that are inextricably linked to the powerful families. If you continue to stay in Dragon City, you'll definitely be targeted by these hidden forces. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. If he continued to stay, he would only attract the enemy's attack. Now that we have quelled the rebellion of the powerful families, there are few opportunities to continue to make achievements within Dragon City. It is better to retreat in order to advance, and make achievements outside. The next time we return, we will be able to rise to the top and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Link's words were very attractive, logical, and convincing. After that, Link continued to play the emotional card. Actually, it's my fault. If I didn't arrange for you to carry out this mission, you wouldn't have been implicated by me. General, you must not be like this. If you did not promote me, I, Sun Shu, would still be a small soldier in Dragon City. It is already very difficult for me to reach my current position. General's words are very reasonable. This general is willing to go outside and try. Sun Shu was still able to understand the situation. Since Qin Shao was able to arrange a new path for him in front of Su Tianzhao and Li Chao, he must have thought it through. Link nodded in satisfaction. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Since Sun Shu was willing to go on a mission, it didn't matter if he was spared. With his desire to climb up the ladder, he might really be able to create a miracle and achieve great things. Good. I've arranged for you to go today and get in touch with the Dragon City's intelligence organization in Day. In order to speed up the process of you integrating into the Dragon City, I have specially designed a plot for you to prove your loyalty. You will escape Dragon City and enter the Dragon City as a political refugee. Because you have important information about Dragon City on you, the higher UPS of the Dragon City will pay attention to get close to you and try to get information about Dragon City from you. At the same time, in the dark, you are also an inspector of Dragon City's intelligence department in Fei. The Day branch of Luoge Palace will support all your actions. Your task is to infiltrate the Magic Knight organization and provide Dragon City with all kinds of information about the internal affairs of the Magic Knight Federation. From now on, Li Chao will be your direct superior. You only need to report to him, said Link. Seeing how Link was trying to fool Sun Shu, Silverhand couldn't help but interject. Staff Officer Sun, General Qin has told me many times that you are intelligent and skilled in both literature and martial arts. How much information Dragon City can get from the Dharma Knight will all depend on you. When the matter is settled, you can return to Dragon City with honor and replace Li Chao to serve as the libation of Luoge Palace. Li Chao, who was at the side, was full of question marks. Link +1. Silverhand was too good at making things more dramatic, and this promise was not even in his plan. This guy was not following the script. If Silverhand knew what the two were thinking, he would definitely complain. There wasn't a script to begin with, and Link didn't mention this in advance. This thing depended on talent, adaptability, and performance. On the other hand, after Sun Shu received Su Tianzhao's personal promise, his mind went blank and he immediately knelt on the ground. Many thanks to the city lord's nurturing, many thanks to General Qin's promotion, many thanks to Chancellor Li's care. As long as he completed Fei's task, he could come back and take over Li Chao's position as the libation of Luoge Palace. Once he took over the Dragon City's intelligence agency that was in charge of nearly 10,000 people, he would enter the core circle of power in Dragon City, and the day of avenging his foster father was just around the corner. 534 The whole nation mourned and discussed the big plan, Chapter 3.8. Sun Shu was already attracted by the big picture drawn by the three of them, and his mind was full of the images and achievements of his glorious return from the Dharma Night. There was definitely a risk, but if he wanted to enter the core power level of Dragon City in a short time, this risk was still within his acceptable range. Sun Shu was very confident in his own strength. Whether it was his strategic thinking or his individual courage, although he was not at the top, he was still an elite existence. As the inspector of the intelligence department, he had a lot of power in this mission. He could basically control the entire intelligence department of Fia. And if they continued to stay in Dragon City, just as Qin Shao had said, there was a risk of being targeted by villains. The beast tide had been quelled, and the powerful families had been uprooted. It would be difficult for them to achieve great things in the short term. After weighing the pros and cons, Sun Shu decided to take a gamble. However, the other three were already ecstatic. With just a few words, Link had brainwashed Sun Shu. He was willing to put down everything at hand and head to the dangerous Magic Knight to start his career again. Silverhand couldn't help but think of the macaw's evaluation of Link. In the macaw's words, Link was definitely the biggest multi-level marketing boss on Wasteland Planet. As one of Link's earliest pets, the macaw had witnessed Link's powerful ability to dupe people with his words. His mouth could turn white into black, say dead into alive, and even say ordinary things into flowery words. Even a problematic teenager like Silverhand had to be led around by the nose by Link. How terrifying was this guy? In order to ensure the authenticity of the subsequent plot development, I will not tell you my plans in advance. You can move and live as usual in Dragon City. With your intelligence, you will definitely be able to find out my intentions. Follow your intuition and feelings. Lin Kei's words were ambiguous, but to Sun Shu, it was an affirmation and trust in his abilities. Sun Shu saluted Su Tianzhao, Qin Shao, and Li Chao with a serious face. I swear to die for Dragon City. Sun Shu, hear my order. Link suddenly said sternly. This general is here. Sun Shu straightened his back, his body tense. The Lord of the city has ordered you to be responsible for the aftermath of this place and the encirclement and annihilation of the remnants of the rebellious families in the city. Report directly to the new emperor's teacher, Li Chao, after you have completed the task. Link issued the order on behalf of Su Tianzhao, afraid that the unruly Silverhand would say something out of line. After Link finished speaking, Silverhand also went with the flow and nodded. Official Sun, we'll be relying on you from now on. At this moment, Sun Shu was carefully thinking about the mission and what Su Tianzhao said to him before he left. He suddenly smelled something unusual. General Qin has given me the task of dealing with the aftermath and the remnants of the old factions in the city. This is to push me to the surface to attract the fire. The more old factions of the powerful families I deal with, the more organizations and individuals who are connected to them in the dark will hate me to the bone. They will take the opportunity to attack and deal with me. This way, as a minister who has rendered meritorious service, I will have a reason to leave Dragon City and seek Fa Yi's protection under the excuse of political asylum. Sun Shu's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. As expected of City Lord Su. As expected of General Qin, as expected of Chancellor Li, from now on they had already started to lay the trap. With such a perfect plan, Sun Shu was even more confident that Li Yuanjia would also arrange things properly for Fa Yat. In just a few days following Qin Shao, he had become the adjutant of the cavalry battalion, then the staff officer of the Dauntless Cavalry Battalion. Soon, he would become the inspector of the intelligence department of Dragon City in Day. The next time he returned to Dragon City from Day, he would be able to take over Li Chao's position as the Grand Libation of Luoch Palace and enter the core power level of Dragon City. To this, Sun Shu could only say, Qin Shao, YS. Now that Yang Jian was dead, Li Chao took over the position of the emperor's teacher and supervised all the officials. However, Li Chao's personal strength and ability to command troops were not outstanding, so it was easy to imagine that the power of the troops would fall into Qin Shao's hands, and his power would definitely increase again. Sun Shu made a decision in his heart. After he returned from Fia, he still had to maintain a good relationship with Qin Shao. Su Tianzhao, Qin Shao, and Li Chao left the secret villa in the dragon carriage. The three people in the car stared at each other, trying to hold back their laughter. It was not until they returned to the royal court and sent away the group of people that the three finally burst into laughter. Li Chao's admiration for Link could not be any greater. My lord is really amazing. You've been in Dragon City for less than a week, but you've used the Beast Tide incident as a stepping stone and made many plans to directly remove all the obstacles in Dragon City. Now that all the officials have died in the chaos of the gentry clans, we can open the gate and fill in our own people. In Li Chao's eyes, Link was like a god. The three forces of Dragon City. The reformist party led by Su Tianzhao and Leng Guan, the conservative party led by the aristocratic families, and some other officials who were easily swayed by the situation. Under Link's step-by-step planning, the three forces were completely annihilated. In less than a week, the ability to overturn a country's regime had even surpassed individual courage. Link sat on the golden dragon throne that represented the royal authority in the royal court. He patted the pure gold dragon head, feeling a lot of emotions. Sitting on the throne, he could still vaguely feel Su Tianzhao's quiet emperor's temperament and appearance. But now, the dynasty was still there, but things had changed, and the dynasty was quietly changing. As an emperor with great ambitions, Su Tianzhao had two dreams. The first was to solve the Beast Tide forever, and the second was to get rid of the parasites in the powerful families of Dragon City and reopen the path of promotion for the humble class. However, there was only one cold door around Su Tianzhao. It was already very difficult for the two of them to balance out the huge interest groups of the gentry clans. There was still a long way to go before they could uproot the gentry clans. Link made use of the city's own loopholes and arranged for people to infiltrate it. At the end of the story, the three people Su Tianzhao could trust were all from Shadu, which was definitely a failure for Su Tianzhao. An ambitious person would never not admit his failure. Su Tianzhao's action of closing his eyes after knowing the truth meant that he was seeking death. If Link didn't kill Su Tianzhao now and kept him as a tool like Sun Chu, it would be the greatest disrespect to his opponent. A hero cherishes a hero, and respecting the opponent is respecting yourself. My lord, what are your instructions for the next step? Li Chao had thought that it would take months or even years to complete the replacement of Dragon City to Sand City, but he didn't expect that Dragon City would completely fall in just a week. Link sat on the throne with his elbows on his legs and his chin resting on his crossed hands. His gaze was deep. The next target is Fei, sob sob. Link was filled with anticipation. He only had 4 goals left before he could complete the hidden main storyline mission on Wasteland Planet. Among them, the head of Fia, Augustine, was given for free. So, there were only 3 targets left. Rounding them up, it was equivalent to giving away for free. Li Chao, in the name of Dragon City's inner court, send an official invitation to Fei. Use the celebration of the end of the Beast Tide to invite the head of Day, Augustine, to come to Dragon City to discuss the cooperation of the Freedom Federation's border defense. At the same time, send the same invitation to Shandu, inviting the highest leader to come to Dragon City to cooperate in border defense. Li Chao suddenly shivered. He could already foresee the situation. John was disguised as Link, and Silverhand was disguised as Su Tianzhao. Each leader could only bring 1 bodyguard with them during the entire closed-door meeting. The army commander Li Zijun would definitely be in the Sand City, while the real Link would be in the Dragon City. In a closed-door meeting, it would be 4 against 2. With 2 legendary battle pet warriors, Link, the big boss behind the scenes, and Li Zijun, the king of soldiers in the Sand Capital, this lineup could be described as dazzling. Augustine and his guards were no match for so many people. My lord, what if Augustine chooses not to come? Li Chao had his doubts. Link's lips curled into a smile as he said, if I had sent him an invitation directly, he definitely wouldn't have come back. That's why you have to take one more step, Ying Ying. Link gave Li Chao another task. Li Chao's mouth was wide open in shock after hearing it. This Kazaya. His lord was indeed meticulous, and his analytical thinking was even better. According to my lord's operation, it's estimated that Augustine will have to come. Li Chao couldn't help but sigh. Link leaned against the dragon throne and told Li Chao more things to take note of. For example, he also mentioned the progress of the mission to frame Sun Shu. It was best to complete it before Augustine came to Dragon City. This would increase Augustine's leverage and purpose. Silverhand, who was not interested in these things, kept yawning. It was not until Li Chao took down all the instructions, left the royal court, appeased the palace guards, and made preparations for the aftermath that Silverhand's dazed eyes gradually sobered up. It's finally over. In the future, when I become the city lord of Dragon City, I don't have to take every step carefully and plan for a rainy day like you, right? Silverhand felt that his head would explode sooner or later if he had to figure out all the instructions by himself. You don't need any of this. Li Chao, Mr. Kong, and a group of people will assist you. The most important thing for you is to establish the character of Dragon City's lord. You will be responsible for attending some activities and scenes to stabilize the people of Dragon City. After a while, the macaw's breathing was heavy as it flew in from the window angrily. How come you guys finished in the time I took to sleep? The macaw was furious. Previously, it had missed the famous scene of killing Lang Guan. Today, it had just slept in and missed the rebellion of the family and the death of Su Tianzhao. He had come all the way from the Sand City just to witness these famous events. In the end, other than the beast tide, all his other wishes were in vain. Link pretended to be helpless and shrugged. We had no choice. Who would have thought that the influential families would act so impatiently? We were only forced to defend ourselves. You can ask Silverhand if you don't believe me. Forced into self-defense? Silverhand couldn't help but want to applaud Link. The macaw was even more speechless. If it hadn't followed Link for a long time, it would have believed him. Link's so-called forced self-defense was to dig a hole and wait for the enemy to jump in. It's okay. Although you missed 2 big shows, this is not the end. There will be another big show in Dragon City next. Just wait and see. The macaw's dejected expression instantly brightened up. Its grain-sized eyes lit up, and its resentful temperament was gone. It moved to Link's side and grinned so widely that the corners of its mouth almost reached its ears. Tell me, what good news? Let the Silverhand explain it to you slowly. Link stood up from the Dragon Emperor's throne. He had been carefully controlling all the details and adjusting his plans at any time to ensure that the plan to overturn the Dragon City could be carried out smoothly. His mind had been working at a high speed. Now that the dust had finally settled, he could finally have a good night's sleep and rest. The news of the sudden rebellion of the powerful families of Dragon City and the kidnapping of City Lord Su Tianzhao spread throughout the city along with Sun Shu's arrest of the accomplices of the powerful families. The commoners also found out about the sequence of events from the various rumors. It turned out that the He family was the leader of the aristocratic families. Last night, they had plotted to kill the emperor's teacher, Lang Guan. Then, today, when they were investigating the emperor's teacher's death, they planned to hold the city lord hostage and had a large-scale battle. In the battle, the civil and military officials were killed by stray bullets. Yang Jian sacrificed his life to protect the city lord. In the end, the Daoist cavalry camp received the signal from General Qin and rushed over to suppress the rebellion and eliminate the enemy. At the same time, it was also revealed that the horse bandits were actually disguised by aristocratic families in order to seize the wealth of the people. The emperor's teacher had closed the door because he had learned that he had been killed by a powerful family. With the exposure of various news, the disgust of the people of Dragon City towards the powerful families rose to the extreme, and they wanted to eat their flesh raw. As a result, everyone participated in the operation to capture the powerful families and reported any news to the dauntless cavalry camp, making the arrest of Sun Shu much easier. For a time, the respected aristocratic families had become street rats. The people of the Jiaomen mansion fled with the money, but they were found in horse sheds, trucks, swill buckets, and even manure buckets. After being beaten up, they were sent to the dauntless cavalry battalion. The servants of the aristocratic families who usually abused their power were not spared either. Even though they claimed that they were forced, they were still exposed by the angry crowd. You dogs, relying on your status as servants of the Jaomen estate, you bully men and women, take bribes, and help the evildoers. Now that the family has fallen, you're even trying to cut off all ties as if you've never done these things. You're even pouring out your grievances and taking sides with the wind, you dogs. As a result, the merchants who had close ties with the powerful families were also dealt with by everyone. Those who had wronged them took their revenge. For a time, the entire Dragon City was in a state of panic. They began to cut off their ties with the powerful families and even offered money and effort to recover the remnants of the powerful families. In just one day, the prosperous families of Dragon City had completely disappeared. The high-ranking manors in the urban area were extremely desolate. All the objects in them had been moved away, and the walls were filled with all kinds of words to vent their anger. Only 2 manors were spared, and the crowd even offered flower rings and white paper flowers of their own accord, blocking the front door of the manors. Of these 2 mansions, one was the mansion of the emperor's teacher, Lang Guan, and the other was the newly opened Yang sect. Under the 2 completely different atmospheres of venting anger and spontaneous reminiscence, Dragon City hung the flag at half-mast and held a grand state funeral for Lang Guan and Yang Jian, in which the whole country mourned. At the same time, everything was just as Link had expected. The merchants who were affected and those related to the aristocratic families all blamed it on Sun Shu. It was precisely because Sun Shu had been so arrogant and even allowed the people to help him that they had suffered such an undeserved disaster. They were already bearing a grudge and even gritting their teeth. Under such circumstances, the new Emperor Master of Dragon City, Li Chao, had sent an invitation to the Freedom Federation Border Security Conference to Shandu and Fayat. 535 Phase Visit, Chapter 3.9. All the important members of the royal court had been sacrificed in the Dragon City because of the family disaster, and there were many things to be done. After the powerful families were eliminated, there were a large number of vacancies in the royal court. The poor students who had been suppressed by the prestigious families in the past finally had the opportunity to serve Dragon City. There was even a trend of reading during the day and going out at night to catch the remnants of the powerful families. Because the Monster Security Company had entered Dragon City in advance, they had screened and won over many Dragon City locals. Many undercover spies in Sand City had become local people who had lived in Dragon City for generations under the operation of the Monster Security Company. Taking advantage of this vacancy, many of their own people in the intelligence department of Shandu were promoted to become senior officials of Dragon City. And the positions of the lower-ranking and ordinary officials would promote the ambitious people of Dragon City, giving them a stage to serve Dragon City and shine. This major event alone had minimized the negative impact of the disaster of the gentry clans. In addition, with the deliberate guidance of Dragon City's officials, the heat of the chaos between the powerful clans was quickly suppressed to its lowest. The citizens of Dragon City began to lead normal lives. The topics of discussion were all about which family's children were capable enough to pass the test and take up their positions as Dragon City officials, or the officially publicized Freedom Federation Border Security Conference. The Freedom Federation's Border Security Conference was publicized to discuss the issue of the Freedom Federation's border defense. This conference wanted the Freedom Federation to establish an integrated border defense system instead of doing things independently. The reason why Dragon City proposed this meeting was because they had won an unprecedented victory after investing a huge sum of money to bring in the wild wolves. As long as there were wolf riders in the wilderness, the beast tide in the future would not be a problem. Now that the threat of the Machinery Faith and Wasteland Gang had been resolved in Shandu, the beast tide was no longer a major threat to Dragon City. In this case, there were no external threats, and the two sides could carry out more close and in-depth cooperation. Soon, the Wasteland Star Morning Post reported on the Freedom Federation Border Security Conference proposed by Dragon City Lord Su Tianzhao, and a heated discussion was started regarding the unification of the border by the 3 major forces of the Freedom Federation. Zheng Fang felt that this proposal was very positive. If they could really form a joint border defense, the three forces would not be acting on their own. Working together would also promote the relationship between the three forces, and the communication between the three forces would be more frequent and closer. The opposition felt that this was at most a meeting with a slogan and would not have any substantial results. The reason was that the three forces had joined forces because of an external threat. Now that the threat of Shandu and Dragon City was no longer there, both sides had their own thoughts, and it was difficult to cooperate without any grudges. In the conference hall of the Federation of Dharma Night, Augustine looked at Su Tianzhao's proposal with a blank expression. Placing the invitation on the table, Augustine slowly raised his head and looked at the diplomats, members of parliament, and officials on both sides of the long table. He asked, "Does everyone think that Fei should participate in this so-called safety meeting?" The officials and members of parliament on both sides of the long table looked at the expressionless Augustine, unable to figure out the head of state's thoughts. The scene instantly fell into silence and awkwardness. After a while, someone finally mustered up the courage to express his opinion. "Head of state, I don't think it's necessary. Su Tianzhao has a lot on his mind." This time, after the beast tide was settled, there was a rebellion within Dragon City. As soon as the rebellion was quelled, Su Tianzhao proposed a security meeting and proposed a three-way alliance to defend the border. In my opinion, Su Tianzhao wants to take this opportunity to consolidate his ruling position in Dragon City. Shandu and we are just political chips for him to consolidate his rule. I agree with Representative Xia Rui's opinion. The powerful families with a deep heritage in Dragon City had been uprooted. Su Tianzhao had placed the humble class in an important position. Some of the conservative factions in Dragon City were quite critical of this, but they did not dare to speak up. Moreover, due to the lack of powerful families, many businesses were affected to varying degrees. This time, the chaos among the powerful families had challenged Su Tianzhao's ruling position and shaken the foundation of Dragon City. That was why Su Tianzhao had raised the flags of Shandu and Fa to form the so-called joint army to deter the rascals within Dragon City. I don't think it's necessary to make clothes for someone else without any benefit to Fa. Another representative said. But very quickly, there were different voices. I have a different opinion. Although Su Tianzhao had the element of increasing his political chips, this security meeting also had some positive aspects. Now that the Sand City had cleared the west of the planet, there were no enemies. Dragon City could also easily repel the beast tide. In the future, the threat of the beast tide would be lower and lower. Under such circumstances, of the three great powers of the Freedom Federation, only our Fa is left to suffer the wrath of the Dark Forest. If this security defense is really effective, then we can ask for help from Shandu and Dragon City to reduce our own losses. Let's not talk about whether or not we should join them for the time being. I think we should still go to the Dragon City meeting this time. Even if it's not a three-way cooperation, we can still talk about cooperation with Shandu. After all, we just took over the wild wolves from them. With the entry of Monster Security Company, their other pets have also come to Dragon City. Maybe there is a way to deal with the Dark Forest. The diplomats, members of parliament, and officials all expressed their different opinions. Everyone's words made sense. Augustine was hesitant, but he was still inclined to go to Dragon City. It wasn't because of the meeting, but because his old friend, Lang Guan, had died in the chaos of the family, and he wanted to go and pay his respects. 43 years had passed since that incident. At that time, of the 7 people who had escaped, Alongso had been assassinated on the plain, and it had become an unsolved case. Moros had been killed in the battle with Link. Now, he's been left alone in the chaos of the family. Only 4 of the 7 were left. Augustine suddenly felt that things had changed. Just as the head of state and the parliament were discussing countermeasures, the Secretary-General suddenly pushed the door open and walked quickly towards the head of state with a stack of documents in his hand. He looked anxious. Head of State, the latest news is that Shandu and Dragon City have started to cooperate and both sides have signed a series of economic cooperation plans. At the same time, the two sides have reached a preliminary agreement on the joint border defense. They plan to cancel the border control, strengthen military cooperation, and form a unified border emergency team. Augustine's expression changed immediately after the Secretary General finished speaking. The officials and members of Parliament also had awkward expressions on their faces. They had analyzed so much earlier, and all of them had placed Fa Ye in a position of utmost importance that could affect the situation. However, who would have thought that Shadu and Long Cheng would actually exchange flirtatious glances with each other, and their relationship would reach such a level? Su Tianzhao's proposal had just been sent out, and the invitation had not even been sent out for half a day. However, Shadu had already decided to cooperate with Dragon City and had directly started the cooperation between the two sides. They did not bring Fa Ye at all. Economic, military, and even civil exchanges, coupled with the removal of border checkpoints, made them look like a young couple on their honeymoon. They could be said to be completely defenseless. Once such a situation was formed, with Sand City and Dragon City playing together, Fa Ye would be isolated. Right now, Fa Ye's situation was quite awkward. He was like a third wheel who shouldn't be there, affecting the sweet nothings between Shandu and Dragon City. Head of State, we have no choice but to go in this situation. The officials at the long table looked anxious. It was no longer a matter of whether they wanted to go or not, but whether they could take them to Shandu and Dragon City. If the border between Shandu and Dragon City was removed, they would be like one entity and have deep cooperation in economic, trade, and military affairs. Only with the border control between Shandu and Fei, there would be a gap in the future. Now that there were no external disasters in Shandu and Dragon City, their development speed was not hindered. After a while, the national power of Shandu and Dragon City would surpass that of Fa Ye. The officials who had previously opposed the idea also nodded one after another. They regarded themselves as virtuous and even lived in the glory of the old era, unable to extricate themselves. Before the reckoning, Day was the capital of the Federation of Day. Its political, economic, and military power were the most important. Dragon City and Sand City were just border cities of the Federation of Day. Whether it was in terms of scale or development, they couldn't compare to Day. After the Day of Reckoning, Fei was also the city with the least damage, and the population was relatively intact, so it had a sense of superiority. But now, faced with the two underlings chasing after them and not even bringing them along to play, this group of people panicked. The three cities of the Freedom Federation are of the same origin, Augustine finally said. It was a good thing to suggest an alliance at the border to deepen the communication. As the Freedom Federation's big brother, he had to set an example for this meeting. That's why we're taking part. After Augustine finished speaking, the officials at the long table applauded and praised him with words like "Long live the head of state" and "the head of state is wise." When Fei's Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent an official reply to Dragon City to confirm his attendance, he didn't know that a storm was rapidly approaching Suanji. In recent days, with the close cooperation between Dragon City and Shandu, the communication between the people had also become extensive. The most obvious was the communication between players. The trading of weapons, equipment, and other resources became more frequent. Under Link's influence, the Sand City had now embarked on a path that focused on technology. Helen's new energy source began to be widely used in various weapons and equipment. The previous classification of hot weapons and cold weapons no longer existed, and it was replaced by the classification of new energy weapons and conventional weapons. Due to the monster horde, Dragon City had a pugilist background. Therefore, the number of pugilists was relatively higher. After seeing the new energy weapons in Shandu, they were dumbfounded. They judged the quality of a cold weapon by the number of times it had been tempered, the quality of the metal, and the craftsmanship of a master. However, the new energy weapons in the hands of the Shudu experts had tokamark charging rings, which released more kinetic energy and more destructive power. The weapons were also attached with a layer of tokamak energy device, which could layer a layer of energy flow similar to sword chi on the surface of the weapons, increasing the damage and even causing burns. It could also control the opening and closing of the energy flow, inadvertently dealing a fatal blow to the enemy. Although the price was still high compared to conventional weapons, and they had to pay extra for charging, the effect was excellent, and those who used it all said it was good. Helen modified the blueprint, standardized the tokamak device, and passed on the technology to the staff in the Underground Research Center. Then, following Penny's idea, she not only opened up the finished product for sale, but also the service of customization. With a high price, they could modify the existing weapons into new energy weapons. The Penguin Company, Pony, had built many charging stations in Shenmue City and Shandu so that the players would not have to worry about the lack of energy for the new energy weapons. Turning a one-time weapon into a high-priced, sustainable recycling industry. Even though Link was far away in Dragon City, he couldn't help but give Pony a like. He thought to himself that Pony was indeed a pet with the smell skill. His talent in business and making money was unparalleled. With the combined efforts of Link and the professional team, the consequences of the chaos in Dragon City had basically been eliminated. The Dragon City bureaucrats, who used to be lethargic, were now full of vitality. The important positions in Dragon City were all controlled by the people of Shandu. The officials working under them were selected children of the humble families. All of them were ambitious and eager to contribute to the construction of New Dragon City. With Sun Chu's performance recently, Link had nothing to do. He would sit in the yard every day, drinking tea and reading the newspaper. He would also give instructions remotely through the phone. He was very free. Faye had agreed to attend the safety meeting. All Link had to do now was wait for Augustine to walk right into his trap. "Link, the stuff is here. It's in the backyard." The macaw panted heavily, and its bloated body seemed to be struggling. Link stood up from the rattan chair and looked at the macaw's struggling expression. He couldn't help but say, "You should also lose some weight. The more you eat, the fatter you get. You're already panting after just a few steps. What are you going to do in the future?" The macaw's nostrils spewed out 2 wisps of white smoke like a small train, and it was extremely angry. "Don't make such sarcastic remarks. It wasn't easy for me to come to Dragon City. Not only did I pick up my fur, but I also readied my body. In the end, I didn't get to see a fart when I came here. I have to be busy. I have nothing better to do." Link walked to the side of the macaw and chuckled. He quickly changed the topic and put his arm around the macaw's round shoulder. "Let's go to the backyard and see what's being transported over." When he arrived at the backyard, he saw a huge ancient Dianosuchus head on the ground. This ancient Dianosuchus head was the head of the Beast King during the Beast Tide. After being injured by Silverhand's black gold bomb, Link had killed it with one final blow. He had been in Dragon City for more than a week and had been busy setting up plans. Now that he finally had some free time, of course, he couldn't lose his traditional skills. Link was going to use the ancient Dianosuchus head as a practice and synthesize it. The ancient Dianosuchus body had already been disassembled and sent to the Research Institute in Dragon City for research. The Monster Security Company had also used their connections to obtain many parts and secretly sent them back to Shandu for research. Only the head was preserved as a trophy. Now that Silverhand had become the lord of the city, he had casually given this to Link. Link looked at the 8-foot-long Dinocator head and walked around it, deep in thought. A level 50+, leader, ancient creature's head, what kind of material would be used to synthesize it to display its effect? 536 Secret Chamber, Chapter 336. Link fell into deep thought as he looked at the ancient Dianosuchus head. If it was a complete ancient Dianosuchus corpse, Link wouldn't have to worry so much. He could just try to synthesize it with high-end materials. However, he only had the ancient Dianosuchus head now, so the synthesis process would be more difficult. The last time Link had used broken limbs and bones to create a creature, he had used the tentacles and other tissues of the magical octopuses and the connective tissues of the deformed fusion monster to form a similar creature. Only then had the system recognized it as a creature and synthesized it to create the mysterious creature Dream Parasite. It had done a great job in dealing with the Shining and Nightmare demons. Link had to test if the system would recognize the Dianosuchus head as a creature or a material. Although the ancient Dianosuchus had been dead for a week, and its head had been separated from its body, its huge head still exuded the ancient pressure of its life. There used to be a group of birds in the backyard of the Qin residence. However, ever since the ancient Dianosuchus head was moved here, the bird nest on the treetops was empty. Even the usual croaking of frogs and cicadas had disappeared without a trace. In the entire backyard, there were only the crows of misfortune standing in a row on the wall and the silly macaw. Link placed one hand on the ancient Dianosuchus' dry and hard skin while his other hand skillfully produced a bullet of misfortune. Entering the synthesis interface, Link was surprised to see a synthesis formula. Ancient Dianosuchus, damaged, plus misfortune bullet equals compatibility, 20%. The system had identified the ancient Dianosuchus head as a living being, but it was marked as incomplete. Since it was a living creature, it was a good thing. Link didn't need to find other suitable creatures. He only needed to find the corresponding materials to synthesize it. However, there were too few samples. Link wasn't sure if the broken ancient Dianosuchus were considered a creature because of its large head or because of its ancient characteristics. Lin Ke began to rack his brain. Every time he tried to synthesize a pet, it was an opportunity for him to let his thoughts wander and to let his imagination run wild. Although the ancient Dianosuchus was incomplete, its grade was still classified as epic level, light purple. This was a rare high-quality creature, so he couldn't waste it. He had to create a high-quality synthetic product. Lin Ke knew how hard it was to synthesize an epic creature. It could be said that on the wasteland planet, the number of epic creatures was one less, so he had to be careful. After thinking for a long time, Link still couldn't come up with a good fusion method. Looking at the macaw jumping around on the head of the ancient Dianosuchus, Link couldn't help but ask, "Old Jin, what kind of fusion path do you think this ancient Dianosuchus should take?" The macaw lowered its head and looked at the ancient Dianosuchus head that was bigger than an armed jeep. It thought for a moment and said, "Isn't this thing an ancient creature? Logically speaking, it should be extinct by now. Since it's an ancient creature, the synthesis should also be traced back to ancient times. Don't use those gaudy things." Link thought about it seriously and felt that the macaw's words made sense. Since it was an ancient creature, it would naturally fit the ancient environment, so the direction of the synthesis should also be traced back to the ancient times. Ancient Dianosuchus. What was it like in ancient times? Link also thought of the ancient map of the wasteland and the direction of the water flow. The ancient Dianosuchus usually lived near rivers and fed on animals or humans that passed through the rivers. In the ignorant ancient times, because of its huge and terrifying body, it was regarded as a fierce beast or a divine beast by the ancient people. Its image was modified and written into the myths, becoming a god. Right, the myths. Link's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a suitable reference. "Old Jin, help me get the Book of the Desert Undead from the study." The Book of the Undead in the Desert was an epic legend written by the desert race in ancient times. In ancient times, which was now the land of Sand City, there were large oases and rivers, so there were many pyramids and ancient ruins in the desert. Link remembered that the Book of the Undead in the Desert had mentioned the god of crocodiles. After a while, the macaw returned with the Book of the Undead with a black cover. Link flipped through it and finally found the content he was looking for. He guarded the young Horus and helped the grown-up prince to successfully restore the Suanji so that Horus could become the king of the desert again. Link continued reading the information on the crocodile god. Crocodile god Sabak has 4 times the divine power because he has 4 divine elements: fire from the sun god Ra, air from the air god Shu Qi, earth from the earth god covered by earth, and water from Osiris, the king of the underworld. The macaw had appeared behind Link without him noticing. It stared at the words on the page and couldn't help but read them out. Seeing this, Link's eyebrows furrowed. Out of the 4 divine elements, he had the wind heart fragment that represented air, the fire elemental particles that represented fire, the elementium ore that represented earth, and the moonwell water that represented water. The so-called 4 divine elements had been gathered, but the most crucial problem had appeared. Link's current synthesis formula could only accommodate 2 materials at most. However, there were 4 divine elements in total. His synthesis formula could not match them. If he only used 2, he would not be able to synthesize the creature he wanted. If I can fuse the 4 elements into one, I'll only take up 1 material slot. I can even add other items to increase the compatibility. It was a good idea, but fusing the elements wasn't that easy. There were 2 major difficulties in fusing elements. The first was the interaction between elements, which was very simple. Water and fire were incompatible. The wind helped the fire, while the earth could cover the water. Secondly, the quality of the elements was uneven. For example, the wind heart fragment and elementium ore were epic materials, the fire elemental particles were superior materials, and the moonwell water was a dark green material. These elements of different quality would definitely have a difference in strength. When the time came, the effects of the weaker materials would be suppressed, unable to be fully utilized. However, these problems were not difficult for Link. As someone who had 6 years of gaming experience, Link knew that anyone else would be at a loss. However, he did have a solution. At the border of Dragon City and the northern part of Shadow, there was a snowy mountain named Lan. This snowy mountain was famous for 2 things. First, this was where John stored Marcia's body. Second, there was a secret chamber in the Alan Snow Mountain. There was an item called Dean's Magic Box in the secret chamber, which could be used to extract and refine the characteristics of materials and also fuse items. All he had to pay was a medium item and a gem. The secret chamber was enhanced with arcane energy, and the entrance would be randomly shifted in the Alan Snow Mountain from time to time. Because of the endless snow mountains, the entrance was quite hidden in the snow and difficult to find. Before version 2.0, the search for the entrance to the Alan Snow Mountain had become a source of income for some studios. If the player was not willing to search aimlessly, they only needed to contact the studio and pay a fee. The studio would send you the coordinates of the entrance in a short time. However, the players had yet to explore the Alan Snow Mountain, so they naturally would not find the secret technique room. However, for Lin Ke, who had many pets, it was not difficult to find the entrance in the vast snow mountain. As long as there were enough pets, the more open the shop was, the easier it was to find the entrance. Link calculated the time. There was still a week before the Dragon City Security Conference. If he left for the Alan Snow Mountain now, the round trip would take 2 days, and the entrance would be found in 1 day. The remaining time was enough for him to come back and start the synthesis. Since he had nothing to do for the week, Link looked up at the macaw and asked, "Old Jin, would you be interested in a trip that you can go on as you wish?" At the mention of traveling, the macaw was no longer sleepy and immediately asked, "Where to?" Alan Sushan. A few hours later, the macaw shrunk its neck and put on a windbreaker and goggles. "Oh my god, I really picked up the right kid this time." The wind howled on the Lan Snow Mountain, and the temperature was extremely low. The macaw was wrapped in a layer of eagle feathers, so it didn't feel cold at all. Link wasn't as thick-skinned as the macaw to resist the cold. He was fully equipped with professional snow climbing equipment. There were many snow condors hovering in the sky above the snow mountain. Link had especially synthesized these when he arrived at the foot of the Alan Snow Mountain. He had synthesized dozens of them in one go to find the entrance to the secret chamber. Snow condors had excellent vision, and they could easily find the tracks of snow rabbits several kilometers away on the White Snow Mountain. It was a piece of cake to find a runic gate with runes written on it and arcane energy flowing. Why don't we wait at the foot of the mountain and go there after the snow eagle finds a good spot? Although the macaw wasn't cold, climbing the mountain was very tiring. It always felt like Link was taking it in circles around the snow mountain. The area of the Aland Mountains is beyond the range of Beast's Eye. If you don't come in yourself, you won't be able to find the entrance if you're unlucky. Surprisingly, the macaw didn't argue back and just nodded. That's true, your luck has always been bad, you really need to take a few steps to recover. Link's face darkened. He thought that the macaw had changed. He didn't expect it to speak in a more eccentric and diabolical way. However, just as the macaw finished speaking, the high-pitched cry of a snow eagle could be heard. A snow condor was screeching non-stop in the sky. It circled in place and then accelerated towards Link, flying over Link and the macaw's heads. Link cast a beast's eye on the snow eagle, and it flew back into the air. Link also saw the abnormality that the snow eagle had discovered with the help of the beast's eye. At the peak of a snowy mountain, the air was filled with pink-purple arcane energy. The arcane energy formed an oval egg-shaped film and tore a strange crack. In the center of the crack was a deep purple, dotted with some starlight, like a strange vertical eye, like a door to a different world. Yes, this is the place. Lin Ke was very familiar with this torn door. In his previous life, from version 1.0 to version 2.0, everyone would come here to extract the suffix of their equipment. This door could be considered a small plot that connected 1.0 to 2.0. In the later stages of the Son of Saints Descent version, after the players discovered the secret technique room, they would spend materials, gemstones, or diamonds of blue quality or above for each extraction and refinement. However, after the start of version 2.0 and the invasion of the otherworldly demons, the extracted materials had all become the demon cores. The content of version 2.0 was to pull the players out of their own novice planets and use the alien demonic race as a primer to pull out the power structure of the universe and pave the way for the players to enter the era of the universe. As for the origin of the secret chamber, the players guessed that it was probably a portal bag set up by an almighty level mage who opened a similar portal in every world. After entering the secret chamber, one would come to the secret chamber and exchange materials and resources with Dean's magic box. The reason why the players had such a guess was that there were such things on all three novice planets. However, the name of the magic box for extraction and refining was different on each planet. After locking on to the location, Link put away the beast's eye and started heading deeper into the snow mountain. The snow condors who had searched the other areas had all returned. They followed Link's instructions and flew back and forth between the secret technique room and them. If you think it's too slow, you can follow the snow eagle and fly over to wait. Link patted the macaw's shoulder. It panted as loudly as a cow. Link was stunned, afraid that its voice would cause an avalanche. The macaw considered it for a moment. Flying and walking were indeed two different concepts, and the distance was also quite large. However, just as the macaw raised its wings, it instantly retracted them and shivered. Forget it. If I fly away, you'll be so bored here alone. I'll be merciful and take pity on you. I'll go with you. The macaw pretended to be generous and considerate, using the softest tone to say the softest words. Link chuckled. The macaw was so embarrassed. Did she really think that he didn't see how she was shivering from the cold just now? After planting feathers for a long time, there was nothing added under her armpit. She raised her hand and retracted it because of the cold, but her tone was very big and arrogant. "Thank you for your kind intentions," said Link, but he did not expose her. The macaw looked strong on the outside but was actually weak on the inside. It clamped its limbs tightly and flapped its wings slightly. "Don't be too touched." 2 hours later, Link and the macaw arrived at the peak of the Alan Snow Mountain as expected. At the end of the peak was the legendary spatial door that led to the secret chamber. Its edges shone with arcane light, but its center was like a demon's vertical eye, full of mystery. "Oh my god, are we going in?" the macaw was a little scared at the sight, but Link had already walked up without hesitation. Link walked up to the arcane portal. He took a step forward and disappeared. The macaw tried its best to widen its rice grain-sized eyes, its face full of disbelief. *CK, that bastard Link can't let me stop worrying about him. The macaw cursed and took 2 steps back. Then, he sped up and ran toward the arcane portal with his eyes closed. 537 Synthesizing an Ancient Dionysus, 3.11. The macaw felt as if it had broken through a barrier, then its metal beak was suddenly grabbed and stopped. Opening its eyes, the macaw saw Link gripping its metal beak tightly. "You didn't have to run even if you came in, did you? It's a good thing I reacted quickly, or else something big would have happened." Link looked at the sharp metal beak that was only a few centimeters away from his lower body. He couldn't help but shiver. The macaw took 2 steps back and broke free from the hand. It rolled its eyes at Link and said, "Even if we do, what can happen? It doesn't make a difference whether you want it or not." "Holy shit, that's sharp enough." Link didn't expect the macaw to be so accurate with its words, and he couldn't refute it. Since they were on this topic, the macaw decided to gossip as well. It nudged Link with its wings and said slyly, "Don't think that I can't tell. Anna likes you, Nicole likes you, Helen likes you, and even Grace is interested in you." Link's eyes widened in shock and he slapped the back of the macaw's head. "Are you even human? Helen is just a child. Grace Qian can't even be considered a human. She's an eagle banshee. Our relationship is only limited to the exchange and research of alchemy." The macaw had a look of disbelief. "Tisk. This is just how you feel about them. It's not how they feel about you. Tell me, who do you have feelings for? Tell me quietly, I won't tell anyone." When the macaw brought this up, Link really looked at it carefully and realized that he didn't really like anything. Nicole was too hot, so Link only dared to flirt with her. Anna was shy and bashful, but their relationship was not as close as a friend or a lover. As for Helen, she treated Link like her daughter, while Grace was in a cooperative relationship. He did not want to and did not dare to have any other relationships that crossed the line. Faced with the macaw's gossip, Link decided to teach it a lesson. She came back to her senses and suddenly stared at the macaw affectionately. "Being with them isn't as happy as being with you." As if struck by lightning, the macaw froze on the spot and stared at Link in horror. Her stomach churned. She never thought that those words would come from Link's mouth. It was disgusting. Link then turned his attention back to Dean's magic box, which was hanging above the central stone pillar. The Dean's magic box looked like a Rubik's Cube, with 9 pieces on each side. Each small piece was carved with a difficult-to-understand rune, and it was surrounded by a faint yellow-golden light. And the stone pillar at the base of the Dean's magic box also had embossed on each side. On the first side, there was a priest wrapped in a cloak, holding a magic box in his arms, trudging through the endless desert. On the second side was a cargo ship docked at the port. The Pope walked out of the cabin with the magic box in his hands. The people yoked at the port all knelt down in surprise, as if they had seen a show of divinity. On the third side was a grand tower. Arcane energy surged at the tip of the wizard tower, and below the tower was an arcane door, like the vertical eye of an evil god. It was the spatial door to the secret technique chamber. As for the fourth side, the picture was the most bizarre. The embossed were not as fine as the previous 3. The carving blade was casually drawn, and only the prototype of an arcane throne could be vaguely seen. The person on the throne could only be outlined, and there were stars in the background. The other strokes seemed to be able to cover something, and they were deliberately stopped. According to the players' imaginations, the first 3 images had been deciphered. They were the Wasteland, Victoria, and Pandora. The mysterious person on the fourth side was most likely the true owner of the magic box. Link took out the materials he had prepared in advance from his bag. These materials were originally placed in Shandu. When he set off from Dragon City, he had arranged for the people in Shandu to take off at the same time. They met at the foot of the Alan Snow Mountain and then handed over the materials. "I'm willing to offer my precious jewels and ores," Link muttered as he took out the jewels and ores. The runes on the surface of Dean's magic box glowed, and the box began to twist and turn like a Rubik's cube. A moment later, the top of the box slowly opened, revealing a dark and bottomless interior, like a small void. After putting the jewelry into it, the magic box closed and turned again. Suddenly, the magic box absorbed a lot of light spots from the air and gathered them into the box. The magic box opened again. "Combine the elementium ore, heart of the wind fragment, fire elemental particles, and moonwell water into one." Link threw the precious materials into the pot one by one, causing the macaw to look at him with a pained expression. If any of these materials were released, they would cause a lot of fighting, but now they were all being put into this strange Rubik's Cube box. It was like making a wish. After Link finished, the Dean's magic box closed again. It spun rapidly and the light faded. A moment later, the magic box opened, and a bright pearl floated out of it. The core of the bead was made of elementium ore, supplemented by the heart of the wind fragment, surrounded by a layer of grey wind, and condensed small balls of water and fire elements around the bead. Link picked up the orb, and the system interface immediately showed the information. Elemental heart. Dagger quality, purple dagger. Description: a bead that contains the power of the four major elements of wind, fire, earth, and water. With it, one can guide and master the power of the four major elements. It was finally done. Link carefully put away the elemental hearts that were glowing with various colors. This thing had cost him a lot of top-tier materials. He had 2 epic materials, not to mention the staff who traveled thousands of miles to deliver it to him. "All right, it's done. Let's go," Link said to the macaw. "What? It's over? Just this?" The macaw was shocked. It had worked so hard to come from Dragon City and braved the wind and snow all the way. In the end, it had only been 3 minutes since they arrived and you said it was over? Link, you're too fast." Link shrugged. "That's it. You can leave after you're done with the extraction. What are you still doing here? I forgot to remind you that the secret technique room will randomly change the location of the entrance. If you stay in there for too long, you might not return to the place you came in from." Link then walked out of the secret chamber, leaving the macaw behind. The macaw raised its head and looked around at the purple void. Although the void was dotted with stars, it always felt like an illusion that could not be touched. Feeling guilty, Jin quickly followed Link out, not daring to stay alone in this strange place. After passing through the space-time portal, he was greeted by a freezing wind that made his teeth shiver. "Link, what is this thing? It can travel between worlds and extract items with something like a vertical eye." The macaw turned into a curious baby and asked for the truth. "Let's call it a space-time crack," said Link after a moment of thought. "It's created by a powerful being from another planet or a creature from another dimension. It's used to connect other planets or a crack in space-time." The macaw couldn't help but look back and sighed, "What a guy! To be able to tear space and open a secret place, how strong must he be?" Link thought about it for a moment. No player had managed to decipher it until version 6.0 of Bugheart in his previous life. Who knew what was behind it? However, because of the ability to extract the word suffix of an item, it was widely praised. It eliminated the disadvantage of players repeatedly grinding for equipment, providing a lot of convenience for players to create high-quality weapons or special equipment. Link couldn't tell if the Unraveler was tight-lipped or if no one had found any clues and it was simply arranged by the mainframe's mechanical demigod. To be able to open a space-time crack, it has to be at least a planetary-level civilization, and this kind of arcane magic aura, no matter what, it must be a powerful being. "Speak human language," the macaw said angrily. "He's not someone we can afford to offend right now." "Understood." The macaw was still very tactful. If it could beat them, it would provoke them wantonly. Zhugewanjun's words were at his fingertips. If he couldn't win, he would say, Dalao, spare my life, I respect you as a man, we're all civilized people, we only use words, not fists. If we go into the secret chamber, what if other people come in later? The macaw continued to interview the curious baby. That won't happen. Although they enter the same space-time rift, they will be assigned to their own private space after entering. There will never be two strangers in the same secret technique room. That's not right. You went in first and I went in later. Why are we in the same space? This is what I meant by powerful. Although it's only a space-time crack, when you passed through it, it sensed the blood contract between you and me and automatically placed you in my space. The macaw was shocked. It had only been less than 0.5 seconds since he rushed into the door, and this space-time rift could calculate so much? As expected of a mighty figure. Terrifying, terrifying. Link didn't bring the snow condors back with him. They were already used to the snowy environment, so it was better to let them stay here and continue to live. Furthermore, before entering the universe at the end of version 2.0 Type 1 contact, Link would often come here to extract equipment attributes. He would just treat it as a spy. Link and the macaw returned to the foot of the mountain and got into the military vehicle. The macaw rolled down the window and leaned its head against the edge of the car window. It looked at the snow sculptures hovering in the sky and refused to leave, as well as the quiet and beautiful land snow mountain in the distance, which was like a pure goddess. Its heart suddenly moved, and it sighed to itself. Why do I feel like something big will happen in such a peaceful place? Link flicked the back of the macaw's head and said, Stop jinxing things. What can happen here? Alright, let's go. The macaw rubbed the back of its head with its wings and mumbled unhappily, but this feeling is very strong. Alright, when have you ever been accurate with your feelings? Don't think too much. Link laughed and shook his head. If he didn't know from his previous life that the Alan Snow Mountain had been standing tall for a long time without any problems, he would have really been fooled by the macaw. It had to be said that this old bird was getting more and more sophisticated as he got older. His expressions and acting skills had improved by many levels compared to more than half a year ago. 18 hours later, Link returned to Dragon City in the Air Force plane. When they got out of the car was already waiting for them. They returned to the Qin Manor in one go. Along the way, the other synthesized item had also been transported to Dragon City through the Monster Security Company. It was secretly sent to Link's residence in advance. Link went straight to the backyard and ordered people to remove the cloth covering the ancient Dionysus' head. He also had people bring over the golden statue of the crocodile god Sobek, the pharaoh's scepter, and the sarcophagus with Sobek's image. With these key items and materials, Link was ready to start chasing his dream. The first item was the elemental heart that he had obtained after a long journey. It was a match for the ancient Dionysus, and the compatibility was above 80%. Link then tried 3 different materials. The one with the highest compatibility was the sarcophagus with Sobek's image. Ancient Dionysus, remnant, plus elemental heart, purple, plus crocodile god's coffin, green, equals compatibility, 95%. The creature was an epic, and one of the materials was also an epic. A 95% compatibility rate was already quite terrifying. Lin K did not expect to get an orange legendary pet in the early or mid stages of version 1.0. Chasing after a dream was not a daydream, one still had to follow the basic laws. Bone synthesis will consume 5,000 health points. Do you wish to synthesize? Yes/no. Incubation time of the blood cocoon, 100 hours. 5,000 health points. Link couldn't help but gasp. This was only the head. If the body was brought along, his HP wouldn't even be enough. Looks like I have to increase my HP as soon as possible. It'll be awkward if I encounter some high-quality behemoth in the future and my HP isn't enough to synthesize it. Synthesis. Link took a deep breath. The elemental heart in his hand disintegrated and disappeared. Even the sarcophagus with Sobek's image turned to dust and disappeared into Link's palm. At the same time, the blood cocoon that emerged from his other hand quickly wrapped around the ancient Dionysius' head, leaving no gaps. Finally, the blood cocoon stacked on top of each other and directly formed an oval sphere. Link stood in front of the blood cocoon and sized it up. According to his previous experience, the shape and outline of the blood cocoon were basically the same as the creature after the synthesis. However, Ying Luo, the blood cocoon that was wrapped around the ancient Dionysius' head was an oval sphere. What was the meaning of this? The macaw was also dumbfounded. It scratched the fat on its waist and couldn't help but say, "Link, what did you make? Why does it look so much like a super large jumping Pixiu egg?" Something was wrong. It would have been fine if the macaw hadn't said anything, but now that it had mentioned it, the image of a giant vibrator bullet was stuck in Link's mind. At the same time, Link could not help but feel apprehensive. He had put in a lot of effort into this synthesis. The system must not make him lose everything he had. Link didn't have many top-tier materials. He'd thrown in 2 for this synthesis at once. Please don't play any tricks. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 538. 100 hours of incubation time is a little more than 4 days. Although I want to fast forward to 4 days, there is a more important thing waiting for Link in 2 days. He ordered people to recover the blood cocoon with a tarp. This incubation surprise, let's stay behind and use it as a prize. In the next 2 days, the entire Longcheng government affairs system was busy, making final preparations and debugging for the immediate Free Federal Security Defense Conference. Li Chao came to the Qin mansion and reported to Link. "Master, everything is ready, and the secret meeting room has been remodeled according to your requirements. After testing, there is no signal leakage. The thickening of the lead can completely isolate the X-ray radiation, and the sound insulation array has been strengthened in key places. Kong. Mr. has also led people to the site to conduct surveys, and they are in full compliance with the standards. Now that it has passed the acceptance of the third child, there will be no problems, and Link can rest assured." It's just that Li Chao didn't understand why Link wanted to go all out to transform the secret meeting room. If it is done on site, the previous secret meeting room is also in full compliance with the standard, and there is no need to labor in various transformations, especially this kind of almost complete reconstruction. "Lord, I don't know about something. Why is the secret meeting room suddenly remodeled? Isn't it superfluous?" Looking at Li Chao's curious eyes, Link could guess that he must have racked his brains behind his back for a long time, but still didn't understand the meaning of this move, so he dared to bring it up in person when reporting, hoping that Link would be he is puzzled. Instead, Link began to test Li Kala, as a wine in Luoch Palace. "You should have already checked the information of Fei. You already have an understanding of the list of attendees for this meeting." Li Chao nodded firmly. "Since I learned of the Lord's plan, I checked Fei's intelligence data the first time, researched several people who were often active around Augustine, and made full preparations." Li Chao felt deeply. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon next to Link, if he can't show some real skills, he is likely to be left far behind by other colleagues. His strength is not strong, so diligence can make up for the clumsy, and the stupid bird will fly first. Then you think who will Augustine bring into the secret meeting room for this security meeting? Li Chao blurted out, "It should be Rondo, the guard of the court." Rondo's strength is one of the best in Fei, and according to intelligence, it is Rondo who visited Augustine abroad, and the local visit of Fei was to arrange for the Duke of Windsor to accompany him. Link watched Li Chao gushing out Rondo's identity information and points of attention. The smile on the corner of his mouth had never been reduced. After Li Chao finished speaking, Link couldn't help clapping and applauding. "Yes, it seems that you have indeed studied the people around Augustine, and you have done a lot of homework." Li Chao was not happy when he heard this, but his expression was stiff. He has been following Link for a long time, and he still has a deep understanding of some of the habits of this master. This kind of praise is not true praise, at best it can only be regarded as comfort. In other words, although I said it well, I didn't say anything about it, or failed to discover the key points. Also ask the Lord for advice. Li Chao arched his hands and asked for advice. Link sold a key, and prepared to let Li Chao discover it by himself. He only gave a hint: you can check carefully the entourage of Augustine who has gone out to attend the event. You can definitely find the person who appears the most frequently. Study carefully. When the real person arrives tomorrow, take more observation, I believe you can gain something. As soon as Link finished speaking, Li Chao's phone rang. It was a call from the Dragon City Defense Department. It conveyed the news of the Air Force. The Air Force No. 1 on which General Shatter Link was aboard has entered the territory of Dragon City. There is still 1 hour left. Arrive at Longcheng Airport. Link got up and let out a long sigh. When you see something like John, Silverhand will definitely not go there in person. You are the only one to greet you. It's a little flimsy. It might be suspicious. Let's go together. On the way, Li Chao kept bowing his head and thinking about things in silence. After arriving at the airport, Li Chao suddenly brightened his eyes. I thought about it, Lord. There was indeed someone who showed up all the time. It was Augustine's female secretary, Audrey. It's just that I have all the information about this person. What does she have? Is it different? Li Chao has checked the information of all the staff accompanying Augustine, and has all of it in his head for easy retrieval and retrieval at any time. I went through the information carefully just now, and it really made Li Chao discover an anomaly. Augustine's female secretary, Audrey, but where Augustine is visiting, whether at home or abroad, she follows rain or shine throughout the journey. Because she was a female secretary and a weak woman, she was subconsciously ignored. Link looked at Li Chao, who was thrilled and frustrated, and patted him on the shoulder. You can't think of it now. When you see you tomorrow, you can observe it carefully, and you will discover the problem. Now you just jump out of your thoughts and prepare to meet the famous Desert Emperor. Before long, a plane appeared high in the sky, and there was a roar of flying. Soon, Link saw I stepping off the plane, dressed appropriately, showing an imperial manner, and showing his suave and domineering attitude. Although it might be self-sufficient to boast, I have to say that John, the master of disguise, accurately grasps the characteristics of Link, so vividly that he once thought that he had passed through a movie about himself. General Lin, it's better to see for a long time. Okay, it's all your own, don't pretend here. Before Link finished speaking, he was roughly interrupted by John. Link chuckled and felt the complaint in John's words. What makes our famous number 1 killer so embarrassed? It's okay not to mention it. When he mentions John, he gets angry. Link gives a blank look and said, you don't know. Since you temporarily asked me to pretend to be you, my life is a difficult one. Because I can't explain to Martha. The truth is, I can only find excuses to say that you have something to do with me recently. It makes me go home from the underground passage every day and go back to my own house as cautiously. If it's just that, then how many women did you provoke? Anna invites you for an outing, Mina invites you to dinner, Nicole wants to ask you to go to her house for a private interview at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Grace invites you to see the new alchemy results at Misty Mountain Villa. Oh, this can't just be counted as a woman, just pass first. By the way, even Helen often calls you to talk about the heart of adolescent girls, wanting to hear your opinions and help. What are you messing up with? In the face of John's unavoidable tirade, Link coughed awkwardly, and the staff around him kept away from him with interest. If you don't want to die, the less you know about the relationship of the boss, the better. You didn't talk nonsense to them, did you? Fortunately, it was all dealt with, and they didn't doubt it either. No, I didn't mean this, I mean you didn't give them any signals indiscriminately. The anger in John's heart suddenly felt like a gas canister being lit, and he got up with a quick rub. Who do you think of me? Even if it's a disguised disguise, my wife is the only one in my heart, and I will only tell her about love. Link took a long sigh, and the whole person relaxed. It's okay if you don't talk nonsense, just don't talk nonsense. I and them are both pure and inferior relations, and there is no half point. And John's eyes were obviously unbelieving, but he didn't continue the topic. Are you going to kill Augustine directly at the meeting this time? Boring, the word is used extremely accurately. Attacking Augustine in a completely enclosed space is not a smothering. Well, as long as Augustine is resolved, the entire Freedom Federation will usher in unification, no longer fighting for internal friction, and the wasteland can usher in rapid development. There was a confident smile on his face behind John's disguised Link's hands. Although the position of the Emperor of the Desert is not easy to do, but I can get in touch with a lot of intelligence and news, and I suddenly discovered an interesting thing during these days. I don't know if it's a coincidence or something, I still need you to answer it for me. Oh, there are things you don't know about John, come and listen, what have you found? I found that from Alonso, Moros, to the Cold Pass, to Augustine this time, I found that they all have a common characteristic. When they were young, there was a blank period, and this blank period was until the liquidation. The day came to an abrupt end. After that, they seemed to suddenly become wealthy, occupying a pivotal position in the reconstruction of the wasteland and nuclear explosion. From this time on, they began to rise. Combined with their successive deaths, I think you may kill them not just for the integration process of the Free Federation. I have studied their autobiography or history, and based on behavioral studies and some speculations, they all seem to have left shadow. John stripped his cocoon, and finally pointed directly at the inner core. Assassinated Alonso, didn't you recruit me? How could you put the pot on my head? Link laughed. You have absorbed Li Ziqian's martial arts punches and created a technique that can continuously improve your strength in battle. However, I have studied the situation when Alonso died. There was no resistance or battle. It was obviously in shock. They were killed without fighting back. I have been paying attention since then. After Moros, Leng Guan, and this time, Augustine, I think there must be other reasons for you to kill them. Link sighed and shrugged. As expected to be the #1 killer, he is as careful as his heart, and he can boldly guess from the data and make careful assumptions, and get a result close to the answer. But I still want to ask why you did not directly confront when you felt that there was a problem in the first place, and continue to help me. John's answer is also very simple, you helped me resurrect Martha, and your plan is not malicious to me, why don't I help you? Everyone has a secret, but your secret is particularly big. It provoked the curiosity of a retiree who was washing hands in a golden basin. This matter, we have to talk about it from the day of liquidation, we will talk as we walk. Link considered for a moment, and decided to tell John the cause and effect of the Dandala's revenge mission. As the strongest helper around him, John has discovered the truth, and there is no point in concealing it anymore, so it's better to tell the truth. However, this incident also gave Link a reminder that although his current control of the wasteland is almost at the peak, he must not expand and therefore underestimate the legendary NPC of each planet. Fortunately, this time the car was overturned in front of John, which was harmless. If the car rolls over in front of a hostile legendary NPC, the consequences will be disastrous. I didn't expect that there is such a story behind this. If the 7 families will do it one day later, they will also be able to get ample wealth, and they will not have to bear the title of killing the master, so that their fate will wander for 43 years. I sent you to take everything from them. John didn't judge right from wrong. After all, he is a killer, and this identity itself has no morals at all. This time I killed Augustine, only James, Ling Long, and Aziz were left among the 7 generals. John planned to count, and immediately laughed. This task can be said to be quite difficult. You were just a story at the time. Slave, why would you think about fulfilling a promise with no reward and a very high risk factor? Link shrugged helplessly. As you said, it is a destiny to meet the prince in the tunnel and find the recorder he left behind. Coupled with my predictive ability, why not try? John took a sip of tea. You read www.yuuganshu.com toasted toast and smiled. Then you must bring me when you gather the treasure map and go to dig the treasure house. Just as Lin K was about to respond, a prompt suddenly appeared in the system. You have triggered the level serial task John's request, accept/reject. Task reminder, John wants to go to the prince's treasure with you, dynamic events will occur on the way. Task reward, evaluation based on the degree of completion of dynamic events. A strange color flashed between Link's eyebrows. The main mission is finally renewed. After he and John completed the Mechanical Cult Immortal project together, the main task of John the Abandoned Saturn came to an abrupt end. Because in the previous life, it was a clone of John who continued to issue the main mission, a silver hand with a completely different personality. After Link forcibly rescued John with his own power, the mainline development of the Waste Saturn has been out of Link's memory, and he can only cross the river by feeling the stones. Now this main mission is finally resumed, and although the mission reminder is only a few words, there are many news revealed. On the way to the prince's treasury with John, a dynamic event will happen. Okay, it's a deal. Early the next morning, Augustine, head of state of the Knight of France, took a special plane to land at Longcheng Military Airport. Link and Li Chao were still greeted. After receiving Augustine and his party to stay at the Longcheng Gui Hotel, Su Tianzhao personally arrived. Link also appeared, and the three kings gathered. Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 539. Haha, I have heard of General Lin for a long time. I can feel the heroic presence of the general in the previous meeting. Today, it is really extraordinary. After the three met each other, Augustine saw at first sight the recent high spirits and stirrings in the wasteland. Link, number 1. John's whole body exudes the aura of a superior and a strong, arrogant, and vividly showing the temperament of the Desert Emperor. The head of state is also beautiful, and the richness of the jade makes people feel ashamed. Link, played by John, said. The eyes of the two met, and the scrutiny in their eyes flashed by. Soon. Laughed at the same time. Augustine understood that although the initiative was initiated by Su Tianzhao, the key figure in this meeting was still in Link. The Shadow eradicated the Church of Mechanical God and sent troops to the Wasteland Gang. After the warlord regime of Asia went through a melee, Dao Tua was dominated by the Duke's help, and later chose to surrender his head, and the entire Asia was included in the Shadow. Less than a year after Link took office, he resolved the stubborn illness that had been the cause of disaster for more than 30 years, and unified the entire west of the wasteland. The Steppenwolf mounts on sale helped Dragon City calm the tide of beasts as soon as they stepped out, and the effect was amazing. To say that the most dazzling star in the entire wasteland now, except for the Desert Emperor in front of him, don't do what he thinks. Augustine and Link's eyes split at once. They only met for a moment. Augustine couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You deserve to be a person who stirred up the wasteland, a dragon and a phoenix among the people. The eyes are like a torch, you can't watch it. After that, the three people chatted freely and happily. Li Chao, who followed the Su Tianzhao who was pretending to be Yinzhao, fixed his eyes on the female secretary beside Augustine, wishing to swallow her alive with his eyes to see what secrets were hidden inside. Since the head of state has arrived, I will take a good rest today and the meeting will officially start tomorrow. But he didn't want Augustine to raise his hand to reject the suggestion of Su Tianzhao, and said, let's go to the meeting tomorrow to take a look. Subsequently, three powerful men from the Free Federation came to the meeting shoulder to shoulder under the guidance of their subordinates. Li Teifu, you are the commander-in-chief of this event, so let's introduce it to you. Li Chao regained his senses quickly, and took his eyes back from the female secretary, and stood up and began to explain the security system and top-secret protection system of this secret meeting room. When the three leaders of the Free Federation talk about confidentiality, they naturally need security throughout the entire process, and the content of the discussion must not be leaked. For this newly created secret meeting room, Link and Augustine couldn't help but nod their heads. It seemed that Dragon City had indeed taken great care in preparing for this meeting. After Li Chao finished the introduction, he keenly saw Augustine's female secretary nodding slightly in front of Augustine. City Lord Su has worked so hard and sincerely for this meeting, Augustine said with a smile. Su Tianzhao, who had a silver hand and changed his face, also laughed loudly. It is good for the head of state to be satisfied. It is a matter of benefiting the people of the three parties to promote the deep-level cooperation of the Free Federation. How can I not care? Now that I have seen the venue, the head of state, it's better to go to your hotel for a break first. In the evening, I arranged a welcome banquet for the two leaders. I don't know how they feel about it. Everything has Lao Su City Lord. The banquet at night is naturally also a delight for the host and the guest. In particular, Link and Su Tianzhao, who signed the cooperation agreement in advance, and have achieved remarkable results, the two of them greeted each other, pushing the cup and changing, and their words were full of prospects for the future. In particular, the exchanges between the two parties increased after the border was opened, and the goods and trade exchanges between Shadu and Longcheng increased greatly. Once the funds flowed, more people could be driven, thus revitalizing the lifeless economy and trade. At the same time, due to the opening of the border, Shadu Longcheng's police system is interoperable, and vicious crimes have been greatly reduced. Longcheng also introduced Shadu's mature model of hiring foreigners, relying on foreigners to solve many problems. In addition, the two also talked about the Dragon City beast tide and the disaster in the southern part of Dingding Shadu, and their expressions were relaxed, as if they were deliberately told to others. Augustine always had a faint smile on his face, but he was extremely jealous. Shadu and Longcheng worked together like glue, but it seemed that they didn't intend to bring Fei. If the three sides of the Free Federation open the border, nothing can be more beneficial than the Law Knight. The problem of the border against the Dark Forest is solved. At the same time, these benefits can be truly enjoyed by Fa Yat. In the past, when everyone hugged together for warmth, they all took time to help each other, and the Freedom Federation still relied on Fei as the leading factor. But now, both Shadu and Longcheng have solved their biggest troubles, but instead they meant to get rid of Fei and go it alone. The banquet was lively and the music ended, but everyone had their own concerns. In the middle of the night, Link and Augustine returned to their respective residences in the hotel, and Su Tianzhao took the dragon cart back to Longting. In the car, Li Chao told his discovery. My lord, the female secretary next to Augustine is indeed a bit suspicious. Li Chao said with a serious face. After the meeting today, he has been paying attention to the female secretary, and he really found something that he thought was normal before, but now it looks a bit tedious. The behavior of... Oh, what did you see? Link asked with the thoughts of Li Chao. Li Chao frowned, and remembered today's memory scene again in his mind. Every time he goes to a new place, this female secretary has to get close to Augustine and whisper something. The time is about 1 or 2 seconds, and it will be very fast. If with this alone, I can't analyze the deep-seated reasons, but with the guidance of the Lord yesterday and the order to remodel the secret meeting room, I guess that the female secretary is a secretary in name, but she was actually investigating the dangers at the scene for Augustine. Personal bodyguard, and with a high probability of being a mutant. Link nodded in satisfaction. Li Chao was agile and could quickly be appreciated in the cold. In addition to his identity, background, and experience, the progress and improvement visible to the naked eye was also a big aspect. You are right. This female secretary is indeed a mutant. Her ability is to analyze and scan objects. Her eyes can shoot light penetrating ordinary objects and see the actual situation hidden by the surface of the object. But this ability also has limitations. It is impossible to penetrate the lead layer, which is why I want you to pour a large amount of lead into the key areas of the secret meeting room. In the previous life, the 1.0 version lasted for nearly a year. Players have also reached a heinous level of digging various NPCs. Thanks to the great ability of the game forum who likes to integrate data, all the NPC abilities around many powerful characters listed, among them, the female secretary who can see through everything beside Augustine is still fresh in the memory. Li Chao opened his mouth slightly when he heard this, and his whole body was already stupid. There is no such information in Luo Zhe's palace. He also relied on Link's prompts to step by step, and with bold conjectures, he discovered the unusual identity of this female secretary. But Link has never been to Fei, but he knows such confidential information around Augustine, he is simply a in the sky. Recalling the rumors that Link can predict the future's ability, Li Chao gave birth to a feeling of unpredictability in high mountains. But don't worry, she only has this ability. Augustine first offered to visit the site today, and there were no comments after that, which also shows that your reconstruction has passed. When things are finished tomorrow, everything will be settled. There was a trace of relief in Link's tone. As long as Augustine is resolved, the entire Free Federation is under control, and the remaining problems can be converted into time issues, and Link can better plan for the next step. By the way, are the doubles arranged? Link suddenly asked. Li Chao nodded confidently, the handover I personally did with Mr. Kong can definitely be fake. Link nodded slightly, without saying anything. Everything is ready, not even Dongfeng. The assassination was a conspiracy, but the cooperation between Longcheng and Shadow was a conspiracy. With this ambition, the combination of Shadow and Longcheng will benefit both, and the effect has been reflected in just 1 week. As the only Augustine who is still struggling with the enemy in the quagmire, Link does not believe that he cannot see the benefits of free federal cooperation. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. It can solve the dark forest problem that Fei has been plagued for a long time. The disadvantage is that Monster Security Company will usher in rapid development and expand its territory in Fei. But Augustine and Su Tianzhao have a common problem, that is, they are overconfident and think that these problems can be solved by their own ability. But in fact, they didn't know anything about Link's plan or the strength of Shadow. Since it's a shame, it's just waiting for you to jump in. Augustine naturally understood Link's meaning. It's just this conspiracy that he can't refute. Once this opportunity is missed, the threat of the dark forest cannot be resolved, and soon Augustine will face the joint pressure of the eye-catching Shadow and Dragon City. In the previous life, when the player was deeply plowing the 1.0 Saint Sun descending version, he could also see the graceful and noble temperament of the Lord of the Night of Dharma, as well as the king temperament exuded from his body. This time, I am afraid there is no chance. As Link received the hidden main thread of the Waste Saturn, the plot and direction of the entire Waste Saturn have been messed up, completely without the shadow of the previous life. The NPC that had a profound influence on the plot, if you count Augustine, this is already the 4th Link killed by Link. And the reason Link did this is to change the fate of some people, and to make the entire wasteland power in one place, and the resources can be deployed uniformly. When the 2.0 version of the first contact is against the alien demons, you can take the lead in ending the content of the version and enter the starry universe ahead of time. The next day, the entire Dragon City was decorated with lights and festoons, celebrating the drafting of the Free Federal Frontier Defense Conference in advance. In the eyes of the people of Longcheng, after Shadow and Longcheng opened their borders, the people's life was better, they had more money, and the level of security was higher. If this night is also open, wouldn't it be a win-win situation? Moreover, this time the head of the Fei, Augustine, went to Dragon City, and obviously he also had the intention to join. As soon as today's talks are over and the official spokesperson announces the good news, Everything will be settled. In the place where the meeting was held, security was tight. The 3 elite troops responsible for the defense work of Longcheng were dispatched together. The Steppe Wolf Cavalry in the Zyoki camp patrols the city, the Dragon Guard is responsible for the defense work near the venue, and the Habayashi army is on standby at all times. The visiting staff of the 3 major forces of the Freedom Federation were all waiting outside the secret meeting room, and the security departments of their respective forces were performing security protection outside the meeting room. In addition to the Border Defense Cooperation Agreement on the surface, there will be some confidential cooperation or exchange of interests. This information is only known to the 3 parties and the most loyal guards around them. After returning to their respective sites, they will disclose some of them to officials according to the situation. Although it is a secret meeting room, the internal space is not small, more than 100 square meters. When the door of the secret meeting room was closed by Augustine's rondo, the entire meeting room became a completely enclosed space. The host Su Tianzhao laughed first. This can be said to be the highest level meeting on the wasteland. The elegant Augustine also joked, if Chen Zusu had said this last year, I would still disagree, but now that General Lin is present, he really deserves the 6 words of the highest level meeting. Ling chuckled and waved his hands hurriedly, the Führer is praised, I just have better luck. Let's start discussing the content of the agreement. During the banquet, the 3 leaders fought reason and all tried their best to maximize the benefits for their respective forces. Especially in helping Fei solve the problem of the Dark Forest Scourge, Yu read www.yuuganju.com is even more stale. Head of State, now both Shadow and Dragon City have gotten rid of their own threats. Now that you have joined the defense, asking us to solve the Dark Forest problem for free, isn't it a bit too much? Dragon City will have 11 months left for the Beast Tide next year. During this time, it is possible to mobilize troops. However, when we travel long distances to the border of Fei, it is inevitable that the soldiers will be dissatisfied. It is not impossible to want my Dragon City to send troops, Fei and Dragon City. This place on the border is a good place. I am going to build a military camp here, so that I can adapt to the weather of Fei, but also quickly rush to help, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, because the boundary is in the territory of Fei, there is already a land delineated. The head of state is generous, and the funds for the construction of the military station will be borne by Dragon City. We don't need to be like this in Shadow, just need the head of state to approve the business authority of the security company. Since the border defense is removed, the civilians in Fei have the right to enjoy convenient services from Shadow. The 2 people's request is really, I have a plan here, it's better than. The 3 of them fought reason, not letting go of any beneficial interests, it was like a melee. Standing behind Augustine, Rondo, seeing such a fierce atmosphere, had no doubts about this meeting. Standing behind Link, Li Ziqian is motionless, seeming to close his eyes and sleepy, but in fact he is always waiting for orders. And the real Link behind Su Tianzhao is also waiting for the end of the meeting. The assassination is to be done, and this agreement must also be signed. Rather than forge it afterwards, let Augustine use the last remaining heat. When the agreement is drawn up, it is a fight between the trapped beasts. 540 a palm strike to the wasteland. The 3 leaders argued and finally found a balance point that all 3 sides agreed on. Link looked at the 3 copies of the document and sighed. Once this agreement is signed, the Freedom Federation will truly live up to its name. Once the border defense line is withdrawn, the trade of the Freedom Federation will be activated to the maximum. The exchange activities among the people will increase day by day, and we can sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Su Tianzhao had a satisfied smile on his face. Now everything was ready, and he only needed to sign. Solving the external disaster, a win-win situation for all 3 parties. Augustus concluded. What a good win-win situation for all 3 parties, wonderful, wonderful, Link was overjoyed. He couldn't help but clap for Augustine's words. Augustine's win-win situation for all three parties referred to the win-win situation for all three parties. The real three-sided win-win was to encourage Link to win 3 times. The 3 leaders signed the agreement and exchanged it. Augustine's heart was finally at ease. His mental illness that had been troubled by the Dark Forest for many years was finally relieved. With the reinforcements from Shandu and Dragon City, Faye would not have to worry about the Dark Forest and would once again embark on the road of rapid development. Faye's foundation was profound, and he believed that it would not take long for him to return to his position as the leader. Su Tianzhao motioned for Qin Shao to open the red wine and poured 3 glasses for the 2 of them. He then raised the wine glass and said, "Let's drink to our friendship. Happy cooperation." Link and Su Tianzhao both finished the wine in 1 gulp. Augustine turned around and exchanged a look with Ronder. When Ronder nodded slightly, he put on a smile again and put the wine on his lips, drinking it elegantly. Although he had signed the agreement, Augustine was still very careful. After the ceremony, Augustine stood up and walked towards the door. He had only taken 2 steps when Link and Su Tianzhao called out to him. "Head of state, please wait." Augustine was slightly puzzled. He did not know why the 2 of them had suddenly called him over. Qin Shao, who was behind Su Tianzhao, came down the stairs and took out a ring from his pocket. The ring was made up of diamonds, amethyst, sapphires, rubies, and emeralds. They were evenly distributed and were independent. However, they also surrounded and protected the center, forming a hexagonal hole. Just by looking at the appearance, one could feel that it was a work of art. "Head of state, do you recognize this item?" Link couldn't help asking. Augustine's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the familiar yet strange ring. It was as if he had lost half of his soul. His noble aura and elegant manner of speech disappeared in an instant. "Where did you get this ring?" At first, Augustine was so scared that he took a few steps back. He looked at the ring as if he had seen the god of plague. However, after he regained his senses, he quickly stepped forward, wanting to snatch it from Qin Shao's hands. Link raised his wrist and dodged Augustine's attack. He could not help but smile. "This ring was given to me by the prince. I'm sure the head of state is familiar with it." A trace of panic flashed in Augustine's eyes. He immediately looked at Su Tianzhao coldly and said, "City Lord Su, what is the meaning of this?" As Augustine made his stance clear, Rondo, the guard, took a step forward and stood in front of Augustine in a protective posture. Lin Ke wiped his face and removed the human skin mask, revealing his true appearance. As expected of the head of state, Far Night. Even in this situation, he can still remain calm. This alone makes him better than Alongso, Morose, and Leng Guan. John and Silverhand also removed their disguises and revealed their true faces. Augustine's mind went blank when he saw this. Link's words revealed too much information. Augustine's brain froze for a moment and he couldn't react in time. Link had killed Morose, but could it be that Alongso and Leng Guan Qian had been killed on the plane and the chaos in Dragon City were all fake? Link still had to show respect to a high-ranking NPC like Augustine. At the very least, he would let them know the reason for their deaths before he made his move. Rando's expression was serious. He protected Augustine behind him and said in a low voice, "Head of state, if they want to harm you, please stay behind me." Rando put his hands together and formed a shield to protect Augustine. He then took out 2 pistols with curved blades from his waist. Silverhand, who had been a bystander the whole time, stood up and stared at Rondo with interest. "Leave this person to me, don't fight with me. Fa Yi's gun-fighting technique is extremely famous, and he's the strongest among them. I'd like to take a look at him." Silverhand walked out and removed the disguise on his arm, revealing a mechanical arm. A pistol popped out from the arm rail and he held it in his hand. Silverhand was going to use his gun to test Rondo's gun-fighting skills. Although Ronder was also a level 50 leader-level NPC, Link had no intention of making a move. Silverhand had been in disguise for a long time. He heard that Mr. Kong and other backbones could help him in the court every day, but after the court session, he had to face the trivial matters of the harem women fighting for favor, which made Silverhand tired and find all kinds of excuses to avoid intimate contact. John only had to deal with a few women in Chitu, but Silverhand had to deal with dozens of beauties in Dragon City. If it weren't for the fact that he was going to surpass John, Silverhand would have quit long ago. After holding it in for so long, it was time to give him a way to release it. Link only needed to take care of Augustine himself. Silverhand and Rhonda were both models of ruthless people who didn't say much, and they immediately fought without saying anything. Rhonda's gunfighting skills were worthy of being the number one in Fey. His marksmanship was superb, and the bullets drew arcs at tricky angles that were impossible to guard against. Coupled with his unique close-range attacks, the bullets were dazzling like a waltz. "How is His Highness now?" Augustine stared at Link and asked. Link smiled. "Chancellor, you don't have to waste your energy sending signals outside. It's all useless. This secret conference room was specially prepared for you. Other than the lead structure that your little secretary saw, there is also a signal jammer and a soundproof barrier inside. Unless you directly break through the secret conference room, there will be no response from the outside." It was a lie that Augustine was trying to talk to him, but what he really wanted to do was to reach into his pocket and get in touch with the outside world. However, none of these could escape Link's sharp eyes. Augustine sneered but was not frightened by Link's words. He continued to send a distress signal to the outside world while buying time. "I only found out today that General Lin is working for His Royal Highness. No wonder he could rise so quickly in such a short time. You can ask him about your doubts now. I'm sure he'll be happy to answer them for you." The air blade on Link's wrist bared its fangs and charged at the barrier. Rhonda was stuck by the silver hand and couldn't split himself. He saw Link attacking the head of state from the corner of his eye, but he couldn't help. Silverhand's face had a mother's smile. "How dare you get distracted while fighting me? You're looking down on me. It seems that you still have some energy left." "I didn't drain you dry," Rhonda said as he attacked like a storm. Rhonda parried repeatedly and didn't have the time to care about the situation on the other side. Silverhand's strength was much stronger than Rondo's. As a level 55 legendary, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with a level 50 leader. The reason why he took the initiative to choose Rhonda was that he had been too aggrieved recently and needed a fight to vent. In addition, Silverhand also wanted to experience the famous Night Spear fighting technique and secretly learn it. Now, Rhonda was worried about the head of state. His mind was in a mess, his gun was shaking, and his mistakes were increasing. Link walked in front of Augustine and stabbed the air blade in. The shield was torn apart. Augustine had pressed the call for help many times, but there was no response from the outside world. He now knew that Link had made ample preparations for this attack. The only chance of survival was to fight his way out. Augustine's skin glowed, and his aura visibly increased. He threw a punch at Link with a strong wind. Link crossed his arms and took the powerful punch head-on. All the damage was absorbed into the nano battlesuit. The 7 people who had been able to follow the Desert Prince and become his trusted aides in the early years were not simple. They all had their own strengths. Although Augustine rarely made a move, he was still a level 52 commander-level NPC. He still had some strength. Link didn't even take half a step back from her sudden punch. The violent power disappeared without a trace. It was unbelievable. Augustine had been a knight in his early years and was proficient in the power of light order of the paladins. The older they were, the purer the power of light they believed in, and the stronger it was. Seeing that his punch had failed, Augustine let out a roar and his body was filled with holy light. A moment later, the holy light condensed into a radiant armor. A pair of golden wings formed from light appeared behind him. The ground under his feet also cracked. This was the wrath of the holy light. Faced with Augustine's sudden transformation, Link was not afraid at all. He waved his steam-powered blade and charged straight at him. Augustine was indeed the head of the Farnite Empire. Even though Link had mentioned the prince, he had already started thinking of countermeasures after a short moment of distraction. This reaction was more than one level higher than the other three. The Golden Man, Augustine, was filled with divine fury. His attacks were also wide open. He was on par with Link. "Link, why do you need so much time just to deal with Augustine? I'm done." Silverhand fired a few shots, and Rondor fell to the ground. His legs twitched a few times, and he was dead. Silverhand had already learned all the necessary knowledge, so there was no need for Rondor to live. Augustine took a step back. The holy light's fury condensed into a hammer of revenge. It shot towards Link like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Link's body was also enshrouded in holy flames of fury. A hammer of revenge also appeared in his hand. The two shining hammers of revenge collided about 3 feet in front of Link. The air in the secret meeting room seemed to boil, creating a deafening sound. A moment later, the light faded, and Augustine's chest glowed with electricity. The hammer of revenge had accurately pierced his chest. At this time, Augustine revealed a stunned and shocked expression. Because he had betrayed his master, Augustine knew the importance of the strong's courage. Although he had rarely fought in the past few decades, he had never stopped his training and had finally reached his current strength. Even if Arthur, the head of the Temple Knights of the Cross Legion, was here, he would not dare to say that his research and strength of the Holy Light could surpass Augustus. However, how could Link's hammer of revenge be stronger than his? How long had he believed in the Holy Light? Augustine took 2 steps back and felt the power in his body draining rapidly. Most importantly, his faith in the power of the Holy Light that he had served all his life had collapsed. The hammer that was buried in his chest was much stronger than his own. Link being able to use the power of the Holy Light at this age had completely exceeded his imagination. Perhaps this was the blessing of the Holy Light? Link's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The hammer of revenge was only 3 feet away from him. If he had reacted any slower, he would have had to use his face to take the blow. He pursued his victory. The flash dagger left his hand, and the next second, Link was in front of Augustine. Augustine, who had been severely injured, was now weak in both physical strength and the power of holy light. He was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. After a few hasty frost shots, Link broke through the center gate. The dagger quickly appeared on Augustine's neck like a venomous snake. Blood bloomed, and the holy light on Augustine's body collapsed. His pupils lost focus, and his legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. At the same time, a few notifications popped up in Link's system. You have killed Augustine, the head of the Fey Federation, level 52+, leader. You have received 250000 experience points. You have successfully killed Augustine and performed outstandingly in the mission. The killing of a key character has a far-reaching and significant impact on Wasteland Planet. This evaluation is perfect, and you will receive 4x the experience reward. You have completed the A-rank mission The Revenge of the Mandala, Kill Augustine. Progress, 4/7. You have received 1000000 experience points, 50 potential growth value, 1 treasure map fragment, 1 instance dungeon crystal, and the title Terminator. Create I Am a Legend mission, kill 5 commander level NPCs no lower than level 50, completed. Create a legendary skill, incomplete. A few notifications flashed by, but Link ignored them. He tapped on the sound transmission bug in his ear and said, "All right, hurry up and come out to clean up the scene." As soon as he finished speaking, Fu, whose body had been spiritualized, appeared under his feet and entered the secret meeting room. He immediately began to perform the tribal martial arts. He waved the pharaoh shroud in his hand and successfully summoned his ancestors. He captured the souls of Rando and Augustine, who were completely dead, and brought them into the Vulture Palace. After that, the secret meeting room's secret compartment door opened, and the well-trained Shita's secret agents who had been in position in advance began to clean up the battlefield. The two substitutes that had been selected previously also appeared in the secret meeting room in the image of Augustine and Ronder, officially replacing the two dead men. John took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, "The entire Freedom Federation is now under your control." "It should be the entire wasteland," Silverhand interjected. "Those second and third-rate forces can't resist the Freedom Federation's iron cavalry at all." 541 The Lord of the Wasteland, Chapter 3.15. "What are you going to do next?" John couldn't help asking. In the past, John's idea was to live a good life with his wife Marcia. Although the unfilial son Silverhand appeared out of nowhere, everything was still within control. However, while he was disguised as Link, John had indeed come into contact with a lot of political affairs and a deep understanding of the forces in the Sand City. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but John frowned when he saw it. Although he had seen a lot of darkness and corruption when he was an assassin, John saw even more darkness and corruption after he came into contact with government affairs. As the saying goes, after seeing the darkness, one yearns for the light even more. When John saw the disasters suffered by the people of the wasteland and thought of the people of Shandu living and working in peace, he couldn't help but feel that fate was unfair. Living on the same wasteland, some people were bullied, fought, and didn't have enough food and clothes, while others could live a happy and fulfilling life every day. The only difference between them was that they were born in different places. From then on, John felt that the distance between him and Link had shortened. He could understand a lot of his actions, and at the same time, he was looking forward to it. Link muttered to himself for a moment before picking up the contract he had just signed. "This contract is the first step. The second step is to pretend to be a substitute. However, if we really want to keep Faye in our hands, we still have to rely on the performance of Monster Security Company and Sun Shu. However, once the contract is in effect, the troops of Shandu and Dragon City can openly station themselves in the Fae territory with the excuse of resisting the Dark Forest. They will cooperate with the internal coaxing and suppression. There should not be any problems." With Link's words, John could not help but relax. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the citizens of the Freedom Federation would be able to live a simple and peaceful life. As for the places outside of the Freedom Federation, John wasn't worried. Indeed, they were all second and third-rate powers. They were all vagabonds and wouldn't be able to achieve much. Furthermore, as the Freedom Federation's living standards improved, they would lose new blood. Just think about it, if everyone had enough food and clothes to eat and had a purpose in life, who would be so free to run to a barren land and cause trouble with those extremists? If there was no increase, then these forces would become a pool of dead water, slowly drying up. Solving the problem from the source could be done forever. It wasn't a suppression where the east wall was destroyed to repair the west wall. The well-trained special agents of Shitu had already repaired the post-war meeting room while the two were chatting, and no traces were left on the scene. They were professionals in destroying corpses and erasing traces. "Boss, we'll leave first. We'll talk after this." Ah Fu said goodbye to Link reluctantly. This time, he had come to Dragon City with the diplomatic mission. Because of the mission, he had not had a chance to chat with Link. His eyes were full of anticipation. Fu and his men left without any hesitation, and the whole room was as if it had just been signed. Link looked at the agent who was pretending to be Augustine and asked, "What do you do after you return to Fae? Have they taught you?" Augustine nodded repeatedly and then stated his request as if he was reporting his work. "We'll use the Freedom Federation agreement as an excuse to start placing important people from Shitu or Dragon City in important positions, including our own people. We'll suppress the power of the nobles of the Fey Kingdom and find a way to change the structure of the council members of the Fey Kingdom. We'll cooperate with the security company to rope in and promote the members of the Shitu Kingdom." Link nodded in satisfaction. He then walked to Mad Lion and patted him on the shoulder. "Berserk Lion, when we reach Far Night, I'll leave the job of protecting him to you. Kuangxi patted his chest. Lord, please rest assured, with me here, I will definitely protect him. If both of them had used agents before, although they could also carry out missions, they would be easily exposed if they did not have enough self-protection. Ronder himself was a high-end combat force of Fei. He was very strong. Ordinary agents would be exposed if they showed their skills. Thus, this person had to have similar strength, carry out a mission, and protect Augustine. Ronder was a gunner. Among Link's high-end combat forces, only Mad Lion had a similar profession. In addition, the two of them had similar personalities. They were both ruthless and quiet, so they were the most suitable for carrying out missions. Link pointed at the door of the secret meeting room. Once the door is opened, you will no longer be yourself. You will become the number one guardsman of Fei, Rondo, and you will be the head of Fei. Mad Lion and the agent cupped their fists and nodded, their eyes firm as they said, no regrets even if I die 10,000 times. I didn't send you on a mission to die. You don't have to be so generous. The security company and the special agents in shadow will provide you with help. If you're really on the verge of being exposed, ask for help and retreat in time. Don't take the risk alone. Link's words touched Mad Lion and the agent. As the saying went, a man will die for his friend. Right now, the two of them had the urge to do so. They gathered in front of the door. Link, John, and Silverhand all put on their disguises. Link pushed open the heavy lead door. The entourage who had been waiting outside for a long time heard the door open and all went up excitedly to welcome him. Although they didn't know what was going on inside, the situation outside could be described as daggers drawn. The guards of the three families' leaders were secretly fighting with each other to occupy better positions. They wanted to meet their leaders as soon as the meeting was over. The hearts of the members of Shadow and Dragon City were as clear as a mirror. They had joined forces to play with the people of the French Knight emissaries, making the guards of the French Knight extremely nervous. After the door of the secret meeting room was opened, the first person to appear was Link, who was disguised as Qin Shao. After Qin Shao moved away, the members of the Dharma Knight emissaries finally saw their leader, Augustine, and Ronder, who had been following them with a cold expression. The three leaders all had faint smiles on their faces, and they signed the documents under their arms. It seemed that this meeting was very successful, and all parties got what they wanted. Su Tianzhao chuckled and said to Link and Augustine, after signing the agreement today, I have the intention to host a banquet for the two of you tonight to celebrate the new structure of the Freedom Federation. I've been away from Fei for many days, Augustine declined politely. I still have many things to deal with. I won't bother you tonight. Thank you for your kind intentions, Mayor Su, said Link. However, since we've signed the agreement, I have to go back and make preparations. After all, Fei is still suffering in the dark forest and needs help. We'll discuss our next move. Su Tianzhao saw that both of them were in a hurry to go back, and his face was full of helplessness and regret. That's a pity. I was prepared to have a drink with the two of you, but it seems like we can only wait for Fei to resolve the Dark Forest's disaster and the Freedom Federation to be completely at peace before we meet again. I'll listen to City Lord Su's auspicious words. In the future, the three of us will look out for each other and help each other. Looking at the state of the three leaders, the members of the diplomatic mission understood that the negotiations had come to an end, especially the French Knight diplomatic mission. They could no longer suppress the joy on their faces. After reaching an agreement, Fei's crisis would no longer be a concern. Su Tianzhao raised his hand and gestured to Li Chao and Qin Shao, Grand Tutor, I'll have to trouble you to see Head of State Augustine off. Minister Qin will see General Lin off. After receiving the order, the two of them led their men and left in the opposite direction with Fei and the envoy from Shadow. Link removed his disguise as well after entering the carriage. Boss. Fu was already waiting in the carriage. After coming out of the secret meeting room, Fu had sneaked back to the convoy without anyone noticing. Yet, how are the two of them feeling? Fu summoned the coffin and opened the lid. At this moment, Augustine's hair was in a mess, and he seemed to be in a daze, as if he had not yet recovered from the shadow of failure. Rondor was calm on the side. After all, he was killed by Silver Hand. The two of them were not on the same level at all, so there was nothing to say about his loss. The 9-patterned dragon at the side ignored him and closed his eyes to chant. However, the scripture did not appease Augustine. Instead, it made him even more agitated and he kept grabbing his hair. Seeing this, Link couldn't help but laugh. Augustine's behavior was not because he couldn't accept defeat. He was simply upset that he couldn't see through Link's trick and couldn't accept reality. Even after his death, he still did not understand the relationship between Link and the prince. Link gestured for Afu to close the coffin. He then smiled and said, "Let him calm down for a while." Link kept Augustine's soul for only one reason: to find a chance to ask about the others. Alongso, Moros, Lang Guan, and Augustine held high positions in the Freedom Federation, so it was easy to find them. It was also convenient to make plans. However, James, Exquisite, and Aziz, although they were famous on Wasteland Planet, their whereabouts were a mystery. They had rarely appeared in recent years, so it was not easy to determine their whereabouts. In his previous life, there were quests for specific classes that required players to find them. Players asked for help on the forums and even offered bounties. It took many people to find out about their whereabouts. When others went to look for them later, they found that they had already left, and they were caught unprepared. "How's Sun Shu doing?" Fu's face lit up and he immediately reported, "Last night, Sun Shu had already hooked up with the French knight emissaries. Today, he has already started to pack his luggage. If everything goes as expected, he will be leaving with the French knight emissaries today." As an opponent in the early stages of the Sand City, Sun Shu had disappeared without a trace after Link had wiped out the White Crane Hall. In the end, Boss, who was impersonating Qin Shao, was promoted to General of Agile Cavalry. Sun Shu's identity as the advisor of the Agile Cavalry camp was also exposed. Only then did Fu know that Sun Shu had secretly sneaked into Dragon City. After his anger subsided, Fu laughed happily. Sun Shu had risked everything to come to Dragon City. He had thought of ways to climb to a high position and accumulate power to take revenge on Link. However, he had ended up at Link's hands without even knowing. After coming to Dragon City this time, Fu only learned of his boss's overall plan after talking with his third brother, Mr. Kong. He couldn't help but look forward to Sun Shu's performance as the #1 tool in heaven. Lin Kai could not help but nod. Sun Shu's performance as an opponent was rather lackluster, but he was surprisingly good at using him as a tool. With Mad Lion and the secret agents taking care of this wave, Sun Shu should be able to perform well on stage. In the carriage, Link finally had some free time to check his reward. As for the experience points, the system rated the kill in the secret meeting room as perfect, and he received 4 times the reward. With 50 potential points in his account, Link now had a total of 182 potential points. If he invested all of them, he could double any attribute. He now had 5 pieces of the treasure map fragment. If he could get one more piece, he would be able to ask John to explore with him and discover the secret of the Desert Prince's wealth. Link looked at the dungeon crystal again. The dungeon crystal this time was a little interesting. It was called the Mystery of the Diplomatic Corps. Instance dungeon name, the Mystery of the Diplomatic Corps. Suggested level, level 50 level 60. Dungeon mode, 50-man large-scale regional dungeon. Instance dungeon area, outskirts of Dragon City, Dragon City's Dharma Night border, Dharma Night border. Plot outline: your team was ordered to search for the traitor of Dragon City and accidentally found out that the traitor was colluding with the French knight emissaries. In the process of investigating the truth, the head of state of French knight discovered it and launched a series of pursuit and battle. Instance dungeon objective: investigate the traitor's trail and survive Augustine's pursuit. This plot was a little interesting. In his previous life, there had been no border defense agreement with the Freedom Federation. Link's series of actions had been done behind the scenes and not publicly announced. Thus, the game system did not directly announce Link's actions. Instead, it had followed the plot and extended a reasonable plot. The recommended level for this dungeon was level 50 to level 60. With a 50-man team, this dungeon could be considered the best in the Son of God 1.0 version. The drop rate and experience points were definitely the best. Including the Diplomatic Missions Mystery Dungeon, Link now had a total of 6 dungeon crystals, which perfectly covered the levels between level 5 and level 60. The players in the Sand Capital were in luck. They could enjoy a one-stop service from the Supreme VIP in the Instance Dungeon and did not have to travel back and forth. Putting away the dungeon crystal, Link looked at the last loot, the title Terminator. Terminator deals 5% additional damage to all leaders. This effect can be increased by killing leader targets. Next stage progress, 0/25. Link's eyes brightened. It was a growth-type title. There were no stage restrictions, and he only needed to complete the stage goal to level up. It was a good thing. Deals additional damage to all leaders. Even though it's only 5%, when it grows in the later stages, this effect can be 10%, 15%. It's a powerful effect and is practically a leader killer. As expected of the Terminator, just from the growth effect, it was indeed a leader Terminator. This trip to Dragon City had been fruitful. In just a few weeks, they had dealt with Dragon City and Fae. Speaking of which, they had to thank one person for this, and that was the Shining Spirit of Platinum Hotel. If the Shining hadn't led the way, Link wouldn't have thought of coming to Dragon City in person, and he wouldn't have been able to resolve the Freedom Federation's affairs so quickly. Now that the entire Freedom Federation is mine, what's next is to promote a great increase in productivity. Ah Fu's eyes flickered, clearly understanding what Link meant. The Freedom Federation's Inhumans made up more than 80% of the entire Wasteland's Inhumans. If such a powerful force were to accept a unified deployment, how terrifying would that be? 542 The Butterfly Effect, Chapter 3.16. This was what Link was looking forward to. There were many players on the Wasteland, and they had all joined the different factions of the Freedom Federation. This had wasted a lot of productivity, and Link was heartbroken. Right now, the entire Freedom Federation was under Link's control. Through the 3 officials of the Freedom Federation, he could control over 1 million players. Link had become the biggest mastermind behind the scenes in the Wasteland. The players on the forums were still fighting for their respective organizations and were deeply influenced by the background and culture of their organizations. The players of Day thought that they were extremely noble and were the orthodox of the Wasteland. In their eyes, Dragon City was just a city guarding the border. Sand City was even more wild children, a symbol of chaos and barbarism. Only they were civilized people. Dragon City's players thought that Fae was hypocritical and arrogant, unable to extricate himself from the glory of the day before the reckoning. He was still holding on to the dream of restoring the Federation of Fae. He loved and hated Sand City at the same time. He loved the clear and complete quest and dungeon flow in Sand City, as well as the yuppie who had many rewards and big events. What he hated was that both sides had demolished the border and were communicating with each other in all aspects. Dragon City's players were also being beaten up by Sand City's players. As for the players in the Sand City, they were more straightforward. They only had one opinion of Fae and Dragon City: would Fae dogs and Dragon City Zhuan dare to be as famous as the Sand City wolves? The chain of contempt between the 3 forces was obvious. Although the 3 forces of the Freedom Federation had signed an integrated defense agreement in the game and were as close as family, in the hearts of the players, the glory of the camp naturally had to be defended. However, they would never have thought that while they were cursing at each other, the true ruler behind the 3 forces of the Freedom Federation was actually Link. After sending off John and the rest, Link didn't stay in Dragon City for long. Due to his rising fame and power, all the elders and the old chief of the Qin village agreed to let Link take over as the new chief. He had originally planned to use Qin Shao's identity as a temporary cover in Dragon City, but who would have thought that he would become the head of the Qin family? However, Link decided to beat them at their own game. He promoted some of the Qin family's capable disciples into the Dauntless Cavalry Camp, euphemistically calling it training. The people of the Qin clan also had a expression on their faces. They were full of praise for this new clan master. They felt as if they had all ascended to heaven. Because of Sun Qu's defection, Dragon City had secretly arranged for many special agents of the Luoge Palace to assassinate Fa Ye. With this operation, Fa Ye was even more convinced of the information that Sun Qiu had brought. Link also took the opportunity to promote his own people from the Shandu region as advisors, firmly holding the power of the Dauntless Cavalry Battalion in his hands. After that, Link let Su Tianzhao go to the Sand City to learn about the advanced control of the wild wolves. He would be sent there for a year. Thus, after staying in Dragon City for a month, Link took a private plane to the military airport of the Shandu and set foot on the land of the Shandu again. The happiest person to see Link's return was definitely John. When they returned to Windhowl Castle, John gave Link a big hug. Link could even see the legendary figure's trembling hands and grateful eyes. It made Link feel like he had come to hell to save a suffering soul. He instantly felt noble. Welcome back. John couldn't wait to take off the human-skinned mask on his face. Then he began to take off his clothes and pants in front of Link. After suffering for a month, John's only thought was to go home and spend time with his wife. He really didn't want to touch any of Link's clothes. Thump, thump, thump. General, I heard that you've returned for a stroll. At this moment, Helen's brisk voice was heard, and the office door was pushed open in the next second. Helen's happy expression froze instantly as if she had been touched by liquid nitrogen. At this moment, Helen didn't know what words to use to describe the situation in front of her. He was at a loss and his mind was blank. She was just a child. Why was she seeing such a scene? The buttons on John's shirt were all unbuttoned, revealing his abs. His pants were half removed, and his floral shorts were clearly visible. Link was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect Helen to suddenly barge in at this time. Seeing Helen's shocked expression, Link suddenly realized the problem. He was about to be misunderstood. John was also dumbfounded. He was so engrossed in the process of taking off his clothes that he didn't notice someone approaching outside. It was too late when Helen opened the door. Helen, listen to me. But before Link could finish, Helen interrupted him and said, General, I understand. I'll definitely keep my mouth shut and won't spread it outside. You must have a lot to say to each other since you haven't seen each other for a long time. I'll wait downstairs first, don't worry. Then, without giving Link any chance, she closed the door and jogged down the stairs. She did it in one go without any hesitation. Link turned his head mechanically and stared at John. It's over, Helen must have misunderstood. Now that the mud has fallen to my crotch, it'll be sh*t. John pulled up his pants, his expression stiff. Ahem, I'll take the clothes with me first. I'll return them to you in a few days. After saying that, he jumped out of the window and left. This kind of troublesome mess was left to Link to deal with. Link didn't expect to encounter such a problem as soon as he came back. He rubbed his face and went downstairs to explain to Helen. Helen, it's not what you think it is. Helen lowered her head, her fingers intertwined, and her toes touched each other. Her face was slightly red. General, I understand. I'll definitely keep my mouth shut about this. He had been in high spirits when he had killed Alongso, Morose, Lang Guan, and Augustine, but at this moment, he was like a shriveled eggplant that had been frosty and could not be explained. Link sighed and decided to change the topic. Helen, what's your business here today? Oh, I'm here for two things. First, the general is back, so I'm here to take a look. The second thing is that while you were away, I developed a few detectors in order to detect the mineral deposits in the desert and found a lot of mineral deposits. In the end, they discovered a desert ruin during their exploration, and there were strong mineral signals inside. I tried to send a lot of Inhumans to the scene, but the Inhumans encountered mutated zombies inside the remains and all returned without success. Hearing the words desert ruins and mutated zombies, Link's eyes brightened. This desert ruin you're talking about, is there a city ruin dozens of kilometers away, and the desert ruin is sinking, showing signs of being buried by quicksand? Helen's mouth was slightly open, and she was extremely surprised. The general had just gotten off the plane today, and he already knew what had happened in the desert. He was indeed the chosen one with the ability to predict the future. Judging from Helen's expression, Link was sure that the underground palace of death had finally appeared. However, what puzzled Link was that the underground palace of death was only a small dungeon between level 15 and 20. Even the dungeon's prerequisite mission, the underground palace, would not be more difficult than level 20. The average level of the players in Shandu was already level 30. It was outrageous for them to be defeated by the dungeon, which was 10 levels lower than them. The players in Shandu were no longer weak noobs in his previous life. Under Link's careful care, both their levels and strength had improved greatly. When faced with a dungeon preparatory mission that was 10 levels lower, it should not be a problem for them to complete it smoothly, even if they could not crush it. Moreover, the players that Helen had sent should be people that she knew who often came here for missions. Their strength should be above average, but they had returned with nothing. This strange situation immediately caught Link's attention. All right, I understand. Please recall the Inhumans. I escaped from that quicksand whirlpool last year, and there are indeed some unclean things inside. Helen was shocked. She didn't expect that there was such a story behind it. There's a buy-in in the ruins. Leave it to me, I'll go personally. Logically speaking, with Link's current status, he could easily arrange for his men to settle this. He had countless elite soldiers under him, and dealing with the underground palace of death was a piece of cake. However, the ruins in the quicksand sinkhole was the place where Link first made his fortune. He had arrived here as soon as he transmigrated and obtained the incredible Zerg nest from the ruins. There might be some plot or treasure in the ruins. Now that there were players who had been chased out after losing, it was even more worth it for Link to go personally. Just these two things. Since I've finished my report, I'll take my leave. The embarrassing scene from before lingered in Helen's mind. When she saw Link's face, she was reminded of John's pants that had fallen to his knees. Helen even felt that the air was filled with gay air. Helen, wait, Link hurriedly called out to Helen, but he didn't know how to explain when he saw her shocked expression. Sigh, forget it, forget it. Link waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. After Helen slipped away like a frightened rabbit, Link fell back into his executive chair, his eyes dazed. Finished, finished. My reputation as a hero is ruined. She had just returned to Shandu and was planning to bring glory to herself. She didn't expect to be involved in a scandal first, and the partner was a man. A large-scale social death scene. In the next 2 days, Link returned to his work to understand the current progress in Shandu. He also received a comprehensive report from Penny, the penguin. The data report was detailed. The cooperation between the Freedom Federation's 3 major forces had also officially begun. The Silver Hand sent the Valiant Cavalry Battalion and part of the Feathered Forest Guards, while Link arranged for Benjamin and Dai Yi to lead the troops to Faye to begin their assistance work. Dai Yi was the head of the old special agents in Shandu, and his title of King of Special Agents was not just for show. With him supervising the battle on the front line, he believed that the work on Fa Yi's side would be carried out more smoothly. While Link was away, the players didn't idle around either. They worked hard like old cows and moved according to Link's plans. In just a month, the players in the First Army of Shandu had already reached level 40. Of course, the players' outstanding performance was not only due to their own efforts, but also because of Link's support. There were plenty of missions in Shadow, and there was no shortage of high-level dungeons. There was no shortage of players with 10 livers all over their bodies. When Link left, the players were still struggling in the Death Quagmire dungeon. By the time he returned, the players from the big guilds were already clearing the Fall of the King of Sand City dungeon. Link glanced at the forum and saw that the players were focused on 3 things. The first was the dissolution of the moat between the 3 great powers of the Freedom Federation, and the dissolution of the Border Alliance. The second was the communication between the players of Dragon City and Shandu, which was belittled by the players of Shandu. They were at a disadvantage in level and equipment. On the forum, the players from Dragon City and Shandu also had a special title Granny Lu. Entering Shandu was like entering a grand view garden, dazzling his eyes. The third was the dungeon The Fall of the King of Sand City that the players were exploring. As the first level 35-45 dungeon that the players had come into contact with, it was the first 40-man large-scale time-limited dungeon. The grand plot and familiar NPCs gave the players an epic feeling. In particular, Alongso, the king of Shandu, as the actual ruler of Shandu, had died on the plane to Dragon City not long after the players entered the game. There were many suspicious points in this matter, but no matter whether it was Shandu or Dragon City, they had invested a lot of manpower, but in the end, they had not found any clues. Now that this instance had appeared, the plot outline directly stated that it was the King of Assassins, John, who invited players to participate in the assassination. The mission requirement was to face Alongso's elite troops and guards in the air prison and to successfully kill the King of Shandu before the plane entered Dragon City territory. The players had been playing the game since the open beta for more than half a year, so they knew the instance mode like the back of their hands. They were playing the role of the person invited by John, who was obviously an important NPC. For example, in the Gunfight Hotel instance, the player's role was Link, who encountered the Jack Gang. Now, they would play the role of an important NPC and participate in the plot of assassinating Alongso. After the elite members of the major guilds had cleared the dungeon, although none of the guilds had successfully met Alongso, the exciting plot at the start of the dungeon and some clues on John had pointed out the identity of the employer behind the scenes, Moros. The truth was about to be revealed. Moros, the Minister of Finance of Shandu, had hired the King of Assassins to deal with the Supreme Leader of Shandu. When the answer appeared, all the players in Sand City were stunned. Oh my god! The internal strife in Shadow was so terrifying. Therefore, people were eager to know the true identity of John's assistant. Seeing this, Link couldn't help but laugh. There were all sorts of speculations among the players. Some were bold enough to guess that it would be Link, but they were quickly rejected by the other players. The reason was that Link was busy killing Moros that day and had no time to kill Alongso with John. Well, it was a good reason for his absence. I wonder what they'll think when they have the right to enter the Moros Tower instance dungeon, ran. Link rubbed his temples for no reason. By then, the news of him killing Alongso and Moros would be exposed. Although the instance dungeon didn't clearly state it, the storyline of the 2 instances was connected. In addition to the contents of the instance dungeon, it was almost solid. Forget it. With the players' current strength and standards, they'll only be able to enter the Moros Tower in a month or 2. By then, the Freedom Federation should have been completely pacified. This bit of news won't be able to cause any waves. Instead of worrying about what was bound to happen, it was better to think about the pets he brought to the underground palace of death. King Kong was the first to be brought along. The combination of the macaw and the camera was unmovable. The treasure hunting mouse was a regular member of the treasure hunting program, so there was no need to say much. As for the last one, Link walked out of the office and went to the garden on the first floor. Then I'll choose this. Link's hands formed a seal, and a golden eye pattern appeared in his palms. Heed my call and come out, said Link as he slammed his hand on the ground. The ground of the garden buzzed, and a moment later, the grass was overturned. The ground rose, and a golden coffin with a crocodile god on it gradually rose. 543 A strange combination, 3.17. The golden coffin with the crocodile god on it rose from the ground like a pillar in the garden. The lid of the golden coffin creaked, and a moment later, the whole piece fell to the ground with a bang. A gator man walked out of the coffin. His body still had the characteristics of a crocodile, but his body shape was mixed with the characteristics of the desert crocodile god. His head was completely like an ancient Dionysus, and his body shape was more like a human. The scales on its body were white and grey, and under the scales were strong muscles. The ruler of evolution on its forelimbs was similar to a human arm, and it had a pair of black scale claws with sharp hooks that looked ferocious and terrifying, as if it could tear a person into pieces. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of brass armor. From the top of his head, his shoulders, his arms, and all the way to his knees, it wrapped and protected him in all directions. He was like a desert general. Its 2-meter-tall body gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Its scarlet eyes were full of killing intent, and its flat and long crocodile head brought with it a slightly open mouth with sharp and dense teeth. The bloody mouth inside could be vaguely seen. The domineering gator walked out of the coffin and walked to Link. He lowered his head and crossed his sharp arms over his chest armor. "Obey your summons. Shizuke, come with me to the underground ruins of the underground palace of death tomorrow. This is my mountain villa in the Sand City, and you can do whatever you want here." Shizuke the crocodile man nodded to show that he remembered it. However, after he bowed, he returned to the golden coffin. As the coffin closed up again, the coffin with the crocodile god on it disappeared back into the ground, as if it had never existed. Shizuke was an epic creature that Link had created using the head of an ancient dinocator, divine elements, and the pharaoh's golden staff. Not only was it powerful, but it also had a summoning ability similar to Coffin, which saved Link the trouble of bringing his pet with him at all times. Every time, he only needed to perform a summoning ritual to summon Shizuke on the spot, which was extremely convenient. With 2 epic-level pets, this trip to the underground palace of death could be said to be very stable, and there would not be any problems. Link couldn't help but enter the system interface to check on Shizuke's stats. He had to admit that the red mist was really fragrant. Monster attributes. Name, Shizuke. Rarity, purple. Race, descendant of a low-level god. Attributes, elemental affinity, Chinook affinity. Level, 50+, leader. Acquired skill 1, power of the wind. Shizuke utilizes the power of the wind element and the wind spirit to enhance his body, increasing his movement speed by 200%. His attacks have the rupture effect. When he attacks, he may create a whirlwind, causing an AoE whirlwind slash to all enemies within 30 meters. The damage is equal to 1,500 points. Acquired skill 2, power of fire. Shizuke utilizes the power of the fire element and has the fire spirit on him. All attacks have the burn effect, forming scorched earth within 50 meters. 100 HP is burned every second, 1 rage point is consumed every second. Acquired skill 3, power of the earth. Shizuke uses the earth elementium to protect himself. The earth spirit enfolds his body with the elementium. It has reflect damage, refract, and magic immunity. Affects 50% of the enemy's damage will be evenly distributed to all enemies within 100 meters. 1 rage point per second. Acquired skill 4, power of water. Shizuke has used the power of the moon essence to enhance his body with water spirit. Recovers 1% of his health points for every 1 rage point. Recovery effect doubles at night. Initial skill 5, vanish. Shizuke can enter stealth mode in special terrains such as swamps, deserts, and water. It can hide its aura and approach its target silently. Initial skill 6, rage domain level 5. When Shizuke enters battle mode, each attack will gain 5 rage points. When out of battle mode, he will lose 2 rage points per second. Maximum rage points is 150 points. Description: descendant of crocodile god Sabuk, rebuilding the glory of his ancestors. The power of the four gods was an overlord-level effect in group battles. It was a group meat grinder on the same level as the god of tentacles. With the Vajra who studied Buddhism and the crocodile god's descendant, Shizuk, this trip to the underground palace of death was as safe as a dead dog. Not long after Shizuk left, the macaw suddenly appeared in the garden. It saw the raised grass and the summoning circle on the ground and asked, "You've summoned Shizuk?" The macaw had seen Sesok break out of its cocoon in Dragon City, so it had a certain understanding of this new member. This ability to summon at any time made Jin envious for a long time. Although his movement speed was fast, it was not as fast as this ability to summon at any time. "Yeah, I'm going to the underground palace of death tomorrow. Take the camera chicken with you, we'll go together." The feathers on the macaw's head were like antennas as it stood up in response. The underground palace of death? What is that place? She then put on a scrutinizing expression and stared at Link. "You're not trying to trick me into going there to punish me, are you? Although it's wrong of me to bring Silverhand to Dragon City without permission, you can't kill the donkey when it's done. I've shed blood for Shandu, and I've made great contributions to Shandu." Link couldn't help but scratch his head. The macaw was full of drama. He hadn't even said what it was, but it had already imagined a big scene in its head. "The underground palace of death was the place I escaped from when I was in the Wasteland gang. It was attacked by quicksand that day, and the entire ruins and camp sank into the ground. Fu and I were lucky enough to escape. Helen said that the detector found a mine underground and sent in humans to dig it out, but they were all wiped out. She said that they encountered something unclean, so I'm going to take a look myself." The macaw's expression softened, but it was still vigilant. "Who else do you plan to bring besides Shizuk?" "Vajra and treasure-seeking mouse." Upon hearing these two names, the macaw's serious expression immediately soothed and was replaced with a satisfied expression. "Don't worry, I'll definitely record everything tomorrow. I won't miss a single exciting scene." With this formation, it was certain that Link wasn't trying to harm it and that its life was guaranteed. However, it seemed to be lacking something. The next day, when Link gathered at Windhowl Castle, he saw that AFU had changed into a professional explorer's outfit and was eager to try it out. He turned back to the macaw speechlessly and asked, "Can you explain to me what's going on?" The macaw had a calm expression, but it had already prepared an excuse in its heart. "First of all, this is the place you and Fu escaped from. Fu also wants to go back and take a look." Fu, who was carrying his luggage on his back, nodded repeatedly. It had been a long time since he had moved with his boss. Secondly, the nature of this mission is to explore and solve riddles. How can Fu, who is blessed with unparalleled luck, be missing in this situation? With him, the difficulty of the mission will be reduced by more than half. Link had to admit that the macaw's words had moved him. Faced with the new underground palace of death after the butterfly effect, the difficulty would indeed be different with or without Fu. "All right, you're right this time. Don't act on your own initiative next time." The macaw smiled happily. "Don't worry. The macaw, have always known what to do." Link drove the car himself, with Afu in the passenger's seat. The macaw sat in the back with the camera rooster above its head, while King Kong sat beside it with an excited treasure-hunting mouse on its shoulder. As for Shizuk, he could just summon him when he arrived at the scene. The desert jeeps traveled all the way south, and many players could be seen on the way. The originally desolate desert was gradually recovering its former vitality. The restoration of the Grand Canal was also put on the agenda. Scaffolding and crane towers had been set up around the ruins of the broken mechanical city, and materials and equipment were being transported inside. The desert that everyone used to fear was now full of vitality and prosperity. Even the Scarlet Dragon dagger had been fully developed. There were troops stationed there, workers who mined and transported minerals, and players who were hired for missions. Even when they arrived at the ruins of the city where the mercenaries had fought, the place had been renovated by the players and passing merchants. It had become a transit point for trading. There were many merchants coming and going every day, and there were also many players who came to search for treasures. Due to the incident in the underground Palace of Death, this place had become quite popular, and there were many players who wanted to come and explore. However, due to Link's orders after he returned, the entire quicksand sinkhole in the desert ruins was cordoned off. Special guards were also arranged to patrol the area. No one was allowed to approach. Of course, the players didn't know that this was an order from Link himself. They only saw the large number of police cordoned off outside and increased patrols. They subconsciously sensed that something big was about to happen, so they waited in the city ruins. Link didn't stop along the way. He quickly came to the ruins in the desert, which was on high alert. There was an army camp not far from the ruins. The neatly parked jeeps reminded Link of the Wasteland Gang's mercenary camp. The army was stationed here because Helen was worried that the unclean things in the desert ruins would run out and cause a disaster. When the soldiers at the camp gate saw Link driving the carriage, their eyes lit up and they were extremely excited. They immediately called for the guard post to lift the entry bar and saluted Link. The news of the Desert Emperor's personal visit spread throughout the entire camp. The battalion commander came to Link's side immediately, trembling in fear. He was awed by Link's invisible aura of a big shot. "Has there been anything unusual in the remains these 2 days?" The battalion commander quickly shook his head. "Since the failure of the last batch of Inhumans, we have been assigned to guard this place. I have arranged for soldiers to guard this place 24 hours a day. If there is any unusual noise, we will be informed immediately. However, we've been stationed there for 4 days, and nothing unusual has happened." "Thank you," Link nodded. "You guys continue to stand guard outside, I'll bring some people in to take a look." The battalion commander immediately panicked. Director Helen had ordered them to cordon off the area, but she did not say that Link would personally enter. "General, it's very dangerous inside. I'll bring some people with you to protect you," the battalion commander immediately said. Link waved his hand. "Forget it. Even the Inhumans were annihilated. You'll just be throwing your lives away if you go in. I'll be the one protecting you then. Just wait outside. No matter what sounds come from inside, guard well and don't let your curiosity get the better of you." Link walked up to the battalion commander and saw the hesitation in his eyes. He added, "This is an order." The battalion commander straightened his body and saluted Link unwillingly but helplessly. "Yes, I will obey your orders." As players had entered the ruins before, a path had been cleared out at the entrance of the sunken ruins. The top of the path had been reinforced, so it would not be easily buried. After entering the ruins, the surrounding air suddenly became cold, forming a sharp contrast with the hot and restless outside. The light from outside shone in, casting Link's group on the ground. With the remaining light, they could see the situation in the underground Palace of Death. Toppled stone pillars, broken stone tablets, jeeps half covered by quicksand, abandoned tents, and randomly shaped guns. It was like the scene of quicksand sweeping through the camp. The macaw stretched out its wings and twisted the camera chicken's head. It quickly moved to the slanted stone pillar and began to film from a high point. Treasure-seeking mouse, sense the place with the most treasures. The treasure-hunting mouse jumped down from King Kong's shoulder and stood on the gravel. Its chubby little nose sniffed up and down, analyzing the smell and direction of the treasure in the air. Link walked to the flat ground and used a summoning ritual to summon the golden crocodile god's coffin from underground. The macaw, who was standing on a high spot, explained, "Hee, this kind of summoning ritual is indeed more interesting in the desert. Summoning in the garden would seem out of place." As the coffin rose, the coffin lid fell to the ground with a thud. The crocodile god's descendant, Shizuk, walked out and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Obey your summons." Shizuk immediately saw King Kong, who was standing beside Link. Although the Vajra had been tempered and its body was smaller than that of a normal person, the powerful aura that was emitted from its small body was still shocking. King Kong also stared at the descendant of the god who walked out of the coffin. While it was studying the Buddhist Dharma, it had also paid attention to desert myths. The gator man in front of it exuded the aura of an ancient creature, which was very similar to the gator god recorded in the books. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the two pets. Vajra could feel that this pet's strength was not below that of the feelers. "This is my new pet, Zhuge, the descendant of the crocodile god. This is King Kong." Link could feel the tension in the air, so he quickly introduced the two. Thus, King Kong formed a Buddhist seal with both hands and greeted, "Amitabha." "Hello, junior brother Shat." Zhuge didn't refute this title. He had just been synthesized, and King Kong's bloodline was older than his, so it wasn't wrong to call him senior brother. However, even though he was of a lower generation, Zhuge was a descendant of a god and didn't think that he was weaker than Vajra. Sooner or later, it would have to compete with King Kong in terms of strength. The word junior brother Sha almost shocked Link to death. "Monkey, Vajra. Zhuge, junior brother Shas. His master. Then who's the pig?" Just as Link's thoughts were wandering off, a loud sneeze from behind him woke him up. The fat Afu sneezed and took out a handkerchief to wipe his nose. He muttered to himself, "Boss, let's go in quickly, the wind at the entrance is a little strong." "Yes, I have a pig." A strange combination appeared. Link stared at Afu meaningfully and said, let's hurry up and go in." 544 The Underground Palace of Death, Chapter 3.18. Link had been to the Underground Palace of Death in his previous life. The danger mainly came from the mummified corpses with plague poison and the insects that suddenly emerged from the sand. Even if the current timeline had a butterfly effect because of him, the type of monsters and difficulty should be similar. As the only survivor of the disaster, Fu immediately noticed the abnormality. "Boss, something doesn't seem right here," Fu said with certainty. "Oh, tell me what's wrong," said Link. Afo leaned closer to Link and whispered, "Boss, weren't there many mercenaries and slaves that were swept in with the quicksand? There's everything here, but no one. It's too strange." Fu observed carefully and found something strange in the underground palace of death. "That makes sense. The people here have all disappeared. It's not realistic to say that they were all buried in sand. There must be one or two exposed, but there are no bodies. This is very strange." Link concluded from Fu's words, but he didn't tell him that the corpses had all dried up. With Fu's unparalleled luck, sometimes saying too much would destroy this chance. The players had only explored this place for a few days, but there were no longer any footprints on the ground. They were all covered by new sand, eliminating all traces of the past. Link's group quickly arrived at the edge of the cliff. The dark abyss was like a bottomless pit. There was no aura, but it gave off a terrifying feeling. Fu took out a searchlight from his enhanced backpack and shone it in all directions. They could see that the other side was more than 30 meters away. The light from the searchlights shone into the abyss, and the beam of light weakly diluted and faded in the distance. It was eventually swallowed up by the darkness, but it still could not reach the bottom of the abyss. Fu couldn't help but gasp. "How deep is this crack?" he asked. "Even the searchlight can't reach the end." The searchlights he had prepared were all strong lights that could shoot out beams of light over 300 meters in the dark. If they could not reach the ground, it meant that the crack was at least 300 meters deep. "Boss, how are we going to get there?" Fu couldn't even use body spiritualization in this kind of place. It could be said that he was at his wit's end. "I'll leave the rest to you," said Link, patting King Kong's shoulder. After saying that, he threw his flash dagger to the opposite bank. A moment later, his figure disappeared from where he was standing and suddenly appeared on the opposite bank. King Kong took out the heaven shaker from his ear. The heaven shaker in his palm gradually extended with King Kong's will and connected the two banks. "I'll take my leave first." Vajra nimbly jumped up to heaven shaker and reached the other side in a few moves. Although the crocodile god's descendant Zhuge looked like he was full of primitive wildness, he had the divine element and was very agile. It didn't take him much effort to reach the other side. After reaching the other side, Zhuge exchanged a look with King Kong. Link could even see sparks in this exchange. One seemed to be saying, "Not bad, you're qualified to compete with me." The other one's eyes were slightly provocative. "It's easy to surpass you." After a while, the macaw flapped its wings and flew over, plopping to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Fu was the only one left on the other side of the river. He raised his searchlight and looked at each other. "What am I supposed to do if all of you go?" Fu asked in a sobbing tone. Vajra grabbed one end of the heaven shaker and shouted to Fu, "Hold the other end tightly, I'll drag you over." Fu hung the searchlight around his neck, then firmly grasped one end of the skyquake with both hands. With a thought from King Kong, the sky-shaking sword gradually shrank. Fu, who was still holding onto his weapon, crossed the 30-meter crack and came to the other side. After crossing the abyss, the group continued forward. More broken walls were displayed in front of everyone. The murals, buildings, sculptures, and incomplete objects of the desert ruins were everywhere. Car wreckage and messy weapons were all proof of the horror of quicksand. The path leading to the unknown was getting narrower and narrower. Other than the rustling footsteps and breathing of the crowd, there was no other sound. It was unbelievably quiet. Fu gulped. Its black skin blended into the darkness, but its eyes were like two headlights, shining brightly under the searchlight. The treasure-hunting mouse led the way. While running, it carefully distinguished the smell in the air and sensed where the treasure was hidden. Suddenly, the treasure-hunting mouse stopped and turned around. Its nose twitched and it squeaked to give a warning. "Something is approaching." The macaw immediately went on alert. Fu hurriedly took out a searchlight and looked around. In the end, a flash of light swept across the darkness in the distance and a few black shadows were seen. After that, more and more figures appeared around them, gradually approaching and surrounding them. Under the pale light, one could clearly see the withered, mummified corpse dragging its seemingly rusty body, staggering toward the crowd. From the torn and messy clothes on their bodies, one could vaguely identify them as the mercenaries and slaves who had died in the quicksand that day. "Be careful, these mummies have a highly infectious plague. They will turn into mummies after coming into contact with the skin." Fu's face paled at Link's words. Just imagine how scared a dark-skinned child would be. The macaw, who was standing on the high ground, immediately cursed, "Link, you f***ing bastard. Didn't you say it wouldn't be dangerous? If you knew there would be such a monster, you wouldn't have made any preparations. I think you just want to kill me." Then, the macaw burst into tears. "Link, you heartless bastard. You've killed the good." Link was speechless. Ever since the macaw returned from Dragon City, it had been a little crazy. He took out a few bottles of pale yellow liquid from his pocket and gave them to Fu, Zhuge, the treasure-hunting mouse, and also threw a bottle to the macaw. Zombie Virus Immunity Potion. Duration, 6 hours. Product of Alchemist Grace. Link then turned to King Kong and said, "I won't be giving you the potion. You're in metal form and protected by the light of Buddha. You're immune to this zombie plague. The evil won't be able to get close to you." King Kong nodded, and the Buddha's light around him was already shining. The seemingly soft light was the biggest nemesis of these mummies and evil. Afu, Zhuge, and treasure-hunting mouse drank the potions without a word. Afu even burped. The macaw unscrewed the bottle and suspiciously sniffed it. It didn't have a disgusting smell, but instead had a hint of fragrance. After the macaw poured it into its mouth, its flexible tongue stirred and commented, "It's sticky in the mouth. It's called a potion, but it's actually a solid colloid." It's cold and similar to jelly, and it's slightly acrid after chewing. Immediately after, he changed his expression. Wing gave a thumbs up and praised, as expected of the Desert Emperor. He's prepared for a rainy day, has foresight, and solved a big problem while talking and laughing. From your eyes, I can see wisdom and maturity that has transcended time. Please allow me to praise you, Desert Emperor. Link rolled his eyes at the macaw. He ignored the macaw's unique skill of changing faces and taking advantage of the situation. He drank the potion in one gulp and gained a 6-hour immunity to the zombie virus status. Let's fight as we retreat and continue to walk in. The underground palace of death was very different from his previous life. There was basically nothing familiar to Link. He could only take it one step at a time. However, one basic logic would not change, and that was the deeper one went, the more dangerous it would be. Link used the magic box pistol to attack the enemy behind him. King Kong's body was surrounded by waves of Sanskrit. Golden light flashed as he opened a path in front. Seeing this, Zhuge also rushed up, wanting to take this opportunity to continue the battle. The mummy's levels were not high, only around level 20. Its movement was slow, and its speed was about twice that of a normal person, but its defense and elemental resistance were very high. With Link's attributes and weapon damage, he should be able to kill a level 20 creature instantly. However, he still needed 2 more shots to kill the mummified corpse. If even Link was in such a state, the average player would be in even more trouble. However, King Kong and Zhuge's situation was obviously much better. The two of them were ready to compete with each other. The Buddhist light of King Kong was a great weapon against mummies and evil spirits. Wherever the golden light touched, the mummies' bodies would be burned to ashes. Zhuge didn't use any skills, only a pair of sharp front claws. The divine elements were extremely powerful, and he could easily tear apart the mummies. For a time, the two of them advanced side by side, and there was no clear winner. The macaw patted him from behind and said in surprise, "Oh my god, although I knew that Zhuge's strength wouldn't be bad with his fierce appearance, I didn't expect him to be on par with King Kong. How awesome!" The road ahead was narrow, and more mummies emerged. However, with the 2 door gods leading the way, the mummies that pounced on them all turned into ashes or dead objects. Following the ruins, they walked into a sunken and twisted tunnel. After a round of fighting, the scene in front of them suddenly widened and changed again. There were no mummies, but instead, there were huge spider webs that densely surrounded the area. Fu held up a searchlight and observed the surroundings. He found that they were standing halfway up a slope of quicksand sediments. In front of them was a large palace of hundreds of square meters. Under the quicksand were 2 broken stone pillars. The carvings on the stone pillars were still clear, and one could see the myths carved by the ancient desert civilization. The rest of the palace was basically intact. Through the huge white spider web, he could still vaguely see the murals on the palace walls and hieroglyphs. Suddenly, Fu saw a figure behind the white cobweb and shivered in fear. It was a flash, and when Fu regained his focus, the figure had already disappeared. "Boss, here." "I've already seen it," said Link, nodding. To be precise, it was not a human figure, but a creature with a human upper body and a giant spider lower body. It was a creature called a spider demon. In his previous life, there were only a few filthy and deep underground caves in the wasteland that had creatures like the spider demons. He had never heard of the appearance of the spider demons in the underground palace of death. The demonic spiders were evil and strange creatures with a complete cultural and ethnic system. Ordinary spider demons were good at spitting spider silk, silent infiltration, poisonous sting surprise attacks, and other abilities, but high-level spider demons would study the abilities of priests or mages, which were unique to the spider demon civilization, and were quite strange. It seems that my appearance has indeed caused a butterfly effect. Link then turned to King Kong and Zhuge and said, "You guys should have seen the demonic spider earlier, right?" When the macaw heard the words spider demon, it was so scared that it shivered. What happened to treasure hunting? Why is there a dried corpse in front of you and a spider demon behind you? I heard that the spider demon never kills people directly. They usually use poison needles to numb you and wrap you up in a cocoon. Then, when you wake up and struggle, you can enjoy and eat it bit by bit. Furthermore, it was said that the demonic spiders love to eat fat birds. Boo-hoo, why is my life so hard? The macaw felt that it was too hard to do Link's filming. Other photography jobs were just a little tiring, but this job was not only poor, but it was also deadly. However, no one paid any attention to him. All their attention was on the spider web in front of them. Zhuge felt that his chance had come and said, "I'll deal with the demonic spider." King Kong put his hands together and said with a serious look, "Junior brother Shao, wait a moment. I have an affinity with the demon spiders here." This place was filled with evil and dark auras, darkness, and death. Today, Master's arrival shocked the universe and caused everyone to panic. "I'll release the evil spirits here from purgatory and let them be reborn into bliss, so that they can accumulate merit and longevity for their master, and also return peace to the desert." Listen, what the F***ck is the art of language. Zhuge was the one who spoke first, but after hearing those words, he felt that it would be unkind of him to make the first move, and he felt a sense of guilt. Link activated the Heaven's Insight and saw a lot of black gas. There was a lot of flowing black gas under the sand, which was obviously a tunnel dug by the spider demons. Not only were the spider demons strong and had a healthy civilization, but they were also good at construction. The underground passages and the altar palace were magnificent. At the same time, Link saw a place where the air currents gathered and flowed. Although it was only a fist-sized hole, the aura inside and outside was surging. It was clearly the place to leave the palace. "You two deal with the demonic spider, I'll wait for you at the entrance." Link could see King Kong and Zhuge's competitive intentions. They were both his pets, so he couldn't be biased. King Kong and Zhuge heard this and rushed out. Zhuge immediately activated Power of Fire, and the 150 rage points he had just accumulated finally came in handy. The scorched earth on the ground began to spread, and the spider demons hiding underground could no longer hide. They burrowed up from the ground and launched a surprise attack, even causing many of the spider webs on the ground to curl and melt in the high temperature. On one side, Buddhist chants and golden Buddhist light and Buddhist shadows surged. On the other side, killing intent filled the air, and the heart-wrenching screams of the spider demons continued. Link brought Fu, the macaw, and the treasure-seeking mouse to the cave entrance from the other side. Link's air blade popped out. He was ready to cut the thick stone slab and dig a path. Just then, Link's heart skipped a beat. A strange yet familiar feeling welled up in his heart. The treasure-hunting mouse on Link's shoulder also stood up. It tilted its head and stared at the fist-sized hole. It smelled a familiar yet strange aura. A moment later, quicksand poured out of the hole continuously, then gathered together and reassembled. As the scattered sand gradually gathered together, a small mouse with pale yellow fur suddenly appeared in front of Link. Link was stunned. Wasn't this the gerbil that Ching Ching had given it freedom? Monster Synthesis Master Chapter 545. After feeling the breath of the host, the gerbil climbed up on Link's trouser legs without saying a word, and wanted to come to his shoulders to have a close contact with Link. As a result, as soon as he climbed to the shoulder, he was squeezed by the treasure hunter, with a vigilant face as if he was saying, "First identify the body, speak the appeal, and then approach." "Why are you gerbils?" Link was still immersed in the joy of seeing gerbils again. This was the second pet he synthesized when he fled at the time. But because of the low fit rate, it disappeared after being put into the desert. The absence of a trace made Link's heart cold. "I didn't expect to meet again in the Death Palace today." But as soon as Link finished speaking, there was more sand under his feet condensed into gerbils, surrounding Link and a Fu. The gerbil kept squeaking, and the treasure hunter squeaked twice from time to time. Link looked at the macaw on the side and motioned to the fat translator to explain. After listening to the macaw for a long time, I finally understood the ins and outs. To sum it up, it is that the ability to master is not very complete. After turning into sand, it sinks into the ground. When it comes out again, it can't find your figure, so wandering in the desert, I came here by chance, and I met other mice here, and then I had children and stayed here all the time. After listening to the macaw, Link suddenly realized that there is still such a story in it. I just didn't expect that I lost a gerbil, but now there are thousands of gerbils. It's really a blessing. Link entered the pet interface and took a look, and found that an update logo appeared in the lower right corner of the gerbil's data card. I clicked in and found that the gerbil's strength had also improved in the past year. Monster attributes. Name, gerbil. Quality, green. Race, rodent. Attribute, sand elemental affinity. Level, 9. Initial skill 1, Desertification LV6, a unique ability of gerbils, completely desertification of the body, duration of 1 hour. Initial skill 2, Desert affinity, movement speed increased by 30% in the desert. Comprehension skill 3, Virus host, the elementalized body of gerbils protects them from any plague viruses, so they are excellent carriers of plague viruses and have a stronger ability to spread after desertification. Evaluation, the king rat in the desert, perfectly blends into the desert, is very good at speed and hiding. Now that the virus has the ability to parasitize, a small body can cause great disaster. In nearly a year, the gerbils have been upgraded from level 1 to level 9, and their quality has also been upgraded from white to green. This degree of improvement and change is no less than that of Link from slave to desert emperor. You know, Link has a bunch of pets and friends to help, but the gerbils encountered countless dangers and natural enemies in the fierce desert. They have survived to this day completely by their own strength, and they have reproduced such a prosperous family of rats. After listening to the gerbil's narration, the treasure hunter moved forward and hugged it for comfort. Link also stretched out his hand, the gerbil slid and jumped to Link's palm, and then squeaked orders to the offspring around him. Afterwards, Link saw all these gerbils crawling down their bodies and burying their heads to show surrender. The macaw on the side said abruptly, okay, it's been a year since I recognized my ancestor and returned to my ancestry, great kindness. Recognizing the ancestors. Link wanted to refute, but didn't find anything to refute it. Link entered the insect swarm commander mode and found that he was surrounded by a sea of stars, and his whole body was full of the highlights of the gerbils. It was really a drag on his family to recognize their ancestors. Link glanced back, and the battle with the Nerubian came to an end. Although the spider monsters are powerful, they are all level 30 monsters. They have no chance of winning in the face of King Kong and Shavik at the level of 45 and 50 bosses, not to mention the fact that they have worked hard to determine a victory or defeat. Simply put, it is not enough to kill. All the spider monsters on the field have been squatted down, and the last spider monster was scared to the point of no courage to confront, and turned around to dig and prepare to leave the crypt. The eyes of King Kong and Shavik met, and the two had the same number of kills so far, so this Nerubian was the winner. The two of them violently rushed towards the last spider monster. The whole body of the King Kong is encircled by the Sanskrit Buddha, and there is a phantom Buddha behind it. Shavik turned on wind force, the speed skyrocketed twice, surrounded by wind spirits, stretched out his claws and probed towards the spider's limbs. King Kong slashed with one palm, and the palm of the Tathagata came out through the body. A phantom in the golden light also flashed by. Boom! This spider monster never expected that he would become the focus of the field and the winner of this contest. The palm of the Tathagata hit the spider demon, and the golden light shook one's eyes. The whole palace was filled with Sanskrit sounds and roars, and the ground even shook. The golden light dissipated, and the dust returned to the ground. Afu used a searchlight to illuminate the arena and found King Kong and Shavik. There was a smile on the corner of King Kong's mouth. The applause just now was huge and powerful, and it was no problem to kill a spider monster. But when it saw Shadok holding half of the Nebo body in his hands, it was stunned. Saysok held half of the Nebo body in his hand, and there were two completely different manifestations of China on the wound. The irregular marks of the violent tear can be clearly seen on the body part, but in the upper body, the burning wounds caused by being hit by the palm of the Tathagata can also be seen. In this way, the answer is obvious. King Kong's Tathagata palm hit half of the spider monster, and Shadok also tore off the other side at the same time. If you have to count, it's a tie right now. King Kong bowed slightly to Saysok. It seems that if you want to decide the outcome, you have to wait for the next game. Shasuk threw away half of the Nerubian body that was still shaking, and replied, I'll be with you at any time. Link glanced at the half-pulling spider monster body and said, Afu, put together a complete body of the spider monster here and put it in the bag. Good guy, it's still shaking now, indicating that there is a nervous reaction. In this case, it is obvious that Sasuk is tearing away too fast, so fast that the nerves do not respond too much, and the muscles and nerves are instinctively shaking. Although I don't know whether the shredded spider demon can be synthesized, it's okay to put it away first, and then give it to Grace. She likes this kind of dark creatures the most, and she can sell her personal affection, isn't it a beauty? It's just that Afu's cheerful expression stiffened when he learned that he was going to pack the Nerubian body into the enhanced backpack. Looking at the large-scale confession scene happily, and then eating the melons between the two of them, and then suddenly letting himself go to collect the body of the spider demon, Afu expressed panic. Although the collection of corpses is professional, it is obviously not in the scope of his business. With the searchlight hung, and tremblingly walked to the side of the spider demon, the expression on Afu's face could no longer tell whether it was fear or constipation. While Afu was biting his head and busy working, Link went back to the hole with the big fist in front of him. Gerbil, you have lived here for so long, what else is behind this wall? The macaw squeaked and translated Link's words, and the gerbil immediately became energetic after hearing it, whispered, and then climbed onto the wall with hieroglyphs and pictures. The macaw on the side translated simultaneously, behind the wall is the space where the gerbils live, but there is a passage further behind, where there are powerful enemies, that is. The macaw saw the gerbil pointing at the wall. The image was surprised and wondered, moon ship, golden mask, pharaoh. After speaking, the macaw took a breath. As a knowledgeable Zhuan writer, it can be said to be an extensive book, learning the Zhuan way of various cultures, and knows a lot about ancient desert culture. It's impossible. The pharaohs are all things from ancient times. Compared to the old times, they are all ancient cultural relics. How can it be possible that a pharaoh has survived for thousands of years and attacked you? Link frowned, and the situation in this death palace was getting more and more complicated. First, the rare Nerubian digging a crypt came here, and now the gerbil found a living pharaoh here. How could there be so many elements in the previous palace of death? Thinking that Helen entrusted players to investigate here a few days ago, it should have been annihilated at the joint of the spider demon, and did not go deeper. It seems that the choice to come here is really the right one. Although I don't know if what the gerbil said is true, Link still wants to see the pharaoh who has survived for thousands of years. Gerbil, is there any way you can take us over? The gerbil nodded repeatedly, then came down from the wall and called twice to the gerbils around him, turning it into a ball of sand again. Other gerbils responded, and all of them turned into quicksand and swarmed into the cave. The gravel quickly filled the fist-sized hole. Not only the hole, but the entire passage was filled with sand. The gravel is still squeezing. From the perspective of Swarm Commander, you can see the gerbils, which were originally shining like stars, squeezed into a small hole at the moment, forming a dense golden strip. At this moment, the heavy stone slab suddenly cracked like thunder. A crack was generated from the stone slab, like a black lightning, which penetrated the stone slab from the entrance of the cave. Bang bang! More cracks are generated, centered on the hole, spreading radially. Dense cracks continue to occur, and the original solid stone slab is now full of cracks, giving people a feeling of breaking down all the time. The macaw even scratched its waist and exclaimed, "Good fellow, this is a chrysanthemum that forced a hole into it." Okay. Chrysanthemum. After being said by the macaw, Link could no longer look directly at the hole. After a while, with a dull cracking sound, the entire stone slab fell apart, and the quicksand on it also rushed down a lot. The gerbils who recovered their form quickly cleared their way under the command of the gerbil boss. When he walked into the new space, Link looked around. It was slightly smaller than the previous palace, but it was more than enough to accommodate the gerbils. Soon after, Link saw a white mouse among countless yellow-skinned gerbils. Lin Ke fixed his eyes and found that this little white mouse had no blood of his own, and that the 8 achievements were local rats. Ah Fu, who had finished installing the spider monster, was also late, and the light of the searchlight spilled in, allowing Link to see more clearly. There are no complicated hieroglyphs and patterns on the walls here. The walls are sharp and flat. There is a square table in the center of the ground, which is more like a mausoleum for the pharaohs. It's just that there is no pharaoh's coffin here, it's empty. Link entered into the state of the emperor's watching chi technique and looked at the entire room. Then, in the cracked wall in the corner, he saw the overflowing alien energy. Gerbil, you said that the living pharaoh needs to go through here, right? Link pointed to the crack in the wall. The gerbil nodded repeatedly. It lived with the gerbil in other places before, and then entered the bright hall to save the white rat, and clashed with Pharaoh, and then fled back from this rift. I thought that the enemy would chase them, but when they evacuated, there was no movement inside, so I simply settled in this larger space with peace of mind. This wall is thicker than the stone slab that the gerbil broke just now, but now there is Ah Fu by his side, it is not difficult to want to pass. Just now, King Kong and Saesok were fighting, and Link was not idle. Taking advantage of their efforts to kill the spider monsters, they absorbed the dead spirits of the spider monsters on the field, and the blood rage state had accumulated 21 layers. As for the earlier mummy, Link was helpless. The corpse has no brain, no soul, it's just a walking corpse, the body is empty, and there is no such thing as the breath of the dead, so there is no way to breathe it. The 21 layers of blood fury provide Link with 168% attack power, movement speed, and resistance. Even if it is a 1,000-year-old pharaoh, Link has the guts to give it a try. King Kong, Shasuk, Macaw, you all go to Ah Fu's fortified backpack, and when he becomes spiritual, he will take you across this wall. King Kong folded his hands together, and declined, don't bother Ah Fu, I can change my form and pass through the small hole with the shaking sky. After speaking, he glanced at Shasuk, slightly provocative. Shasuk snorted, glanced at King Kong, and simply refused, I have the power of the 4 gods, and I have my own way to get through here. The macaw scratched his waist and said with joy, hey, that's just right, no need to squeeze, I'm sitting in the luxurious and super VIP space by myself. Ah Fu on the side could not help asking, then boss, how did you get there? Link took out the flashing dagger, threw it into the crack, and then said to the gerbil, Gerbil, help me transport this dagger to the other side. The gerbil quickly turned into sand, and the other gerbils around him also turned into sand. Then a flowing sand, wrapped in Link's flashing dagger, entered a dark rift. On the other side, the macaw can't wait to plunge into Ah Fu's reinforced backpack. It has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Just as soon as I entered, the sound of the macaw yelling from the enhanced backpack. Ah Fu, you are trying to murder me. What is this? Ah Fu Han smiled www.mtlnovel.com and touched his head, there are a lot of miscellaneous things, so bear with me a little bit. Before the macaw continued to speak, Ah Fu had closed the enhanced backpack, completely not giving it a chance to continue to output. Link glanced at it, and then said to the three of them, "After I pass, you will come back again." King Kong and Shasok nodded, and Link's words were like a starting gun for a new round of competition. The two are ready. As long as Link disappears, they will immediately show off their magical powers and rush over to see who arrives first. A few seconds later, Link saw the gerbils disperse in the swarm commander mode, and immediately teleport to the flashing dagger position. Then Link saw the endless flames in the 2 rows of braziers in front of him, and the ancient desert patterns on the walls. The Pharaoh, the Eagle Horus, the Death Anubis, the Moon Ship, and the incomprehensible hieroglyphs, seem to be telling epics from the ancient times. At the end of the 2 rows of braziers is a towering trapezoidal altar with fresh meat and fruits for sacrifice at the top. I don't know how many years have passed, but it still remains immortal. And behind the altar is a huge bronze statue of a moon ship. On the bronze statue is a young man holding a pharaoh's scepter and wearing a golden mask. He stepped on the tip of the moon ship. Even if he couldn't see his face, he could feel full of heroism. The top of the hall is dotted with countless bright gems, which, under the shining of a pot of fire, exudes the colors like stars, like a starry sky dome in the night. This is like a treasure trove. Beads in the Desert. 546 The Heart of the Desert, Chapter 3.20. The bronze statue of the moon ship was shining under the swaying flames. The brightness of the light flickered on the surface of the moon ship, and the metallic color was a little dazzling. The golden-masked young man standing on the moon ship held the pharaoh scepter in his hand, and his body also appeared to be the same brass color as the moon ship. It was delicate and soft, as if a layer of lubricant had been smeared on his skin. After Link entered the altar's territory, the 2 rows of flames sensed an outsider's aura. They moved without any wind and the flames faced Link. The next second, Fu passed through the thick wall. His spirit body returned to normal and he quickly opened the enhancement backpack. The macaw's head popped out of the enhanced backpack, greedily sucking the air, then began to chatter and complain, "Fu, what's in your bag? Forget about the spider demon's corpse, you have to give me a good explanation about the cuttlefish and man-eating fish." The macaw had a camera chicken on its head and a squid on its shoulder. Its tentacles were tightly wrapped around it, like a mercenary's ammunition belt. The positions of the piranhas were also very vivid. 2 of them were hanging on the chest, and they swayed left and right along with the anger of the macaw, like a bus pendant. The other one opened its mouth wide and firmly bit on old Jin's plump buttocks, as if it had a tail. Such a funny look immediately attracted Link's attention. Fu also kept apologizing. "I'm sorry, I forgot about this. I was planning to throw them into the pond in Howling Castle to provide boss with some materials, but I forgot to unload them." Fu walked to the front of the macaw and suddenly pulled out the 2 piranhas from its chest, throwing them back into the enhancement backpack. The macaw's face was filled with pain as it hurriedly covered its chest with its hands. Tears almost flowed out as it pleaded, "I'll take care of the last one myself." A ray of golden light suddenly appeared from the hole behind him. The Vajra that had shrunk into a liquid form and the weapon, heaven shocking, appeared at the same time. At the same time, Shazak used his vanish ability to enter the desert stealth mode. A sand dune rose from the ground as he quickly advanced. At the same time King Kong returned to his original form, Shazak rushed out from underground. The 2 of them appeared at the same time, and it was difficult to determine the winner. "It seems like there's going to be a 4th match," Shazak couldn't help but say. Vajra was not to be outdone and was in high spirits. "I'll accompany you anytime." From the moment they entered the ruins, he had fought with King Kong 3 times, and neither of them had a winner. During this process, the 2 of them had gone from being slightly hostile to understanding each other's strength. From hostility to competition, there was even a kind of appreciation. An element called gay love was brewing in the intense gazes of the 2. Just as it was a complete mess, the eyes of the golden-masked young man on the moon ship glowed with a dark green light as he stared at the people who had disturbed the peace of the altar. The golden-masked youth's pharaoh scepter glowed green as well. The next second, a beam of light shot towards Link. King Kong and Shizak sensed the danger at the same time, and they jumped up to meet the beam without saying anything. Vajra used Heaven Shaker to block the rays, and Shizak used Power of Earth to transfer the power of the Elementium to protect himself. With the Earth Spirit, his body was covered in a layer of solid Elementium ore, and he also had Reflect, Refract, and Magic Immunity. Sky Shaker blocked the first ray of light. Following that, a series of sparks flew off the weapon. The second beam of green light landed on Shizak's body. With the 3 buffs protecting him, Shizak didn't feel any discomfort. The green beam of light did not react to the spot where it landed. Instead, it returned to where it came from. The golden-masked young man could not react in time. The energy beam hit the golden mask on his face with a clang, and he staggered back a few steps. King Kong and Shizak landed on the ground. Shizak glanced at King Kong with a trace of pride in his eyes. Just now, when the two of them had faced each other, King Kong had only blocked the attack, and he had also used magic immunity and damage reflection to deal damage to the enemy without being injured. This time, he had undoubtedly won. Link took the opportunity to look at the golden-masked youth's information. Soul Box of Pharaoh Tumen. Race, Mechanical. Level 45+, Leader. HP, 6400/7000. Energy, 0/0. Skills, Searing Laser, Moonflyer, Desert Wool, Matrix Defense, Disintegration Equation, Others Unknown. Evaluation, the pinnacle of scientific magic of the ancient desert civilization. Link's eyes flashed with joy after reading the information. The soul box of Pharaoh Tumen was no ordinary item. The Pharaoh Tumen on the moon ship was hit by his own attack, and his eyes under the golden mask revealed an expression of disbelief. You've barged into Pharaoh Tumen's mausoleum without permission, and your crimes are unforgivable. Pharaoh Tumen's voice was mechanical and emotionless, and he walked forward again. This time, other than the Pharaoh scepter, there were also many cannon muzzles on both sides of the moon ship under his feet. The moon ship had turned into a multi-legged insect. The macaw was in so much pain just now, and when it saw the concentrated gun muzzles on the moon ship, it couldn't help but curse. What the f***ck are you pretending for? You even want to use the sword of the previous dynasty to kill an official of this dynasty? Did you switch your intestines and esophagus? Did shit enter your brain? The Pharaoh dynasty has been destroyed for thousands of years. The legal owner of the desert is the great desert emperor Link. I'll spare you for now, you ignorant child, on account that you're trapped in the scythe weasel and don't know what's going on outside. I advise you to speak less nonsense, or you'll become a laughingstock. The macaw rubbed its swollen nose and was so angry that even its words carried the smell of gunpowder. The soul box of Pharaoh Tumen was obviously stunned. At that time, the control of the Pharaoh dynasty could be said to be all round. The inheritance of all pharaohs was also unusually smooth. Almost everyone thought that the Pharaoh dynasty could be passed down for thousands of generations and be passed on forever. However, the macaw's words were like a heavy bomb, directly blowing up Elder Tumen, who had been ordering him around arrogantly just now. This wasn't the end. The macaw continued to add salt to the wound and pulled Fu over. Take a good look and see if you're familiar with this person's aura. Fu was dumbfounded. Did he have any relationship with this bronze man? As expected, Pharaoh Tumen's attention was focused on Fu. The green eyes under the golden mask were emotionless. However, a moment later, a pair of green eyes suddenly burst out with a shocking light. He felt his own aura from Fu. It was the aura of a bloodline. You're a descendant of Pharaoh Bian. Although Pharaoh Tumen's tone was still flat and mechanical, anyone could hear the disbelief and excitement in his voice. This time, even Fu was dumbfounded. His expression gradually turned from one of confusion to indignation. His face turned red and his chubby little fists were clenched tightly. Who are you calling a grandson? Don't think that you can take advantage of others just because you've lived long enough. Are all the pharaohs in the Pharaoh dynasty as uncultured as you? As the saying goes, the scourge lasts for 1,000 years. No wonder you can live so long. Fu didn't have Zhuan's impressive reasoning like the macaw. After he finished speaking, he held it in for a long time before he stuttered out a curse. "You're a Yingluo, a piece of junk biscuit." After Fu used all his strength to curse, his side's momentum suddenly weakened. The macaw covered its head with its wings and couldn't bear to look at it. Link silently moved a few steps to the side, distancing himself from Fu. Jin Gang simply closed his eyes and began to recite the incantation of a calm heart, for fear that his Buddhist heart would collapse. Shizuk's aura was greatly reduced, and he even had the heart to directly dive into the sand and cover his ears. The sand rats had all turned into sand and disappeared. Even the treasure-hunting mouse shrugged its shoulders and heaved a long sigh. "I can't get up, I can't get up." Pharaoh Tumen waved his hand, and all the cannons on Moonship were put away, giving up on the attack. This was the first batch of humans who had come here in thousands of years, and one of them had a bloodline relationship with him, so there was no need to continue fighting. "My child, has the Pharaoh dynasty ended?" Pharaoh Tumen asked. Fu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and clenched his little fat fists until they were red. This person actually took advantage of him, he was too shameless. Fu looked at Link with pleading eyes, but Link just shrugged and told Fu to answer normally. Having been pushed to the front by his boss, Fu wanted to cry but had no tears. He kept reminding himself in his heart life is full of ups and downs, don't bully the young for being poor. AFO was indeed related to Pharaoh Tumen by blood. When Link had synthesized AFO, one of the important materials had been the Pharaoh Tumen's shroud. After the synthesis, AFO naturally had the Pharaoh's aura. When the macaw pushed Fu out, Link already understood Jin's cunning intentions, so he just let Fu do what he wanted while he watched from the side. It has been almost 1,000 years since the end of the Pharaoh dynasty. Human beings have evolved into modern civilization, set off a revolution, and overthrew the rule of the pharaohs. Everyone is free and no longer the personal property of the pharaohs. Pharaoh Tumen listened attentively, trying to absorb the knowledge and evolution of modern day from these words. "Then, did you come to the pharaoh's tomb to acknowledge your ancestors and restore your dynasty?" The anger in Fu's chest rose by a few degrees. This guy was taking advantage of him with every word he said, but boss still wanted him to communicate with this person. He was so angry. "No," Fu refused righteously. "I heard that there was something unusual here, so my boss brought us in to take a look." This time, the look in Pharaoh Tumen's eyes under his golden mask changed several times. He focused his gaze on Link. The descendants of pharaohs are of noble status, but they are actually servants to others. Has the Pharaoh dynasty fallen to such a state? Pharaoh Tumen sighed and then said, "What qualifications do you have to proclaim yourself as a king in front of me?" Link chuckled and flashed his dagger. When Fu and Pharaoh Tumen were talking, he had already used the Heaven Sun's insight to see through the Pharaoh's soul box and found two very interesting things in his body. First, there were two cores in this mechanical host. The first core was mainly gathered in the head, and if he was not mistaken, it should be the soul power of Pharaoh Tumen. The second core was in the heart. This was a mass of turbulent matter that was constantly emitting energy. The generated energy was transmitted to the limbs and bones of the body through the ducts that acted like meridians in the mechanical host, just like how blood vessels provided energy to a living person. 1,000 years ago, this Pharaoh Tumen was one of the more well-known pharaohs. He could be said to be the one who created the golden age of the Pharaoh dynasty, and it had a history of more than 1,500 years. A mechanical structure from 1,500 years ago could still operate today. Link was very curious about this mechanical soul box. Of course, based on Link's experience from 2 lives, he could vaguely guess what the energy core in his heart was. Unsurprisingly, this artificial heart was the legendary Heart of the Desert. It was also the epic event Heart of the Desert that was activated after completing the main city mission Sand City, eliminate Jindu and destroying the Machinery Faith and Wasteland Gang. It was rumored that as long as one had the heart of the desert, they could control the entire desert. However, this thing had only existed in legends and had only been seen in the murals of the tombs of the pharaohs of the previous generations. 1,000 years after the fall of the Pharaoh dynasty, no one had heard of the heart of the desert reappearing in the human world. Now, most people regarded it as an object from the ancient myths of the Pharaoh dynasty and that it did not really exist. However, since Link had encountered it today, he had to study it carefully. Qualifications: you'll know once you try. The next second, Link suddenly disappeared. The dagger gleamed coldly as he reappeared in front of the pharaoh. They immediately fought. At the same time, the south of the wasteland, a fishing boat was aimlessly sailing under the scorching sun. "Boss, we've been sailing for 5 days and 4 nights and have reached the sea area you mentioned, but there's no sign of the island. Could the map in your hand be fake?" The captain was full of complaints, but he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of this rich man. On the hot sea, there was a dry heat in the cabin. The crew was shirtless, and only one person was wrapped in a hooded robe, like a person in a suit. "I'll double the reward after you find it." The cloaked man's voice was slightly hoarse, and the image of an old man could be seen in his mind just by listening to the voice. When the captain heard the promise, his worried face instantly bloomed into a smile. He immediately stood up and said, "Don't worry, we'll definitely find the location of the island on the map." The captain walked out of the cabin and began to shout for the crew to continue to work hard. He also announced the new price that he had just negotiated with the investor, which immediately triggered a burst of cheers. While the crew members were cheering, the captain came to the cockpit to find the helmsman and first mate. The joy from the price increase disappeared, and he leaned back in his seat. "The pay has been doubled again." "It's doubled again. That's 10 times the reward. Do you think this old man can still pay 10 times the reward?" the first mate asked in a low voice. The helmsman at the side couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, the reward he got for boarding the ship was a whole box of gems. Now it's 10 boxes. The captain unfurled the sheepskin map and pointed at the red cross. "Let's not talk about the rewards for now. Since this old man is willing to spend so much money to go to this nameless island, there must be some valuable treasures on this island. After we find the island, if there are a lot of treasures, we'll run away," the captain said as he slit his throat. "If there's an old man's helper on the island, wouldn't we be the ones walking into the trap? I think we should kill him now and look for this island slowly. If there are few people on the island, we will attack. If there are many people, we will pretend to enter by mistake and recruit more sailors when we retreat. We will plan slowly," the first mate said in a low voice. "Also, did you guys notice that this old man was wearing a cloak and robe, but he seemed to be holding something like a box in his arms? No matter if he was eating or resting, he would hold it in his arms and refuse to show it. I suspect that there's a valuable treasure in that box." The first mate and the helmsman's words were extremely tempting. They had been floating on the sea for 5 days and 4 nights. Now they were in the open sea, and there were no islands or people within hundreds of miles. Kill this old man and throw his body into the sea without anyone knowing. You can also monopolize the treasure and the treasure map. Desire was like a squid, gradually climbing into the captain's heart. The tentacles of desire had firmly entangled his heart, making him unable to make any other decisions. Then let Zhen Zhen get rid of him. The captain's eyes flashed with a hint of slyness. 547 The alien's response, 3.21. The true God of the void, your most devout believer, offers you greedy souls, fresh flesh and blood, and the most primitive fear. At this moment, the ship was covered in blood, and all the crew members, including the helmsman, chief officer, and captain, were on the ground, groaning in pain. Under the captain's instigation, these crew members finally couldn't help but attack the cloaked old man, wanting to take the treasure recorded on the sheepskin map for themselves. As for the authenticity of the treasure, there was no need to doubt it. If it was fake, why would the cloaked old man promise them 10 boxes of diamonds and jewelry just to find this non-existent existence? Although they were missing 9 boxes of jewelry, they had the sheepskin map. As long as they could find the island, they would have the upper hand. However, he had never expected that this generous cloaked old man would not be as weak as he looked. Just as they were about to make a move, this person had already sensed it. Then, he mumbled a few incantations, and many of their intestines directly tore open their bellies and came out of their bodies. In less than a moment, the 20 to 30 people on the ship had already fallen to the ground, wailing. Their intestines were twisted and tangled together, and the dirty blood in their stomachs was like a fountain, sizzling out. Everyone could clearly feel the rapid loss of vitality. The cloaked old man slowly took off his cloak and said something that made one's hair stand on end. "I was planning to kill you after you found the island. Since you can't wait to die, I'll sacrifice you to nourish the true God and show me the way." Everyone's mouths were wide open, and they were extremely shocked, but they couldn't say a word. They had thought that they had been killed because of their greed and misjudged the enemy's strength, but now it seemed that the other party had long planned to kill them. The old man had a head of silver hair and fine skin. There were only a few wrinkles on his face, and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was in good spirits and had a pair of sharp eyes. The old man took 2 steps forward and slowly raised his arm to prop up his wide grey robe. He took out an ancient-looking cube from his arms, a box carved with difficult-to-understand runes that emitted a pale yellow golden light. Each side of the box was neatly divided into 9 pieces of kazaya. The old man held the box devoutly and walked to the center of the crowd solemnly. He slowly bent down and placed the strange rune box on the ground. The box was soaked in the blood river. After a while, the runes on the surface of the box turned dim and bright. The lid of the box slowly opened, revealing a void-like hole inside. The river of blood on the ground was sucked into the hole through the cracks in the box, as if an invisible monster was sucking in large mouthfuls. All the blood on the ship had been sucked dry by the box, like a stingy grandette who would not waste a single drop. After the scattered blood was sucked dry, the crew member lying on the ground looked even more frightened. This was because they could feel their exposed intestines being pulled by an invisible force towards the box. An incomparably absurd but real thought emerged in their minds, causing them to feel a chill all over their bodies and a strong fear to arise. His intestines were being swallowed by the box bit by bit, and even his body was being dragged along. Wails and fear spread on the ship, and the ship that was floating on the sea at noon actually gave off a gloomy and strange smell. The shrieks gradually disappeared as the box finished devouring all the offerings. The old man knelt in front of the box and said respectfully, "I hope God can help me find Farsight Island as soon as possible." The box that was as deep as the abyss suddenly spewed out a cloud of black gas. The black gas wrapped around the entire ship and carried it along on the boundless sea. The lid of the rune box was closed, and the runes gradually lost their luster and fell asleep again. Thump! The ship didn't drift for long before it suddenly made a loud noise. The body of the ship shook violently and then stopped moving. It was obviously caused by being stranded. The old man put on his hood again and hid the box under his cloak. When he walked out of the cabin, he was surprised to find that the scene in front of him had changed from the vast sea to a reef on the shore of an island. The island was verdant and lush, and not far from the beach was a forest. On this large island, one could see the gradually rising terrain, from north to south, from the beach to the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain stood tall, and under the straight cliff was the sea. The turbulent waves hit the stone wall like thunder, not stopping for a moment. On the highest peak of the southern part of the island, there was an astrological platform with a dome visible to the naked eye. The old man's eyes lit up. This was the place. He jumped off the boat, waded through the shallow water on the beach, and dragged his wet robe onto the island. He walked along the muddy road to the astrological platform on the highest peak in the south of the island. About half an hour later, the old man successfully arrived at the top of the mountain. The ancient astrological station built from volcanic rock exuded a sense of mystery. The gate of the astrological station was already wide open, as if it had already anticipated the arrival of guests. The old man did not hesitate and walked straight into the astrological platform. Inside the astrological station, the surrounding walls were painted with stars. They were connected by solid lines, forming a familiar star chart and constellation. As the old man entered the astrological platform, the heavy door behind him gradually closed, and the light became dimmer and darker. The open-air star observation platform above them was also covered with a layer of purple material. As this layer of purple material covered the dome, the bright sunny day outside became dark. The blue sky turned purple-black, and the sunlight disappeared. In its place were bright stars that only appeared at night. The stars in the sky that were invisible to the naked eye during the day were all projected onto the astrological platform at this moment, giving people the feeling that they were in the same place and appeared in the starry sky of the universe. And on the altar-like astrology platform, a person gradually walked out. "James, you've gone through so much trouble to come to my remote island. I wonder what business you have here?" An old man with a long white beard and a plain robe said. He was stooped with a bone staff on his back. His face was haggard, and it looked like the bark of a dried tree. The old man named James chuckled. "Chi, I think no one knows the reason why I'm here better than you." Su Tianzhao and Augustine were still alive, but the Dragon Fountain fate of Dragon City and Fei had changed. Dragon City's Chi of Dragon Fountain had been swallowed up by Shandu. Fei's Dragon Fountain was now struggling on its last breath and would be completely devoured by Shandu in less than a month. There was something fishy about this. "I can only see this much at my shallow level, but you are the top astrologer, so you must have seen more." At the mention of this matter, the old man named Chi let out a soft sigh and pointed to the northwest of the starry sky above them. There were 7 bright and shining stars connected in a line. However, as Chi gently waved his arm, 4 of the stars dimmed and disappeared like meteors. Only 3 stars were left, alternating between light and dark, but their light was much weaker than before. James looked at the 3 remaining stars in the sky in shock. After a moment, he frowned and muttered, "Alongso, Morose, and Leng Guanying Luo are only 3 people. Why did Augustine's star fall? Isn't he still alive?" Before James could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. A bold guess appeared in his mind. Augustine actually died a long time ago, and this is just a substitute? Chi didn't answer and waved his hand again. Another strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. In a place further away from the 7 stars, a main star appeared. The 3 stars that were originally revolving by themselves had all become the companion stars of this new star. James's mouth was slightly open. He was all too familiar with the location of this main planet. When the 7 of them swore their allegiance to the prince, Chi, who was good at astrology, had calculated that the 7-star companion master just happened to have a celestial phenomenon. After the 7 of them conspired to kill the prince, the main star of the desert prince disappeared. But now, another new star had appeared, and it was even more magnificent than the previous prince. The invisible gravity had already formed a rope, firmly holding the operation of the 3 stars in his hands. Under the terrifying gravity of the main star, the 3 stars were closing in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once they entered the limits of the main star's gravity, the only result would be complete annihilation and devouring. The power of the new star is unstoppable. The 4 stars that fell previously were all done by this person. Chi said. She seemed to have accepted her fate. The general trend of the stars could not be reversed. This main star had already stirred up the wind and clouds, and everything around the star field could only submit. Those who did not would be crushed by the general trend and die without a burial. James's face was gloomy. He had come to find Aziz to find out the truth and had no intention of sitting around and waiting for death. If it was done by one person, Alongso, Morose, Leng Guan, Augustine, and the dragon veins in Dragon City that have completely disappeared, I have reason to believe that Su Tianzhao has been replaced. The only person who could set up such a big plan and has the motive and suspicion is Link. Link, the man who changed the wasteland's structure all by himself. The Freedom Federation had been united for 40 years, and Alonso, Lang Guan, and Augustine had also fought for most of their lives. They had not expected that in the end, a young man would take the fruits of their labor. It was a sad and lamentable sight. James quickly walked to Aziz's side and asked the most important question, "Do you think there's anything between Link and the prince?" Since Alonso and Morose had died on the same day, James had smelled something strange. After that, he'd been watching the situation on the wasteland in secret. He'd witnessed Link's rise and the disappearance of the dragon aura in Dragon City and Fae. This terrified him. It made him think of what happened 43 years ago. He felt that Link had something to do with the prince. Instead of answering his old friend, Aziz asked, "If so, what are you going to do?" James's face was gloomy. In the past, the 7 of them could kill their master for glory and wealth. Today, in order to survive, they would naturally kill any threat to them. If that's the case, Ying Luo, then I won't just sit and wait for death. I can only take the initiative to attack. Link was powerful and had now unified the entire Freedom Federation. He couldn't say that he ruled the wasteland, but he was pretty much there. What was worse was that Link had indeed solved the problem of survival for the lower class people. Extremist ideas could not be spread, and other forces could not take in new people. They were like rootless duckweed and could only be eaten up bit by bit. In this case, James' power alone and the forces he could contact on the wasteland were impossible to deal with Link. This was especially true for Link's personal strength. The Platinum Hotel had sent out the Shining Nightmare, but one of them had died, and the other had been injured. This alone made some of the forces who were ready to make a move stop and give up on their plans. Now that Link's aura has taken shape, you and I are like Mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's better to find a way to hide from the heavenly secrets and live on the island for a few years. Aziz's words confirmed the relationship between Link and the Prince of the Desert. While Aziz was observing the stars, he found that not only did Link replace the original position of the main planet, but he had also continued the structure of the main planet and obtained a trace of the Desert Prince's fate. This basically confirmed the connection between Link and the Desert Prince. James sneered and looked at the exhausted Aziz. The one with the invincible aura, the bloodline of the last astrologer family of the Desert Dynasty, the one who always said he would restore the glory of his family, Aziz, is dead? All that's left now is a piece of trash who's left to struggle on his last breath and put his life in the hands of others. I'm already 76 years old. I'm no longer a hot-blooded middle-aged man. Your goading won't work on me. Besides, you don't know the stars, so you don't understand how terrifying the situation is. Link's plans are already set and unstoppable. What do you have to stop him? James raised his arm and unfolded the robe covering his body, then held the rune box in one hand. Perhaps you're too old, so old that you've forgotten why I appeared by the prince's side in the past. When Aziz saw the magic box, he was extremely shocked. Even though he had studied astrology his entire life and had seen the luck of the wasteland, he was still shocked when he saw the magic box. James sneered. I thought you've already seen through everything. Heart of still water. I didn't expect there to be something that would surprise you. Aziz ignored his old friend and got up from the futon while trembling. He looked at the magic box in front of him and said, "There are only a few things on the wasteland that can pique my interest, and this magic box is one of them. After all, this thing came from beyond the heavens, not something that originally belonged to the wasteland." Dean's magic box. It's said that as long as you pay the price, the magic box will give you what you want. For thousands of years, the preachers have only had one successor, and you are the last successor of the Dean family. This is also why you appeared by the prince's side. How could I forget? Aziz recalled. It's a pity that the prince's ambition isn't here. James sighed. As the only legitimate heir to the Desert Dynasty, the Desert Prince did not have any ambition to fight for hegemony. He only cared about art and cultural relics. The 7 people beside him were all outstanding in all aspects. With such a lineup, as long as he was willing to stand up and cheer, there would definitely be a gathering of followers. With the strength of the 7 people, it was only a matter of time before he restored the Desert Dynasty. Although I have Dean's magic box, it's still too difficult to contend with the general trend with just this item. Aziz couldn't help shaking his head. If a magic box could change the situation on the wasteland, James would not have turned to the prince, nor would he have hidden his name. Everyone who has seen Dean's magic box thinks that it is an alchemy device that can be bartered, but only those who have always had it know that it is a key. A key that can communicate with a higher civilization. James placed the Dean's magic box on the ground, then took out a dagger and cut his finger, starting to draw a blood rune on the ground. Unfortunately, my ancestors gradually figured out a way to summon the upper civilizations over the long river of time. Since we can't stop Link with our own power, why don't we let the power behind the magic box do something? Aziz frowned and asked, as far as I know, Dean's magic box can only obtain what it wants by paying a sufficient price. If you want to use this key to summon the upper civilization, have you considered the price you have to pay? James finished drawing the blood rune and opened his hands. At this moment, blood was flowing down from his fingertip and dripping onto the blood talisman. The price is... The magic box's runes lit up and absorbed all of the fresh blood offered by the preachers. The blood runes on the ground were burnt. The magic box opened, and a soul-stirring echo came from inside. Alien servant, state your request, Qian Qian. 548 Having an old man at home is like having a treasure. 3.22. The Underground Palace of Death. The battle between Link and Tummen's soul box was coming to an end. Link had thought that this would be an easy battle to suppress. He had the advantage in both level and strength, not to mention that he had the Blood Rage status. He could even smash a level 60 leader's head into pieces, let alone a level 45 one. However, Link had never expected that his ever-victorious fighting style would almost fail this time. The 21st level of Blood Rage that he had accumulated with great difficulty was easily cleared by Tummen's disintegration equation in the process of fighting with Pharaoh Tummen's soul box. Ever since he had mastered the Heaven's Sun's Insight and Apocalypse to stack the passive effects, Link had mostly used this mode in battle. It would turn some of the difficult or even extremely difficult battles into normal or easy mode. Coupled with one skill to eat the heavens, he had not suffered any setbacks. This made Link forget that his status effects could be removed by certain skills. Today, he had been taught a lesson by the soul box of Tummen's Pharaoh, which was 10 levels lower than him. It didn't take long for the other to use the disintegration equation to remove the buff on him. Without the buff, Lin Ke could still fight. However, an NPC of a lower level had taken the lead. This made Lin Ke feel embarrassed, so he attacked even more rapidly. However, this also served as a reminder to Link. The trick of combining two skills could be used as a powerful effect, but it definitely couldn't be used as a trump card. Otherwise, if he encountered an enemy who could remove buffs the next time, he wouldn't even know how he died. Tummen's soul box reacted to Link's attacks in a hurry. It was as if it was in the bottom of the ocean with turbulent waves. It couldn't help but block each wave of attacks with great difficulty. Your strength is indeed not bad. You are worthy of the identity of the Desert Lord. After the two exchanged a blow, they both stepped back and separated. Tummen's soul box opened its mouth and changed its evaluation. After fighting with Link, he had a clear understanding of Link's strength. A pharaoh's soul box from 1,000 years ago was able to withstand my attack. It is indeed a masterpiece. Neither of them wanted to kill each other. One of them wanted to probe and collect information, while the other wanted to understand the structure, power, and strength of the mechanical soul box. A mechanical soul box that could contain souls and the heart of the desert as its core energy source. Even the most talented mechanic, Helen, might not be able to create it 1,000 years later. The combination of ancient machinery and magical mechanical devices, as well as the effect of the heart of the desert, this soul box had already transcended all the conditions of a perfect body. As long as the soul of the pharaoh Tumen was immortal, he could rely on the mechanical soul box to live forever. When the two of them were fighting, they both felt that the other party had no intention of killing the other. "You're actually trapped here, aren't you?" Link asked. In his previous life, the wasteland planet didn't have Tumen's soul box in this plot, but Link could still analyze that Tumen's soul box was trapped here based on the memories and experiences of his two lives. He didn't know the exact reason. After all, if the soul box of Pharaoh Tumen was so powerful, he would not have been trapped here for 1,000 years. He would have left long ago. At the mention of sad things, Pharaoh Tumen was silent for a long time before he said, "This soul box of mine uses the heart of the desert as its driving force. However, in order to extract the energy from the heart of the desert, it still needs enough light to be activated. Originally, there was a special opening at the top of my tomb. Every day, sunlight would shine in to charge the soul box. It was a pity that after I was buried, the priest betrayed me and sealed the opening at the top again. I could only rely on the whale lamp in the mausoleum to absorb light energy, and it took me hundreds of years to gradually wake up." Link nodded slightly. He had a rough idea of what had happened. This priest must have sided with the new pharaoh. After all, if he really let Pharaoh Tumen out and relied on the soul box he had forged, wouldn't the entire desert dynasty be under his rule forever? This would definitely be a threat to the future rulers. The high priest had sided with the new pharaoh, and the new pharaoh had sent people in to eliminate any future problems. However, they had all been blocked by the contingency plan that Patriarch Tumen had set up before he died. Then, the pharaoh Tumen relied on the whale lamp in the hall that never went out to gradually absorb the light energy of recovery, but it was only recovery. He'd planned to save up some more energy before breaking the scythe ferret's shackles and taking back everything he had. Who would have thought that the sand rat would lead a family in to cause trouble and force the pharaoh Tumen to use his power to expel him? Then, Link's group forced him to use what little energy he had left to fight. He'd even accidentally learned that the pharaoh dynasty had fallen. The pharaoh Tumen was not a fool. Otherwise, he would not have had the ambition and patience to carry out this plan of eternal rule. The current situation was that the current ruler of the desert was a ruthless man. Not only was he unable to defeat him, but he also had many helpers. More importantly, his descendants were also under the other party's command. Weighing the two, Pharaoh Tumen decided to stop the war. He was very curious about what the world and society would be like 1,000 years later, and how they would operate. The battle today had used up too much of his energy. If he continued and used up all his energy, he might be captured by Link for research and never wake up again. Instead of continuing the stalemate, it was better to find a way out and solve the problem in a gentle way. Link had the same plan in mind. He had never seen such a magical and ancient mechanical structure before. If he could mass-produce Tumen's soul box by studying it, souls would have their own home in the future. He wouldn't have to go through the trouble of synthesis. With Fu's ability to absorb souls, Link could create a Shinik army. The two of them tested each other with words and knew that today's situation would probably end here. There would not be any more waves. The two of them looked at each other, and their hearts were connected. Link spoke first. "Pharaoh Tumen has been trapped here for 1,000 years. The outside world has already changed dramatically. Do you want to go outside and feel the impact of the new world? Of course, if you don't want to go out, I'll order people to guard this place after we leave. No one will disturb us." The pharaoh's eyes glowed with a faint green light as he walked down the slope Link had given him. He looked at Fu and said, "The new world is not very attractive to me. When the pharaoh dynasty was flourishing in the past, it even expelled alien invaders who tried to attack the desert civilization. What I'm worried about now is whether the bloodline of the future generations can continue to be passed down." Ying Luo. Fu felt the gazes from the surrounding people and wondered what this had to do with him. The two of them had a tacit understanding. After they finished speaking, their eyes met and they laughed together. "King Kong, Shizuk, Sand Rat, you guys are in charge of opening the path. After receiving the order, King Kong and Shizuk started to move. Although the walls of the sacrificial room were very wide, with the strength of the three pets, the walls could only hold them for a while. While waiting, Link couldn't help but ask curiously, Pharaoh's Tumen, you said that the Pharaoh dynasty once fought with invaders from foreign planets and successfully drove them away. This was the first time Link had heard of this. He didn't know if the alien invaders that the Pharaoh Tumen was talking about were the ones he knew of. A trace of reminiscence flashed through Pharaoh Tumen's eyes. I was only 15 when the alien planet invaded. At that time, the entire dynasty was under my father's rule. It was a peaceful day as usual. Space was violently torn apart, revealing the deep purple of the void. Demons from alien planets appeared from the space crack, raised their butcher's knife, and wanted to conquer this continent. Do you still remember what those demons looked like? There are too many of them. There are many kinds of them. There is an army of ferocious red-skinned hounds with tentacles, destructive demons mainly responsible for attacking, shadow demons who are good at mobilizing energy, and alien craftsmen who have mastered alien technology. The material of my soul box came from the runic armor of an alien commander. After smelting it, it was forged with our own secret technique. Link's expression began to change. The alien planet that the Pharaoh Tumen was talking about was the one that Link knew. It was a demon race called the Interstellar Locusts and was also the main enemy of Fate 2.0. In version 2.0, the alien demons invaded the Vantii system, and 3 novice planets, including the Wasteland, Victoria, and Pandora, were attacked. The players fought in their own territory, and under the leadership of the planet's version child, they fought against the alien demonic race. In the process, they mastered a lot of the alien demonic race's science, technology, and knowledge, allowing the players to increase their strength. At the same time, with the help of external forces, they reshaped the power structure of the novice planet. Finally, the free organization First Order appeared in the Brahma system, and they worked with the players to defeat the alien demonic race. This also opened the doors for the players to enter the galaxy. Simply put, version 2.0 was more like a transitional version. Through the invasion of the alien demonic race, they would attract the advanced civilizations and organizations in the star system and use them as a stepping stone for the players to enter the galaxy. In his previous life, the invasion of the alien demonic race did not last long. The players were basically being beaten up for the first 2 months. However, under the leadership of the version Sun, they gradually discovered the alien demonic race's weaknesses. In the process of fighting them, the players' levels and equipment became better and better, and they even obtained many alien demonic weapons and equipment. Coupled with the arrival of the emissary of the First Order, which brought with it a lot of advanced knowledge, the players' strength increased, and they defeated the alien demonic race with ease. He would drive them back to their own nest. In the end, as far as 1,500 years ago, the alien demons had coveted the wasteland, but they were beaten back by the natives of that time. Just how powerful was this ancient pharaoh dynasty? The pharaoh noticed that Link's eyes had turned red, and realized that he had spoken too loudly. He quickly added, "But of course, it was only with the help of an angel that I was able to defeat it." At that time, the angels descended in their aircraft and bestowed knowledge and divine weapons. The High Priest Committee selected those with talent to study this knowledge and improve their own strength, producing weapons to fight against the alien demonic race. Link's eyes brightened. Then where are the knowledge and divine artifacts bestowed by the angels now? If Link's guess was right, the angel who had descended in the aircraft was the predecessor of the Freedom Organization First Order of the Brahma system. The knowledge and divine weapon she had given him were the advanced knowledge and weapon blueprints for the interstellar stage. If he could get his hands on something from the past, Link would be one step ahead of them and prepare in advance. It's been too long. Pharaoh Tumen frowned. I only remember that after we won, my father felt that these things could overturn the dynasty, but he couldn't guarantee that the alien demonic tribe wouldn't invade again. so he arranged for someone to keep them. Only the pharaoh and the high priest had the right to see it. As for after my death, according to what you said, it has been more than 1,000 years, and I have no idea where I am. If the desert hasn't changed much, Pharaoh Tumen said, we might be able to find some clues after we get out. As soon as he finished speaking, a new mission appeared on Link's interface. You have triggered the B-rank mission Dynasty Equipment, accept/decline. Mission hint, you have accidentally learned that the Pharaoh dynasty had once fought against the alien demonic tribe, and that the angel had passed down knowledge and divine artifacts. Although 1,000 years have passed and the world has changed, it is still possible to find clues to the divine artifacts. The actual difficulty of this mission is higher than the system's evaluation. Quest reward, Dynasty Equipment, 500000 experience points. After reading the mission, Link was instantly attracted by a sentence in the mission notification. The actual difficulty of the mission was higher than the rating. This mission was a B-rank mission, so the actual difficulty was higher than the evaluation. If it was higher, it would only be A rank. The hint was quite obvious. Link also understood the hidden meaning in the pharaoh's words. Many things had happened in the past 1,000 years. It would not be easy to find it all at once. However, the pharaoh had seen it before. He had even set it up himself. He had even learned some advanced knowledge and knew the dynasty's secrets. If he was determined to find it, it would definitely be easier than Link. Pharaoh Tumen wanted to use the dynasty's treasure to befriend Link. It doesn't matter. Since Pharaoh once had it, it won't be difficult to find it again. The most important thing now is to leave this place. We'll talk about these lamps in detail later. You're right. While they were talking, the thick wall had been chiseled open to allow only one person to pass. Everyone left the altar hall. When he arrived at the palace in front of the altar hall, he saw the corpses of the demonic spiders on the ground. Pharaoh, before we entered the great hall of the altar, this palace had already been occupied by the demonic spiders. They had dug a tunnel underground that was filled with ravines. Perhaps they had sensed the aura of the great hall of the altar. I've sensed the traces of these creatures for a long time, and every time they tried to excavate the great hall of the altar, I'd set up a defensive array in the great hall of the altar, making them return without success. As time passed, they stopped excavating the altar hall and entered the palace instead. Let them guard the tomb in disguise. After saying that, he turned to Fu and said, Lin Junjun, I can help you search for the knowledge and godly items left behind by the angels, but I have a request. Link's lips curled up. The other party couldn't hold it in anymore. Please speak. I'm not familiar with the outside world, so I need someone by my side. Fu has the aura of my bloodline, so why don't I let him stay by my side? It'll speed up my integration into the new society. Even if you didn't say it, I would have done the same. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, leaving Fu, who was following behind, with a confused and angry face. He clenched his fat fists and gritted his teeth. This is too much. 549. A smooth transition, reaching the peak of influence. Fu felt extremely wronged. This otaku pharaoh who had been resurrected for 1,000 years kept saying Ah Fu is my descendant and Ah Fu has my blood flowing in him. Every word he said was the art of seniority, and he was even more adept at it than a macaw. Moreover, not only did his boss not help him, but he also made him responsible for accompanying this person. At the entrance of the tomb, Pharaoh Tumen suddenly stopped. Won't I cause a disturbance if I go out openly now? Pharaoh Tumen knew his identity very well. Especially now that he had a moon ship with him. With such an exaggerated design, he would definitely attract the attention of others once he walked out of the tomb. As long as he walked out of the entrance of the mausoleum, the Tumen ferry would be exposed to the new world without any buffer. Although the soldiers outside were all his own people, in order to not cause a commotion, he could indeed make some arrangements. SPHYNX cat, do you want to go out directly, or do you want to wait until we get to the residence and have a buffer to slowly get to know each other? Link gave the pharaoh two plans. The pharaoh Tumen closed his eyes, and the green light in his eyes retracted. Do you have any way to avoid alerting the outside world? Compared to the unknown world outside, he was still wary of Link, but he also trusted him partially. I know you don't trust me, but Fu can be trusted, right? He has an enhanced backpack that can directly stuff you and Moonship inside. When we reach my mansion, Castle of Wind Howl, he will let you out. This way, you can leave this place without anyone knowing. The pharaoh Tumen stared at Fu, his dark green eyes making Fu's hair stand on end. He didn't dare to move. Other than what you said, he has other abilities, right? I can sense the aura of a soul fluctuation from Fu's body. The pharaoh Tumen was in the soul box, and his physical body was the soul driven by the heart of the desert. Although he was a mechanical unit, his perception of soul power was by no means comparable to that of ordinary people. Link's eyes flashed with surprise. The pharaoh Tumen's level wasn't high, but he was good at detecting the aura of souls. Fu, bring out the Ling Vulture Palace for Sphinx Cat to see. Fu nodded obediently, then summoned a coffin with rich spiritual power. Fu's Spirit Vulture Palace can collect the souls of the dead. The soul can be nourished in the coffin space. Afu opened the lid of the coffin, and Pharaoh Tumen saw the three people inside. One of them was meditating with his eyes closed. He was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. His hands were forming a seal as he chanted sutras. Spiritual chi surrounded his body, accompanied by a faint Buddhist light. His spiritual power was far stronger than that of ordinary people. The other two were also in completely different states. One of them was beside the person who was chanting the scriptures, and he followed suit and calmed his mind. Although the state of his soul was not as good as the former's, one could still see traces of nourishment. However, the other person's soul was dim, and his eyes were listless as he leaned against the wall. His mental state was dispirited, and he didn't look so good. Pharaoh Tumen felt the coffin's ability to nourish the soul. It was not easy for a person with a dim soul to still exist in this situation. Pharaoh Tumen's soul power had been in the soul box for more than 1,500 years, and half of it had been in a state of sleep. Although the heart of the desert provided energy, the soul power had still weakened. My soul will enter the vulture's palace and put the soul box in my bag. The Pharaoh Tumen quickly made a decision. Sphinx Cat, aren't you afraid that I won't let you out after you go in? Link asked. Haha. Pharaoh Tumen laughed. I can see that you need the knowledge and weapons of angels, so you'll have to rely on me. Although I don't know what happened in the past 1,500 years, from the weapons, equipment, and abilities you have not made a qualitative leap compared to the Pharaoh dynasty. Pharaoh Tumen's words hit the nail on the head. After the Day of Reckoning, the population of the wasteland plummeted by 80%, and a large amount of knowledge was lost. Although the nuclear radiation had brought about the mutated humans, a lot of scientific knowledge and skills had been lost. In addition to the wasteland's situation, there was a shortage of resources. There was no way to carry out large-scale scientific research. As expected of the pharaoh who planned to rule the 1,000-year dynasty. His eyes are like torches. Pharaoh Tumen didn't say much. He opened his eyes and mouth, and a cluster of dark green soul left his body and flew into the vulture's palace. Then, it gradually took shape and returned to the appearance of a pharaoh when he was alive. Fu's face was blank. This was the first soul that had come to his Ling Vulture Palace of its own accord. 9-patterned dragon, please help me take care of this Pharaoh Tumen. Link greeted. The 9-patterned dragon put his hands together and opened his eyes slightly. Don't worry, General. Ronder, who was half dead a moment ago, suddenly heard Link's voice. Seeing that someone had suddenly appeared, he immediately reacted. He stood up and cursed, Link, you bastard. You've set up a trap for the head of state. I swear that I'll make you my enemy. The macaw, who had been sulking the entire time, suddenly popped its head out. It had finally found someone to vent its anger on. Sworn to be irreconcilable? I'm afraid you don't know that we've already found someone to disguise you and Augustine. Now, no one suspects Faye, and they're even shouting long live the head of state. As for you, you're still so stubborn even after you died. What do you think you're doing here after you died? To put it bluntly, I just brought you in when I recruited Augustine. Do you really think you're of great use? Oh, right. Let me remind you, the person we've arranged to disguise himself as has returned to Faye. Not only will he work as you, he'll also live as you. Just imagine, when he finished a day's work and returned home to his virtuous wife who had already prepared dinner and his well-behaved child, the whole family was happy and harmonious. At night, the macaw left a meaningful blank here, and its cunning little eyes kept on moving. Ronder, who was on the verge of death a moment ago, was now completely enraged. He pointed at the macaw and Link and cursed, "I'm going to kill you." The macaw made a few funny faces at Rondo and provoked him. Link simply ignored Ronder, who was acting like a mad dog. He looked at Augustine and said, "Head of state, I'll catch up with you when I'm done." Augustine's face was calm, and he even squeezed out a smile. "All right, I'll wait for General Linear." After putting away the soul of Pharaoh Tumen, Fu put the Pharaoh's soul box and the moon ship into the strengthening backpack. Everyone walked out of the dark ruins and bathed in the sun again. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The warmth surged and the darkness around them instantly disappeared. Before Link left, he called for the person in charge of the sealed area and reminded him again and again to guard the ruins and report to him immediately if anything unusual happened. At the same time, he also contacted Li Zijun and ordered him to send more troops to the remains. The matter of Pharaoh Tumen had been resolved, but the underground tunnels dug by the spider demons were complicated and overgrown. Perhaps the underground of the desert had been completely dug through by the spider demons, forming a large network. As for his relationship with the demonic spiders, Link still needed to go back to the think tank and listen to their opinions. He would decide whether to fight or make peace. If they were of an ordinary race, Link would probably give them a mission to destroy them. However, although the spider demons looked terrifying and disgusting, they were a race with a civilization. In addition to being good at digging tunnels, the spider demons had also made many achievements in the field of magic and architecture, forming a unique culture. If he could befriend them, it would definitely be a great help to Link. After all, there was nothing on the wasteland that he needed to worry about. It was time to plan for version 2.0. Back at Windhowl Castle, Fu unwillingly released the soul of Pharaoh Tumen. The soul returned to the soul box, and the twilight sun shone on the mechanical body. Pharaoh Tumen couldn't help but take a deep breath, greedily absorbing the sunlight that he had dreamed of for thousands of years. Link watched as the setting sun fell on the Pharaoh Tumen, reflecting his thin back. A pharaoh who had controlled everything when he was alive was now so excited because of a little bit of sunlight. Fu scratched his head. Seeing that Pharaoh Tumen was acting like this because of a little sunlight, he suddenly felt that this old man was a little pitiful. Sphnx cat, you can stay in the castle for the time being. If you need anything, just look for Fu. The castle's small library has history books, yearbooks, and all kinds of books. It's more than enough to understand this era. Thank you for your hospitality, General Lin. Once I understand the situation, I will immediately begin searching for the knowledge and treasures bestowed by the angel. The pharaoh was returning the favor. Although he had a conflict with Link in the beginning, they had developed a tacit understanding. Link's various actions were measured. He didn't play any tricks or trick him. He completely highlighted the structure of a ruler. As one of the most outstanding pharaohs in the past thousands of years who could make the immortal soul box, Pharaoh Tumen's IQ and EQ were both above average. If they wanted to survive in this new era, there was no one more suitable than Link. It was not that they had decided to submit directly. The relationship between the two was more like cooperation. Link wasn't worried at all about leaving the Pharaoh Tumen in the castle. If Pharaoh's Tumen had any strange movements, King Kong and Shizak could subdue them with their abilities alone. Moreover, there were powerful combat forces like the Touch Dragon God and the Dream Demon under Howling Heights. Even if they were to frame and attack the Pharaoh, scattered lands would be able to deal with them. Ah Fu now had another identity, as the advisor of the Pharaoh Tumen. Previously, Pharaoh Tumen had only noticed the familiar aura in Fu's bloodline, but after seeing Fu's abilities, he couldn't help but have an idea. Ah Fu, with your abilities, you would be a high priest in ancient times. You're too condescending to be Link's servant. Pharaoh's Tumen were very emotional, trying to make Fu realize his personal value through trivial words. Ah Fu was stunned for a moment. She turned around with a confused look. I want to be at the boss's beck and call, but boss didn't give me the chance. He wanted me to manage the animal arena in the Sand Capital. Oh, right, do you know about the Sand Capital Colosseum? It was an island with a large area. There were hundreds and thousands of staff members. There were rare animals from all over the wasteland, and all kinds of exciting and intense competitions were held. There were many things to be decided on every day. At the same time, I'm also a member of the think tank group in Shadow, and I have the power to decide the approval and policies of all affairs on the wasteland. After Fu finished speaking, Pharaoh Tumen's throat was a little dry, and he looked at Fu with a dazed expression. This status and treatment was a little good. The difficulty of poaching people had increased by several times. He decided to find another reason to save the country in a roundabout way. You've worked so hard to help Link. I'm sure Link won't give you much, right? Ah Fu scratched his head again. He had never really cared about his salary. He couldn't help but take out his phone to check the message from the bank. Let me take a look at the balance. Ha Ying Luo, there's still 10 million in my bank account. 100 million, 10 million, 10 million, 45 million. After saying that, Fu looked at Pharaoh's Tumen's puzzled eyes and patted his head in realization. You guys didn't have wasteland currency back then. The currency back then was gold, right? According to the current price of gold, it's more than 100 grams. According to the standard of 100 grams of gold bars dug out from your Pharaoh tomb, there are only about 1,000 billion Argentine pesos a year. The corner of Pharaoh Tumen's mouth twitched. What kind of position was this? His annual income was actually more than 1,000 gold bars. This was too extravagant. The golden mask that Pharaoh Tumen had been wearing before weighed only a few kilograms. According to Fu's income, he could buy dozens of them this year. Pharaoh's Tumen felt extremely defeated. In terms of power, Fu held a lot of power, and in terms of income, he was as rich as a country. If he couldn't win them over in these two aspects, then he could only rely on his blood and kinship to influence them. The Pharaoh Tumen looked at Fu with affection in his eyes. Ah Fu, do you feel it, Ying Luo? Fu's hair stood on end, and he had goosebumps all over his body. If his boss hadn't ordered him to follow Pharaoh Tumen, he would have run away. What are you doing? Fu's eyes were filled with vigilance. Can you feel the bloodline connection between us? I'm your Bayan. But before he could finish, Fu stood up and yelled, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to kill you, Ying Luo. While AFO and the Pharaoh Tumen were fighting for 300 rounds, Link had a video conference in the conference room of Howl Castle to discuss how to deal with the spider demons. In the end, they all agreed to find a way to contact the spider demons and test their feelings towards humans before deciding on the next step. Link agreed with this. If the spider demons were hostile to humans, he wouldn't mind re-establishing order for them. The border defense agreement of the Freedom Federation was carried out as usual. Furthermore, the cooperation between the upper echelons of the three great powers was increasing. The citizens of the Freedom Federation could see with their naked eyes that good days were coming. At the same time, the players also discovered that the advanced experience of Sand City was spreading throughout the entire Freedom Federation at an extremely fast speed. Every department had set up a special mission agency and released various level missions for the players to choose from. For a time, the Freedom Federation's players had plenty of missions, and their levels also rose rapidly. They would run errands to solve puzzles for normal missions, and form a small bounty team for difficult missions to kill the remaining members of the Platinum Hotel. Under such a background, after a month of exploration, a team formed by the Miracle Guild, the Temple Guild, Dragon Travels the World, Heart of Callan, Mobei Wolf, and Friendship successfully killed Alongso, the final boss of the Fall of the King of Sand City dungeon, and became the first team to clear the dungeon. On the same day the Fall of the King of Sand City was cleared, a new dungeon, Moro's Tower, was opened in Shenmue City. When players who had reached the level requirement entered out of curiosity, they were immediately shocked by a piece of news about the plot outline and the dungeon's goal. At this moment, the cloud of suspicion that had puzzled everyone half a year ago was finally resolved. As a result, explosive news swept through the wasteland on the forums and in the game. Link had been a part of the death of Alongso and Moros, the former leaders of the Shadow District. However, despite the surprise, this news did not trigger any other mutiny or rebellion. After all, with Link in power, the lives of the people in Shadow had changed dramatically. They were thousands of times better than when Alongso had treated them. And under the impact of this news, an even bigger bombshell hit. The leaders of the three great powers of the Freedom Federation issued a joint statement to end the current situation of the Freedom Federation's power division and establish a unified federal government with Link as the first head of the Freedom Federation. The military systems of the three great powers would be reintegrated and follow a unified command. The political capital, Shandu, the military center, Dragon City, and the economic hub, Day. When this news was officially announced, the wasteland was shaken. The situation on the wasteland underwent an unprecedented change. Link also received 3 influence points as he wished. With 16 influence points he surpassed Arya and became the most influential person on the planet.